ready your breakfast and eat hearty. But tonight, we dine in hell!
Hello, everybody. Billy Tucci here. Sorry, I muted myself so you could hear it. But first things first, let's add a little traditional music. Let's hit that. How about this? A little bit of ambiance, if you will. It's kind of low, but I want to welcome everybody to Saturday night at Comic-Con. This is traditionally one of the biggest nights of the year for us. The con is pretty much not over, but the stress of the con is over. Sunday is a more relaxing, enjoyable day, one where we all go shopping, try to catch a few panels because, you know, usually we're just so gosh darn busy. But tonight is the apex for me. Far surpasses the Eisner Awards, the crowds, all the celebrities, everything. And that's Greek Night, a 20-plus year tradition that I've been doing with my friend from 7th grade, one of my best friends. And I'd like to introduce him. He is an award-winning filmmaker, all around town, great guy. He is the writer of She, Return of the Warrior, and the upcoming She Haikyo, and also of Stoker Wells, Order of the Golden Dawn. One of my best friends since 7th grade, and I'd like to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stephen Peros.
Hello, Billy.
Hello.
Cheers to Saturday night. A little Greek Ouzo to start the festivities.
Stine Yasu, Afilamo. Stine Yasu. So yes, everyone.
All right, Stephen. Well, this is just a tremendous, Billy. You know, because we have been doing this. In fact, it used to be Fridays, and we moved it to Saturdays for who? That's right, for Billy Tucci. Because Billy was like, guys, you know, Saturday's my biggest day at the con, and if I go on Friday night, I got to leave early because I can't really enjoy myself. Because Sunday I can sleep through; it doesn't matter. Saturday I got to be on my best behavior. So can we move this over to Saturday? And it's been moved over to Saturday ever since God love him, Billy Tucci asked it to be there. So we would all gather at the Athens Market Taverna after a busy Saturday at the convention. Billy Tucci ready to let his formidable hair down and enjoy himself. We've had many rotating guests over the years. We have brought it down to a list of, I won't say the finest gentlemen because none of us really are, but I will say the only gentleman that we had to invite, otherwise we would have heard it for the rest of our lives.
Indeed.
So we're very happy to have a whole bunch of fine men here. Billy, I'm glad you had such quick recall on my formidable resume. I have so much that you couldn't quite come up with any one thing. But yes, I've done lots of stuff.
yes, you have. And I'd like to play something later on. We'll grab, I don't know, I'm a big fan of the Cat's Meow. You know, I'm a big Chaplin fan.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go through that. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Of course. But I would like to, Billy has given me the great honor of introducing one by one, like the dating game, each of these fine young steeds for you to enjoy as we bring them out one by one. We have.
Oh, wait. First, we have to say that Pop XP Saturday night Comic-Con at home is brought to you by our sponsor. It is brought to you by Mama Tetsi Peros's Moussaka.
Yes, this is my mom. I'm actually I'm originally Billy and I know each other from Long Island, from New York. I have since moved to Los Angeles, and I am dialing in from Altamont Springs, Florida, where I'm with my mother, who I am happy to say we have brought back. She was having some health issues. I came down here to help her out, help my brother out, because everything I could do from my computer here. And not only did my mother get out of the hospital 2 weeks ago and is back to miraculous health, but so miraculous that I cracked the whip and told her she had to make me a moussaka for tonight, which she did.
And she made it for 2 brigades of the Greek army as well.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Look at that. Oh, I'm waiting.
For those of you who know and love, you will know and love it, and I will enjoy every bite of it for you. Plus a gigantic 11 by 17 tray for anyone who makes their way down to Altamont Springs, Florida, and I'm counting on none of you doing that. So yes, thank you. Tessie Paris is Moussaka as our sponsor.
Yes, it is. It's brought to you by Mama Tessie. Mama Tessie. That's Barrow's moussaka.
Believe me, it's a glorious thing. I already had a taste. So without further ado, or with further ado, one of the two.
Or don't, as Dr. Morris used to say.
Let's start by introducing my elder brother, and when I say elder, I mean he's really old. My brother Mike Perros, who chairs the English department at Bishop Lachlan High School, which at one point when I said it's where Giuliani went, used to get cheers. Now when I say where Giuliani went, it gets furrowed eyebrows. He is the author of Dan Duryea, Heal with a Heart, a great biography of a great character actor who was often the sleaziest of fellows, and then but it was actually the most decent of guys. And an upcoming book, which we're all excited about, Jose Ferrer, Success and Survival, which is shockingly the first important work ever written about this great American actor, a director, a stage and screen Academy Award winner, who's led a remarkable life. And Michael,
wasn't he like one of Audrey Hepburn's great loves of her life?
Oh. I'm so glad you asked somebody that, Billy, because it's everybody.
Did you never get that?
No, she was never married to Audrey Hepburn. In fact,
I didn't say married. I just said a great love.
There's no love between Ferrer and Audrey Hepburn. In fact,
no, I know. Like I thought she was.
I was Mel Ferrer.
You're thinking of Mel Ferrer
with the nose, the nose,
the nose. But he was married to Rosemary Clooney.
Oh,
twice. Yes. Well, it didn't work out the first time, so they figured they'd give it another shot, and it worked out in even less time to the best. It did not work out.
Catholic game. So here's to Rosemary Clooney.
Salud.
Stiniasu. We got to drink every time we do something like that. But I got to say that I'm a huge fan. My copy. What I find so fascinating about Dan Duryea is it's very similar to Margaret Hamilton. These actors, these character actors that played, again, heels, or toughs or heavies. And in real life, what a life. What an amazing father and, just husband and member of the community. And just, I like Margaret Hamilton, the Wicked Witch of the West, was every weekend she was down at the Hollywood Soup Kitchen. Feeding the homeless. It's extraordinary. Loved it. I can't wait for the Jose Ferrer book.
Thank you. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Steve. And again, I'm glad to be here tonight, especially since my first Comic-Con was probably close to 30 years ago in the company of Steve and Billy Tucci. You were there. I think Barry and Chris Caliendo.
We'll get to him. We'll get to all you find.
I went in the room that Caliendo didn't like me.
That's true. And in many ways, he still doesn't, which we'll go over in a great we'll have a great confrontation about that later. But what since Billy was one of the things Billy and I talked about was how this was going to be the inaugural convention for my first graphic novel that I did in partnership with the next gentleman I'm going to introduce. Barry Orkin and I created. We did Stoker Wells' Order of the Golden Dawn. I wrote it. It was based on a screenplay that almost sold a couple of times, and so I adapted it into a graphic novel. Barry wrote it. Last year, this time at Comic-Con, I was on a panel sponsored and hosted by Billy and his crowdfunding comics group because we weren't out yet, but we were doing part of our Kickstarter campaign. So I was on a crowdfunding panel, excited to share the book in physical person at the convention this year. The book came out in October. We did really, really wonderfully as far as reviews, which we'll go over at some point or not later tonight. But in no small part, thanks to this remarkable friend and artist, Barry Orkin, BarryOrkin.com. You can see lots and lots of work of his. He was involved in the front lines of She. Did a lot of work. He did coloring and inking, I believe, as well.
Yes, designed all our logos.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Still doing it.
Here he is, the great man himself, Barry of Orkin, the legend of Barry, shall we say?
Legend of Barry, which got you into NYU.
Yes, that's what they did.
Yes.
Barry.
My
Barry,
goodness, do you
welcome.
believe we have known each other for, is it 40 years or is it more? I think it's
Barry, I
exactly
don't know what
40
you're
years.
talking about. Barry, I'm 32, pal. I don't know where you hail from.
We all met in 7th grade. I remember because
7th
Barry
grade.
could draw like John Buscema.
Mm-hmm.
It was unbelievable. I never saw anyone like it in my life that could draw like that.
I
And
met Barry in homeroom. His last name with an O, mine with a P, and I remember he was being picked on by somebody, and at one point Barry decked him, and now everybody's Facebook friend.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'd had enough. Boy, that's a long time ago.
Well, you were a big
And I couldn't bring.
kid.
I remember I
Barry's
couldn't.
tall. Barry's very tall, so Barry was a big kid.
No one, like, I'm the least obvious person to be getting into a fight, and I couldn't bring myself to actually punch the kid.
No.
So I just like kept doing this.
Yeah.
Barry was good enough.
Barry had very
That was good
big
enough.
glasses then. I think, and then he hit you back. I think your
Yeah.
glasses went flying or something.
This is it homeroom?
Yeah, homeroom.
Yes, homeroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Homeroom.
Should I tell you? Should I say who it was?
Oh, for
Why
God's
not?
sake.
Carl Peterson.
I'm friends with Carl Peterson.
Well, everybody's
Yeah,
friends.
I'm still friends.
like
Yeah,
Carl
I'm friends with Carl. Yeah, I'm friends with Carl. Yeah, I have nothing against Carl anymore.
Well, let's stick with the let's continue with the Long Island boys before bringing on the rest.
The riffraff.
Let us bring in our contemporary of my elder brother Mike, Christopher Caliendo.
Wait. Look at this. Look at this.
There's
Are
an
you
arm.
kidding me?
What's happening?
The beautiful Deborah has brought my dinner. Oh, look at
Man.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Oh, thank you.
Denied, Billy Tucci.
What do you mean denied? I got dinner. She brought me my dinner, my friend.
You asked me for a kiss and I gave you a face.
Oh, give me a kiss.
Yay!
How do I eat the salad with a knife?
Get you I didn't know you were going to eat this.
Why wouldn't I eat the salad?
Because most people dip it into the dip.
They dip the salad into the dip?
Oh,
I'll do it if that's what people
Steve
do.
Schoolhead.
You know, when in Rome. Hang on, let me get off of it. Sorry, look at my. Thank you, darling. You know, when in Rome, right? If they dip,
I'm in
is
Greece.
that how the Greeks eat? Like this?
I don't know. I don't see the plate, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I got my pita
Mm-hmm.
with my beautiful garlic and is it olives and she'll tell me what it is. The dip. It's
Oh, tzatziki?
yeah, tzatziki dip. I got that.
Or Scodalian.
Well, it depends what kind of town it came from.
What?
Does it look like yogurt and cucumbers?
No,
That's not what it is. All right.
no, it's olive. I think it's olives, garlic, and
That's
obviously pizza.
oligala. Woo!
all right. So let's get some other people into this room. What do you say, Billy?
Well, I'm hungry.
So let's bring in from Long Island by way of Jackson Heights, Queens, and now quite the raconteur and a man about town and musician and Emmy-nominated composer who is not only composed and worked with Sony, Fox, CBS, Manhattan Transfer, but twice invited by the Pope to compose operas. This is
Now that's
Renaissance
incredible.
man like no other. And a friend who as all the men on here, with the exception of Michael Soloff, I consider a brother. And let me introduce Christopher Caliendo.
Oh.
Sure. Good to be here, guys.
No,
Your privilege. Barry! Una fazza, una razza is the only thing I can say in
that's right.
Italian.
That's what the Greeks and the Italians. They got the one face, one race.
I do want to say one thing. Ultimate obeisance to Billy's dear wife. Billy, my favorite Facebook post was celebrating 10 years cancer-free. God bless her. Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
I'm a very, very lucky man, and I'll drink to that, Caliendo.
Yeah.
Talk to 7. Here's to you.
For those who are joining us, our Greek Athens Market Taverna is usually begun. We have to be very wise because we tend to be drinking all night, with the exception of J.C. Vaughn, who you will see will be the least entertaining of all of us as a result. So here we go.
Well played.
Wait. Well, while Caliendo's here, I just want to say that Christopher and I have a project coming out. And everyone who ordered Return of the Warrior, when you guys get your digital copies, you'll be getting a stream link. Christopher, do you mind giving with this phenomenal project? It's something like I've never seen before done with a comic book. And do you think you can give us a little insight to the fans out there what that is exactly?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. This whole idea of scoring a comic book came from Gary Gianni. I kind of waltzed into his booth last year at the con, and we're both really big fans of each other's work. And he can recite like every film score I've done in particular scenes. And he handed me like a bunch of his stuff, Prince Valiant, Nefertiti story, Ray Bradbury, and I was so taken by the generosity. I went home and I decided to have a little fun, and I scored the Nefertiti Express by Ray Bradbury, drawn by Gianni, and sent it back to him. And Gary called up his publisher and said, "This is wonderful. What a great way to sell and promote art, graphic novels and art." And one night I couldn't sleep. It was like 11:30 p.m. and I waltzed into my archives of comic books and stuff, and I pulled out She. And I read it again, Billy, and I read the opening exposition where you give the backstory of the character, and I just started hearing the music. And a week later, I called up the head of the musicology department at UCLA, and I said, "I'd like to come down and just sample your Japanese instruments because I'm a bit of a purist. I really wanted to do it the right way." So I went down there and I sampled some of the Japanese string instruments like the biwa, the hako, the koto, and some of the percussion instruments that we all love, the kaiko drums, the shuko, and put them into my computer and scored the opening scene and sent it to you. And I was so happy when, on your own volition, you just said, wow, And then all of a sudden it just grew. I just thought, well, why not fly in some voiceover artists and special effects? And all of a sudden, this thing evolved. And so we had an interesting time what to call this thing. So I think we called it a movie book.
Mm-hmm.
And it's ready as a digital download. We're going to piggyback it, I think, on the new Carol's Tucci comic, which I can't wait to see. And I hope the audience, we get a little cottage industry in this, and we'll score the new She graphic novel.
It's a great concept. We'll get into that more later on too, because I want to really get into it, talk to people about it, because I'm so proud of it that you did this for She first of all, and I think people are going to love it. They're going to love it. There's a stream where they can stream it, buy it. It's very inexpensive, but it's beautiful. And he hired actors, and he's got music and sound effects, and it makes it's She Way of the Warrior #1. It just moves like a film. It's unbelievable.
Billy, what's going on right now? Yeah, with the technology in Broadway today. I mean, we don't know where Broadway is right now with COVID, but let's just look past that. I mean, why can't you do a comic book opera? Why can't when you actually hear the score with a comic, it's like an operatic version of She, especially with authentic instruments.
Absolutely, because I'm sitting there I see we have so many hallowed guests with us, and we're keeping backstage far too long. I think
let's get them in.
We'll bring everybody in, and then we'll get into all the individual projects.
Absolutely, Stevie, I got kind of coke in the oven, buddy.
Here we go. So now, continuing on with our Long Island, and then we'll move on from there. Let's bring in someone who is definitely comes to all of this as a friend and fan of the industry. Steve Millendorf is a reformed cybersecurity engineer turned privacy, security, and technology lawyer, and is a senior counsel at Foley and Lardner LLP in San Diego. So everybody watch what you say, because you'll be held accountable on legal grounds of one kind or another. Don't trust this man, but you can dine with him. Welcome, Steve Millendorf.
Hey, everyone. Great introduction, Steve, as always.
Steve has come so far, and he's our local. But Steve, so far from the days when you guys first met and were trying to solve crimes in junior high, and of course.
Yeah,
so right,
that was fourth grade, I think.
Fourth grade. Oh, wow.
I know Steve since first grade. I think we met in, was it Mrs. Green's class? Was that it?
No, wait a minute. You were transferred. You came into. You weren't there from kindergarten, Woods Road. You came in later, right?
I came in first grade. That's right.
First grade. Okay.
Like October or something.
Well, I had Mrs. Lash in first grade. I don't know why I can remember that. That's pretty amazing. But I did not have Mrs. Green.
Okay.
So somewhere along the way, Stephen and I decided to form. I was very influenced by Encyclopedia Brown, and we formed Stephen and Stephen Private Investigations. and I
Very private.
And I created a little flyer with, of course, Sherlock Holmes' Dear Stalker Cat.
Yes.
And the Stephen and Stephen Private Investigators. It had our names and it had our phone numbers. And we went down to where the only place you could. There was no, copy shops didn't exist. You went to the library and there was a copy shop in the corner of a little Xerox machine in the corner of the library. I think we made about 20 of these, 20 nickels. We made 20 of these. And we rode around, I think, Stephen's neighborhood. I don't think it was mine, Steve's neighborhood. And we put it in the doorknobs and in the mailboxes. I showed you about this disconnect between fantasy and reality. I was very excited to do this. And then that night I went home and the phone rang. And my mother said, and we were like watching TV in the den. So upstairs was dark and it was wall phone with a big giant cord. And I said, it's for you. And I went upstairs and I got the phone. And I remember going around back to the dining room in the dark saying, hello. And it says, and so it says, is this Stephen? Is this, I'm calling for Stephen and Stephen Private Investigators. And I just freaked out and said, call the other number, and hung up. And then I came back in and my mother asked who was on the phone. And I immediately lied and said, oh, it was someone about, did I want to have a paper out? And then I think I proceeded to get a lecture about why didn't I want to get a job and have a paper out. And so I told an entire fib about Steve. I'm still hoping we can get a case though, Steve. Now that you're a lawyer, maybe you can get things done.
Anybody who wants investigations, that's true. But
anybody who wants to reach out to Stephen and Stephen Private Investigators, call him. No, which way?
And the thing, Caliendo, is that what Stephen and Stephen Investigations, they missed their mark because that was Peter Lemongello who made that call.
Speaking of Peter Lemongello,
that is.
Speaking of Peter Lemongello, that's the perfect introduction for my next guest, Emmy-nominated animation writer, Justice League, Batman, the Brave and the Bold, Legion of Superheroes, The Batman, Transformers Prime, Rescue Bots, Power Rangers, Thunderbirds or Go. I traveled with this man to the former Soviet Union when it was still called the Soviet Union. I tried to ditch him there. I tried to make sure he was arrested for political crimes. It didn't happen. And as a result, he's been at 20 of these dinners. Will you please welcome Joseph Kuhr?
Yeah, well,
Joseph, salute. Stiniasu. When the Greek
man.
Stiniasu.
I may have been poisoned in the Soviet Union. Thank you, Steve. I came back. I was so sick. I don't think anybody else on the trip was sick.
Espionage.
Well, welcome, Joe. Joe's dialing in from Chicago. We have quite the variety here. Steve Millendorf is closest to the convention. He's in San Diego County, I would say. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, San Diego County.
20 miles away.
I'm down in Florida, flanking the left and right corners are Mike and Billy, who are in New York. Mike's in Manhattan. Billy's down on the island along with Barry, and Christopher is in the fine hamlet of San Dimas, California. Hop, skip, and a jump from Los Angeles.
Raging waters, actually.
Excellent. And let's leap into the fray now with one of the other creators, partners. Major forces in my book, in particular, Stoker Wells. He's worked as an editor with Billy, but he's also a fine writer. He's had quite a number of credits. Battlestar Galactica, his own what is he'll tell me, he'll straighten out because we didn't get a bio from him.
Zombie Proof.
He is the VP of publishing. Wait, what are you saying? I'm trying to introduce J.C. Vaughn. Mr. J.C. Vaughn here. He's the VP of publishing for Overstreet for Gemstone and the Overstreet Comic Book Guide. Well, you're welcome, man of all trades, a fine gentleman, excellent headphones, JC Tex Vaughn.
And a great camera too. He's got there.
Yes.
From the junior version of the Blevins Media Center.
Well, you got Blevins Media Center Lite.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that's absolutely the case. And Steve, in addition to Stoker and Wells and various She incarnations, which I've either served as editor or writer for, or co-writer, I've got Vampire PA, and I have Zombie Proof, and I have a number. It's Vampire PA with a Billy Tucci cover.
Yeah, that's what you said. Awesome.
And I also have a number of projects with one of our other guests, which you'll announce soon.
I think I'll bring him on. By God, that's as good a segue as I've ever heard. To Mr. Mark Haynes, comic book writer, co-written with J.C. Vaughn of 24, Stargate Atlantis, Stargate Universe. He's based in Los Angeles, a screenwriter, producer, and he's currently developing a television series, several television shows for different companies, including one with his writing partner, J.C. Vaughn, for Roddenberry Entertainment of the Gene Roddenberry Entertainment of the Star Trek universe. Will you please welcome Mr. Mark Haynes?
Hey.
Oh, a little Ouzo there?
Going. I've got the Ouzo.
Oh yes.
I've got some wine. I've got 2 Greek flags and 2 films that relate to Greece. I've got the Guns of Navarone here. I've got the Tide Adventure, which is where the ship was heading to Greece to be decommissioned. So
Wonderful.
So maybe that one was a stretch.
Oh,
but I came up with it just because I didn't want to move that poster.
Now, do you know the Guns of Navarone was filmed on the island of Rhodos, which is where Mike and I genetically hail from. My father was born on Rhodos. A lot of it was shot in the old town. That's where my dad literally lived, was born and raised in the old town of Rhodos. In fact, there's one key scene that's shot right across the street from where his home would have been. There's a famous fountain with horseshoes. And just catty corner to that is the very doorway that he walked in and out of until he was 18 years old and hopped the ship, an Onassis ship, and traveled the world until getting off in Philly and never getting back on, and living in America the rest of his life. So Navarone is a special place for me and Mike because it was a special film for my dad as well.
I remember a story your dad would tell everyone when we were kids is like within 5 minutes of the conversation, he would make sure we all knew that he was the modern day Colossus, the modern day new Colossus of Rhodos.
Speaking of modern day, who's left here? Let's see. We got Billy. We got Joe. We got
is Joseph? Who's in the Cindy Brady box? Is Joseph?
I know who's left. This is a man who needs no introduction because he has no introduction. He is a man who has left this country, left everybody behind to go live in places like Costa Rica till they kicked him out and sent him to Mexico. God knows how long they'll keep him there. He's a man who's distinguished at these dinners for not wearing his shoes. We have photo evidence of that, which I send you. A man who, that's about all I have to say about this fine gentleman.
Steve, before you introduce him, can I just say one thing? Yeah. We got the perfect Hollywood Squares thing going here.
I don't know why Billy said 10. Why did Billy say 10?
Peter Marshall.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
Caliendo is the Paul Lynde.
I'm in the George Gilbert.
And Mike has a Vincent Price T-shirt on. So right.
I know, Billy. One of these columns is going to suffer and get diminished greatly. Let's make it.
I have an idea of where this is going.
Caliendo
make bigger column
because he is the Paul Lynde of the. So
I think he's going to be in the center of the bottom row. That's where he's going to end up.
All right. Well, without further ado, because I can't give a further ado to this gentleman, let's introduce Mike Solo.
Oh! Hey, everybody. First of all, I want to say, Stephen, you might not think of me as a brother, but Mama Tessie sent me her moussaka. And it's delicious. And it says here, I wish you were my son. And as for abuse,
wait, hang on. Hang on.
Abuse already.
Here you go.
Thank you, Mama. I love you. Okay.
Wow.
For abuse, when I was in junior high school, my teacher, because I was talking too much, locked me up in the back room and forgot about me for an entire day. I finally came out at the end of the day, so I'm used to any abuse you guys are going to give me. Third,
He didn't forget.
I have one comic book here. One comic book that I have bought over the past 3 years. And you know what that comic is?
Hang on.
Oh, in Mexico, baby.
Wow.
This took up valuable airplane weight space so that I could bring it here.
So you're fine. A finer man never lived. It doesn't change anything I said, but you're still not a finer man. never lived.
Here, so cheers. This is
cheers.
weird. I searched all over for Macro Daphne, but I could not find it. I had to substitute. That's shame.
Oh, nice.
What did you get? Oh, wait, you got some too, Joseph? You guys got the same
Perfect.
thing?
I got Mama Daphne and
Hang on.
Wow, that's
Oh,
You got it. Wait, Mike's got the Macro Daphne.
Wow.
Kuhr's got the Macro Daphne. Hang on, let's go to where's Joe Kuhr? Hang on, let me find him. Hang on. The youngest one in curls. Okay, here he is. Okay.
Where is everybody?
Oh, look at this.
Oh yeah.
And who else has it? So who else has it? Macro Daphne.
The label.
That's Racina.
Oh, I can't wait to hit that Ouzo. I'm going to hit it after my wine, though, because if this is already a disaster, it's just going to get worse. Oh, we got some comments. Hello, everybody. We got to say Blevins is here. I apologize.
Yay!
Off, he says. Dr. Blevins, Herwinberg, our good friend from Pittsburgh, PA, JC, and Solov, where you guys hail from.
You know, technically, I think Mike being on the show is really.
I love the comment, men of culture. Beautiful.
Yes, and then of course Blevins is championing to save the duck stick. The duck stick.
Now this gentleman, Billy, may I add that this gentleman, fine gentleman, Brian Blevins, he contributed to the Indiegogo Kickstarter campaign.
Dr. Blevins,
and he is now a Dr. Blevins in not only She Return to the Warrior, which has gone to press and gone to the printers, I should say. He is the key villain, but his character continues on into the immediate follow-up book. What is it? Hariako? No.
Haikyo.
Wrong. Kind of like Agent.
Sure. How much you drink? You got two things wrong already. You've got our villain is Arashi.
No.
The name of the comic is Haikyo.
That's right.
Whatever.
My apologies. Yes.
Have you been hitting the Ouzo while you were helping Mama make the moussaka?
I have. Yes.
Thanks, Brian.
I don't think I really wrote this thing. My apologies. But
He's in the other room going, "You're doing a great job, Ma. You're doing a great job."
Anna Ishikawa gets a speeding ticket.
That's right. But no, he's a character who's around, and he's a very interesting character. He's a doctor, but I won't say anything more about that. But than that, a fine gentleman he is, and I've seen his name quite a bit. But who we lost?
We lost Joe Kerr.
Peloponnese.
Steve.
Joe Kerr and JC.
I have to say a petty store to you, Billy, actually.
Mr. Vaughn is missing as well.
Yeah. Steve, your mom made the best meal that I've had in months. Even better than any Mexican food that I've had. So please give her a big hug from me.
I know who you think wrote that on there, but the one who secretly wants you to be their son is, I think, some guy who escaped from Folsom who now cooks in the kitchen down in Mexico. And I think he's the one who wants you to be his son. So I just be careful about responding to that.
Do you know how this was delivered to me, this food? I don't know if Bill has that picture, but I took a picture of the guy as he was leaving. I sent it to you, Bill, on Messenger. It was delivered by Burrow. believe it or not. A guy came up on a donkey and undid.
Oh, come on.
and
Come
gave-
on. You're just trying to sell us.
Sounds like a Tijuana story.
Yeah.
How did you send it? Facebook Messenger or something, or email?
Yeah, Facebook Messenger.
Thank you being on a webcast.
I couldn't believe it. It was great.
Mike, I think being on a webcast violates your witness protection agreement.
Yeah, I think so.
But
so now the busiest person in this group during this Comic-Con at home seems to be J.C. Vaughn. He's on like 11 out of 10 panels apparently all over the internet. I don't know quite how he does it. And I appreciate him putting out the word and inviting a number of us to join him on some of these panels.
Yes.
Said ironically.
Not this year, baby.
And Jason Vaughn brought to you by Mountain Dew Zero.
Damn straight. Brought to you by my good friend Caffeine.
Yeah.
Literally with a number, about half our staff on furlough, producing the over.
I got it.
This year was 1,200 pages, and so the idea of my traditional arrival at San Diego exhausted, despite usually spending the previous weekend at Mark's place, hanging out and doing plots for Stargate Comics or for our Roddenberry project or whatever.
Or coming to my house for movie night.
And seeing The Exorcist.
Millimeter.
What's movie night, Steve? What's movie night at your house?
Oh, it's
I have
Parallel Cinema. That's what we call it.
It usually starts with Uncle Floyd.
Billy, the host has to let Joseph Kuhr back in, which brings up an interesting dilemma for all of us.
There he is.
I have no dilemma. Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
So
I still got to hear everything.
We need to find one more person just because of my OCD. So.
Yeah.
So in conjunction with what you were saying about the panels, the advantage for me was I only got one panel that I pitched this year. Normally, between the ones I write for San Diego is so much better than New York Comic Con. I mean, literally, if I could find a reason not to go to New York Comic Con, I'd take it. But I live here; I'm out of excuses. The San Diego show is much more accepting of a much wider range of panels. Whether I'm writing the proposals, like for Billy for the crowdfunding comics, I did a draft of that for him last year. I've done drafts of them for Mark Wheatley, for Dave Ulbrich, who used to be the publisher at Malibu. I'm pretty good at writing the proposals for him. And this year, I got one, Overstreet at 50, which was sort of built in because Bob Overstreet was supposed to be a guest honoring the 50th anniversary of the Price Guide. Other than that,
by the way, Jeff, on that.
It went really well. I was real happy with it.
And speaking of Overstreet at 50, I will.
And you shot that earlier, right? I'm sorry.
Just saying, I appreciate Steve for introducing us all as young.
you know, the
That's
great
like the
thing,
best thing that happened to me today.
you look at it, that seems very reasonable. But normally we would have had the licensed comics panel, which Mark has been on a couple of times, and we've done in New York. I actually did it in Baltimore, and we've done it in San Diego multiple times, and that's always a lot of fun. And last year, I finally succeeded at getting the Planet of the Apes editor from Boom on it, so that was a big deal. But I actually I have a question for Joe.
Oh, big.
Yes. Yeah, Joe, you worked on the Batman, the very stylized animated Batman show.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
not Batman the Animated Series, if that's what you're
No, the Batman.
Yeah, the Batman. And Batman the Brave and the Bold.
Mike's and my friend Ming was the voice of Detective Yen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, she was great.
I went to junior high and high school with her, and Mike went to high school with her.
Oh yeah, no, she was fantastic. Great voice cast. Warner Brothers always get a great voice cast, though.
It was a cool show. I get why after Batman the Animated Series, some folks didn't connect with it the same way, because it was a much different style. But it was a cool show.
It was, and if you didn't grow up with Batman the Animated Series, like my kids, for example, they see it and they don't have a problem with it. They just love it for what it is. They're not comparing it to something else. They have no other expectations. They have seen them all now, and you know, perhaps because they have a family connection, they like that. They like Brave and the Bold. They like the ones I worked on. But you know, they're 7. When they're 14, they're going to turn on me. I know that.
Now, Joe, I want to talk about your backdrop there. Have you constructed your own San Diego Comic-Con behind you?
I have. I have my.
Oh, wow, very nice.
Everybody got to do that.
I know. I saw this
invited
online. I was going to print it. I'm out of my element here, so I wasn't able to have all my stuff amongst me here visiting Florida. But yes,
we bought this. I think it was last year. Kermit as Green Lantern. Everybody knows Marvin. Here are a couple of pages that I bought at Comic-Con. My favorite artist when I was growing up, and one of my favorite writers. Actually, my favorite penciler and inker, and one of my favorite writers who I consider a friend now, Gene Colan, Tom Palmer, and Marv Wolfman. Pages from Tomb of Dracula. These 2 pages are from.
Oh, show that, Joe, please.
Show it.
These 2 pages are from the very first comic book I ever bought with my own money.
Nice.
So that was a fun thing to be able to get when I.
That was after you stole about 43 comic books first. When you finally
you won't be able to see it on there, but yeah, I had no choice. The cashier was standing right there. I had to buy.
Yeah.
He's brilliant.
I saw that all these guys signed it, and Tom Palmer talked to me about how he did the effects, because he does some weird stuff. There's stuff here that's not ink that he did, that gives an ink-like effect.
Is it blood?
Yeah. Hang on, Joe.
Maybe Billy knows something about it. To get those clouds, you're not going to
you doing a dry brush or a wash?
Dry brush, wash, or
like an ink, diluted ink,
or even
honestly, it looks like he did it with charcoal.
Oh yeah, we might have done with charcoal.
Yes.
Yeah, he did some charcoal for the clouds and the lightning effects.
Mm-hmm. What a super talented
some
guy.
of the shows I worked on. What was that?
I just said Tom Palmer. What a super talented guy. Super.
Oh yeah, and very nice. I don't know if it's too bright. Everybody recognizes this. If you can.
Oh, there you go. That's
it.
Oh,
nice.
I know Mike will appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And Joe, you thought you'd never have an exhibitor booth at Comic-Con, and now you do.
And now I do. There you go. All right.
Well, lovely. That's extraordinary setup, I must say.
Now we know you're eating your mom's food, Steve. Where is everybody else eating from? And we should thank Mary, who's not here, but for hosting us for all those years.
So you know what? I wanted to. We had
Mary Pappas is the proprietor of the Athens Market Taverna. Always treated us
Absolutely.
very well. Always set up a table no matter what size we had.
Very true.
Sometimes we had maybe 8. Other times we had 16, 18 people. It's only gotten larger. They've only had to throw more tables together. And always at the end of the night, outside, they would set up after dinner for us to have after dinner drinks, port, Mavro Daphne, as a couple of people here are enjoying. And for us to have our cigars outdoors. A couple of times, Billy Tucci and I would have our pipes.
Yes.
As the advertisement suggested. So yes, she is not having our business this year, but ideally she will have our business next year. And I know Kuhr has promised to send her a portion of his next check just in tribute to all the fine work she's done. With thank you, Joe. That was a great thing for you to volunteer.
Actually, was your friend Doug going to pay for this tonight? Who's paying for this?
Well, last year, yes, creator of Earthworm Jim, Doug Tenable was. He had been on the panel that Saturday with Billy and I and JC and
John Polito and Jimmy.
Yeah, John Polito and Jimmy Palmiotti.
And Brian Miller on Wi-Fi.
And Billy invited. Billy invited. What's that?
I was wondering if I was on that panel. I couldn't remember.
No.
I forgot my inkpot.
That's right. Billy was awarded his Inkpot Award 2019.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer. And Doug came to the dinner. I think he didn't order very much.
No, he stayed for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. So this was interesting. As one of the hosts of the evening and someone who knows what it's like at the end of the night when the bill comes, I remember being concerned when I saw him get up and bail pretty quickly. And he was also doing things like making sure people ordered the appetizers, because we usually order a lot of different appetizers. And then he left. And I was like, I was a little nervous. And I went up to the waitress and I said, hey, I'm just making sure that guy just left. He left a little. Did he throw you some money towards the bill? I just want to make sure so I know how to divide things up. And she said, he paid for the whole bill. And he paid for all of us because he left he didn't only stay 5 minutes because he stayed after everything had been ordered. And so he put his card down for everything that had been ordered up until that point. And we all thanked him profusely the next day. And he didn't want to do it and make a deal out of it. But that was very, 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 very kind of him. That was very, very nice to Doug, and very, very nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Cheers to Doug Tenable.
Now here's Stephen. I was going to, but we were full house because usually how these streams go is, this is our first time we have 10 people on our stream and it's working fantastic. So it's like kala.
So now you've done it.
But yeah, I know, right? Knock on wood. But I was going to see if Mary would come on and surprise us. But we got a full house and we'd have to get rid of Solo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do it.
yes. Again? Never
Mike,
mind.
are you wearing?
Hey, that's
wearing
shoes to you, man.
There's nothing drives me more crazy. Caliendo, you'll get this. Please. So we're sitting having dinner at this amazing establishment that's been an icon of the San Diego scene for 50 years almost, right? I think 72 would open, something like that. But this immigrant comes from Greece. She's a self-made woman, tough as nails. And we're sitting there in this beautiful, this beautiful restaurant. I cannot recommend it highly enough to anyone who comes down to San Diego. It's called Athens Market Taverna. And we're all eating, we look nice, we look good, we're having a good time, sharing stories. And I look in there, Soloff with his shoes off. His shoes off.
Horrible.
In this woman's restaurant.
Like KD Schools.
With the socks. He's got the socks.
Okay.
Barry,
We have a photo of this, don't we?
I don't
have a photo of that.
There is a photo.
That is a doctored photo. I have to supposedly put my foot down now.
You have supposedly, yeah.
The food was so great, and the company so, it would have ruined my dinner.
No.
Joseph, real quick, we have a question for you.
Go on.
Yeah.
Do you know that's Herrenberg? Do you know that? Who wrote the Birds of Prey song from Batman: The Brave and the Bold? Do you know that?
I believe that was Michael Jelinek.
Oh.
And I believe not sure if his co-writer on that might have been James Tucker. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I know Michael Jelinek was one of the writers on it.
All right,
Thank you for asking.
From Dr. Blevins. Did you have the option to work on Justice League Action? If so, why didn't you?
That was the shoes I was wearing, and that's the story, and I'm sticking with it.
That's an interesting question.
Soloff, nobody cares.
We moved on, dude.
Sorry, we got a very good question for Joseph Kuhr.
I have the option from my end. Somebody would need to make a call for that. Thank you for suggesting it, Brian Blevins.
So diplomatic. You get a cheers for that.
Joe, do you get a chance to do you get called in when you're writing all the animated series and all? Now I know that you're firmly established in the community and you've been doing it for a very long time. Does your agent set it up for you, or do you hear of it? Do you go in for an actual pitch? Do you pitch? How does one get to write these amazing cartoons and all? Animation. I don't know.
Most of the time with me, it has been people I've known that have invited me on to this show or that show. I have managers, great managers. I was about to start throwing out superlatives, and I realized I was going to sound like Donald Trump. We have the best managers, the greatest managers, beautiful managers. But they are, and but no, I've been around long enough that I know a lot of people, and I tend to be invited just because I know people, which is a good place to be. I do have to my managers do still set up pitch meetings. I think I am in Chicago right now, but I think it was about a little over a year ago, that I was staying on Steve's couch while I was doing a round of, I think, 10 pitch meetings in 4 or 5 days. We're still trying to get that project set up. Hero subs. Tell people you want to see hero subs.
I have a question about that. Did Steve know you were staying on his sofa?
No, I'm very quiet. And
I'm telling you,
keep hours.
I'm still trying to get the memory of Joe being on that sofa out of the air, out of my apartment.
This is how he
try to get the smell out. Yeah.
This is how he writes Batman. It's stealth. It's just like
exactly.
He had no idea.
Stealth's a nice word for what it smells like.
I'm really impressed with Jason's camera. I'm really impressed with your audio. I'm really impressed with the headphones. I love the camera.
Oh, yeah.
We should all do that.
Wait.
Now, Joseph, when you go to San Diego.
Wait, are you going to make this a Joker thing? Is this going to be a Joker thing?
Not
a Joker thing.
I don't read comic books. I don't know what I'm talking about. When you go to San Diego, like, JC, Mark, a lot of us, there's a lot of business meetings, a lot of pitches, with DC. We get a lot of work done. A lot of things happen. Is it the same for you in the animation community, or you just come just to have fun? Do you ever do panels? Why do you go to Comic-Con?
Well, I mean, over the years, it's changed. I've been going for 30 years. When I was hoping to meet people and break in. Or I was, actually, I guess I was already working as a PA at Disney, but I was hoping to break in a bigger way.
Like
breaking get to a level where you know people, and now you're going for parties. What was that?
Like felony,
I heard somebody ask something.
Like a felony kind of break-in, or what kind of break-in were you shooting?
Yes. And are you still here, Mike?
Yes. I'm sorry. Okay.
And now honestly, I go now because I have 2 kids, and they are 7 years old. And if they had gotten to go this year, this would have been their 5th year there.
Wow.
They are veterans.
They're veterans.
They are.
Now.
And you've met them a bunch of times. Thank you. You've given them some prints. They appreciate that. They don't appreciate anything, but they have those prints, and they have them up. I asked if I could take 2 of their toys to put them on the wall by me, toys that I bought them from shows I worked on, and they told me no. No, I can't put them on my wall.
Caliendo has something extraordinary.
What's that? No.
That Jay Lee?
Whoa, what's that?
It's Billy Tucci.
Nice.
What do we got?
See that?
Is that?
I keep telling him.
That was Jay Lee.
Hang on. No, that's not me. Let me see.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, no.
Maybe
Jay Lee's.
But it's a great segue.
I keep telling Billy. Very good.
Tucci.
Nice.
Woo!
Oh, that's a good one.
That is one of my favorite things.
My Mark, like that Captain America one.
Yeah,
that's a really good one.
I like that. I must have one of those. That's great.
So okay. So when you go now, it's really it's almost like a family vacation. Oh, hang on, we got something here. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm looking for things that the kids want. I'm buying Transformer toys.
There's an early one.
Hey, Dennis Bartok is in there.
Yep. And it's Josie.
Wow.
There's
How many years
Caliendo,
ago was that?
That's about 14 years
How
ago.
many years?
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you, Steve.
There we go. Wait,
Oh my God.
because I'm about to see. I'm about to produce photographic evidence of a moral crime by one of your friends.
Not the shoe guy, is it?
Who's friends?
Oh, God. Oh my! Look at that.
That's just disturbing.
Banned. All right, well, let's talk about so disgusting. My God, right? This, look at Pizer looking on.
Okay, where's the congressman?
Penitent Pizer.
Oh, sorry. Maybe. There we go. Oh, there we go. Yes, I just want everyone to see. There he is. There's Michael Soloff. There's
The criminal
incident.
Criminal Mike Soloff.
Doctored. This picture is doctored.
Billy, I want to ask you, Billy. I'm very interested. Quick, without thinking, what does it call up in you? What emotions? Seeing that photo.
Rage. Rage. Well, and the only thing that can put me in a good mood after seeing something like that would be this. Explain this, Peros.
Look at that.
What's the story behind that, old chum?
But I'll let Barry. Barry took the photo. Barry, tell us the tale.
Scandal.
I thought the
Scandal.
woman
That is,
like,
no, that is in fact,
that is in fact
the writer of Stoker and Wells with my wife about 20 years ago at the aforementioned Greek restaurant.
This is taken by Barry, the private detective Barry hired. This is the incriminating photo.
You guys just interject. Did you see Blevins, Brian's comment?
No, I didn't see
Not
it.
yet.
I see it.
Barry, is this a slide? Like from an old slide projector?
I know. What the hell is this?
What is that?
No, this was like no, it's an old photo. It's like from, I guess it's like a regular camera.
Is that a frame then? Is that the frame?
I don't even know.
Why is it shaped?
It sort of looks like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah.
Oh, look who
I mean, Barry, let's face it, Barry's really talented.
Yes, he is. Look who we have here. We have a special guest.
Yes.
Love you, Crystal.
And there's Crystal with that cigar. And that was after that was probably Saturday night after we closed down Athens Market.
Wherever the hell we were.
Good to see you,
That
Kiss.
place.
Now, here's what's so great and what's so magical about Athens Market Taverna, and what Mary ended up doing is again moving us to the outside, to the veranda, if you will, where they put all the tables together and much wine flowed, much Mafro Daphne, Ouzo, scotch, cigars, pipes, and that literally, I think it was because of her that Dick's Last Resort went out of business.
Oh, really?
We used to go to Dick's, right? We would have our dinner, then we'd go to Ghirardelli for ice cream.
Oh, yes.
Right? And then by the time we got our ice cream,
But who could compete with those food fights that they had at Dick's, or whatever they were?
I actually miss Dick's because it became a haunt because almost every panel I tried to get into, I wasn't patient enough to wait. And I was like, fuck it, I'm going to Dick's for a beer. Like, I kind of miss it for that reason.
A place for a beer.
The observation I would have is I doubt that this is the first restaurant to want to move Billy outside.
Yeah, that's true.
usually
Maybe the first one in
grab
California.
me by the short pants though and heave me outside.
We were at a restaurant once. Me and
Photograph of shoeless Rico Suave here. Now I understand one because I actually have only joined you guys once at the restaurant, and that was I think 2 years ago. And then there was I was there the year, but when Mike sat next to me and Billy says, "Make sure he keeps his shoes on." And I was like, "What does that mean?"
You thought he was kidding.
I never got an explanation until now, so I'm very happy.
Here we have
Burn into your
Soloff. After
consciousness.
seeing photographic evidence of your crimes against the restaurant cover, you're dead to me.
It's a story.
Dickhead. Dickhead.
No.
That comment's
Well,
worth it.
here's the kind of you mentioned Dick's Last Resort. Here's the kind of debauch. This is the kind of expression that would usually happen on people's faces.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
Peros and Pfizer.
Yes.
Pfizer, the only Democrat ever to
It's always the end of the night and always the drunkest part of the night. Yes.
Yes. But we don't
How
need
long
that
have you had that phone, Stephen?
Yeah.
No, this
I have those pictures.
I have an album on Facebook at one point I posted about with Comic-Con through the years, and that's one of the Comic-Con through the years. Photos.
Joseph, again, you apparently seem to be the star of the show, and rightly so. We have a question for you from Dr. Blevins. When you wrote Eclipse for Justice League, were you already familiar with Eclipso, or did you cram one story, did you cram one storyline for your script?
Whoa!
I'm not sure I understand that. The second part of the question. The first part is yes, I was familiar with Eclipso. In fact, Eclipso was in the very first Justice League comic book I ever bought. But they were going for a more mature feel for the show, and it was felt that the anyway, yeah, they didn't know what they were doing. They thought they actually. I wish my friend Rich Fogel was here. He produced it. He's joined us many years at for the restaurant for this dinner. But he wanted a more mature feel, and yes, and Eclipso really didn't make that cut. But I had a new take for it, which was I stole it from the Denzel Washington movie Fallen. I said, what if he can, pass his essence, his soul from body to body? So it's very hard to catch him, and they went for that. So that's how
By the
we
way,
ended up
it's
kind of combining.
It's just this sort of live recorded interview is the reason why Jim Cameron had to make a very big cash settlement with Harlan Ellison over Terminator, because casually, just like you, we basically said, "Yeah, really, I stole that from Harlan, an Outer Limits episode I really dug, and that's really why I came up with that for Terminator." And he's been paying for it ever since. So, Joe,
okay, Mr. Stoker and Wells,
public domain.
Oh, they're dead. Oh, they're out of copyright.
Public
domain. Proceeds are going to the Kilimanjaro Company. Just Mrs. Ellison.
Stolen is hyperbole.
Yeah, someone wake up Zola.
I borrowed liberally
for a reason. He's down there. He's down there texting. These strange people he's hanging out with.
No,
saying, yeah, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
I have a video of me walking in the clown shoes, and I was just trying to find it. I sent it to you. I just can't find it now.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to cough that up.
Yeah,
there's an absolute response to you talking about wearing clown shoes that I will not say.
No, go ahead.
Any shoes you wear are clown shoes. Well, I love you anyway. So.
Now, Barry, it's been a very long time since you've been down to San Diego Comic-Con. We used to be a regular, and then because Barry would be traveling from the far east of the states to the far west, which is San Diego, and then right around that time, and then we would Christopher and I would be with Barry, and Barry would sometimes not come down to the pool, but he'd be upstairs talking very clandestine on the phone with somebody who he had no idea.
The window at the pool.
Yes. Why does he steal off and have these strange, quiet conversations with someone we don't know, only to find out the person he's speaking to is the woman he's engaged to?
Through the internet.
Who he has since been married to. How long, Barry? How many years? You and the lovely Ilona, how many years?
20 years.
What?
Whoa!
What?
Salud.
Salud, Barry.
Well,
you see the smile on my face?
Nothing, Barry. I'm married.
There we go. What was great about that was we were both we were all very pleasantly surprised to find that she had a natural affinity for the Mediterranean rhythm.
There you go.
That was being.
Well, I leave that to you to confirm. But
incidentally, is what it says on Steve's mailbox at his apartment building. So,
That's right.
Like apartment 104.
yes, I will give you. Yes, I will instruct you in screenwriting and Mediterranean rhythm. That's what I. That's what
Yes,
I do.
I think Steve was doing the thing, and he was doing the thing where you have your hands up in the air, which Russians do.
Freestyle,
by the
very
way, also.
freestyle, very Zorba-like. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
very like this, like this, everyone. If you can give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, Mikey.
There you go.
There you go.
Yes,
There you
indeed,
go.
and the hands up and everything. Which, like I said, Russians do the same thing, and Luna was moving very well with that, and and the rest is history.
Hey, Stephen, your mom just brought me dessert, a baklava, so please tell her thank you. I don't know if she
You know,
gave
you're pushing me to say don't talk about my mother.
I love your mother.
I think you can just say it.
I think this would be an appropriate sequel to My Greek Wedding. What do you think?
The inappropriate sequel.
The inappropriate sequel.
The big fat Greek webcast.
So Steve Millendorf, you moved down to San Diego to get away from the riffraff you grew up with, and you figured you were far enough away only to find yourself here with the riffraff you were trying to escape. What brought you to San Diego, and were you always interested in what went on at the convention, or how long were you there before you wound up walking through the hallowed halls of the convention?
So that's a great question. So I came out to San Diego originally on kind of a lark. I was working in New York in beautiful Hop Hog, and one of my coworkers had a surfer magazine in our office, and it had an expose on San Diego. I'm like, well, I could use a vacation, so I called a travel agent when you still did that. Flew out to San Diego, hung around like the Mission Beach area in PB, and loved it, and decided I was going to move out here. It took me about 2.5 years to finally do it, but wound up getting a job out here doing some of the first cable modems, and kind of the rest is history for that. The Comic-Con is actually kind of interesting. If you remember, you and I met up because our parents had wound up sitting at the same table at a sort of relative wedding.
Mm-hmm. Right.
My sister-in-law's sister married, I don't know if it's a friend of the family or a cousin of yours.
If there was free food, my parents went. Someone was offered free food, they went.
Okay, not unexpected. And they wound up sitting at the same table, and they're sitting there chit-chatting, and they realized that they're both our parents, and got us back in touch with each other. And you and I met up at Dick's, actually, at Dick's Last Resort.
That's right.
And we, we're talking and drinking for about an hour or so, and he said,
throwing food and throwing.
What was that?
Throwing food or throwing whatever it is they throw napkins.
It was just us. We were being very polite, like what we do at the Greek restaurant. And he said, hey, why don't you meet us for dinner? Billy's in town, and wound up going to the restaurant. In terms of going into Comic-Con, it's only been maybe 5 or 6 years that I finally went. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I would just go to the dinner for the first couple of years, and I'm really
after you came that first time, you don't know it, but when you left, we went through and whenever someone new comes in, we have a vetting process, and I want to know the vote was 6 to 5 was very close, and I will say 5 of the dissenters are among the people right here, and I won't call them out or name them, but I was on your side. So,
well, thank you. I guess that's a good thing. But it's funny. I think Barry stopped coming around the same time I started coming.
It's no coincidence.
It's no coincidence.
Barry goes.
And Barry and
Barry goes every year. What do you mean, Barry?
I did a comic strip in high school.
Yeah.
About Mrs. Parisi named Pi R Squared.
Oh, okay. Let me think for a second. Well, I know. No, Steve did a comic with Miss, what's her name? Miss DeVore?
Sure.
Yeah. I used to get in big trouble for the. I was actually at one point a decent artist caricaturist.
Steve's an amazing artist. First of all, he's
I
a
had
terrific
to
artist.
and I'd have to get back to training.
Comic book artist, he would be one today.
Oh, you're very kind. So I used to do lots of caricatures of the teachers, and I remember I would think they'd all love it, and then of course they'd glance one and be hurt. I had no idea. I didn't think it would be hurtful. I wasn't making fun of anybody, but it coincided really directly because even first year of NYU, I was drawing caricatures of the teachers, and they were very good and everything. But I think once I really got into filmmaking and screenwriting and everything that my major had, and I did good storyboards at the time, but I just sort of went away. It slipped away and atrophied, and I got to get back in if I'm ever going to do it. But Stephen Millendorf, tell us, wasn't there a dead body discovered next door to you only days ago?
Yeah.
What? Tell us what happened.
How next door?
I was nowhere near San Diego.
I really don't know the entire story. I can't
make up something.
So I'm actually back in the office right now for about 2 weeks. I live about 1.5 miles away from work, so I come home and take the dog out. And I came home, I think it was on Monday, and there's a number of police cars, three doors down, and they are in the process of wheeling away a body into the chilled car.
Is it too soon for me to be chuckling? I don't know. I'm sorry.
What was that?
Is it too soon for me to be chuckling?
Apparently Friday night or Friday day, the police had come. His work had called the police because he hadn't shown up. The police had come. They just walked around outside and said, don't see any break-ins, nothing wrong. And Monday they called again and said, he's still not here. Police came and broke in and found his body in the bedroom.
Wow. And what happened to him?
He died.
It was a heart attack. He actually died. Yeah, we don't know if it's a heart attack. Nobody has said COVID. That is certainly, I think, on the minds of everyone on the block. But
that would be really bad.
So your invisible trace list poison worked, is what you're saying?
Yes. So far, they haven't gotten it back to me yet, so that's good.
Very much like a case for Steve and Steve, private investigator.
Exactly.
Your own business.
But this is that season 2 finale where I am conflicted.
Why am I expecting
my partner's involved? What do I do? I'm conflicted.
I think we're about to see the police bust in behind Steve Millendorf and drag him out.
Well, I think what we're going to see within 60 days is a Kickstarter for Stephen Parros's next project. So.
Now, Steve,
get me out of jail. What are the other?
Billy, check your email.
I will. I just saw that pop up. Stephen, could you? How did this Grand Fellowship come together? How did? Well, if you want to tell the story, how did you and I reconnect? How did with Mike Peros comic?
Well, back in the 90s when I was 12, I was going to San Diego Comic-Con when it was only like one hall or two halls.
A and B hall.
And we were going, I think, prior even to your great success with She, and what was it, 94?
No, 94 was I was there in 1993 waiting on lines to trying to get work, and nobody would hire me.
Right.
So I came home for that. I had actually met Brian Polito, Lady Death fame, and I met Brian, and he was the first or pretty much the only professional, even though he had an office, a very small office. He had a very small booth in small press, a table, like it was just a table, like a 3-foot table or something.
Was he Chaos then? Was that his? Was it Chaos Comics?
Chaos Comics, yes. And he really inspired me, and he treated me like an equal. Now, granted, he had just started himself, and he had a few copies of Evil Ernie, and offered me a pinup in the Lady Death book. And I came home and really dejected. Nobody would hire me. They wanted me, if I could draw like Jim Lee, or some of the. And first of all, I could never draw like Jim Lee, and secondly, I would not want to draw like Jim Lee. So I was very dejected because you go there with, with stars in your eyes, thinking you're going to show your wares to the editors. They're going to offer you Daredevil book or something like that, and nothing panned out. Actually, one of the editors said he embarrassed me, and he showed up the art and he goes, "Oh, look, another fight in a warehouse," because that's what you did. You know, like draw a warehouse scene. And he goes, if any one of you guys shows me another piece of art with a warehouse, I'm going to punch you right in the face. This is a Marvel editor. And you know, so
Great guys, those editors, aren't they?
Yeah, he was such a dickhead.
Very encouraging.
And then, well, old Bean, the funny thing is 3 years later, he called me for a job.
Nice.
That's you know, it's.
Did you ask him to draw a warehouse?
I did not say no. I just said, I was nice to him and all.
This rarely happens that quickly.
I mean, I'll just add very quickly to Billy's story that I only met Brian Polito one time. I was working with Mr. Vaughn here at actually he would be at Overstreet's Fan magazine in the 90s, and this was like Lady Death had blown up huge, no pun intended, and had he was just on top of the world at that point, and he came by, and it's like he spent a long time there with signing stuff, I think, and just he was one of the first real comic book professionals that I met, and he was just encouraging to everyone and super friendly to everyone, and I just want to say I appreciated that about him. So cool.
Old Bean, which account did you send it to?
What's that?
Which account did you send me the email to?
I thought I sent it to your Opt Online, but let me look.
Oh, I have like four.
So the way this dinner, as you said, how we all reconnected came about. I originally, I think, like Joe and Mike and Barry and then Chris got involved. We would drive down, or because you could park, and it was not that difficult at that time. You could actually buy tickets at the door at that time, back in the early 90s.
Yeah.
Well, you and I were never out of touch. I mean, we were, after school, for a year or two.
Yeah, Joe and I went to NYU together, NYU Film School together, and so a lot of us who come from the East and descend on LA, we look to find each other. So a lot of people connected with other NYU alumni. So Joe and I have been in touch. We went to NYU together. We traveled together with a group from NYU. Through up till '88, and then we were both. Came out here in '90. Were you out there in '90, or are you
90? Yeah, 90.
So yes, so Joe and I have been in touch, and we used to just go down casually. You could go down to San Diego Comic-Con fairly casually, and get a hotel when you arrive.
I remember the first
J Street Inn.
The J Street Inn, yes.
4 or 5 guys finding floor space.
That's right.
One of the best meals I ever had was in the Chart House restaurant that used to stand about where Hall H is. In the parking lot.
Did you guys ever go to Cabo?
Oh, yes.
You did go, because that's when Caliendo glared at me. Man who I love like a brother from the old neighborhood. And it was 94, and I saw you and Barry. Yeah. You guys were yucking it up at Cabo, and I walked in with Debbie, and I said, "Oh, my friends, my family, it's Long Island all over again." And then Caliendo.
Here's Caliendo. Yes.
I think what I said hello, and Caliendo turned and said, "Hello yourself." What was up with that, Mike?
No, let me.
That's just his way. He says that to me all the time. It's okay.
What are you talking about?
Here's what happened. Is that Barry and Mike and Joe and we'd all be going down. Chris and then at one point we invited Chris wanted to come came as well. And I remember Barry saying, "Yeah, I think he and Billy would really get along well." And I went,
"Yeah, I remember saying."
I said, "I don't know." I said, "They're a little too much of the same. They both come out with a ferocious energy." They grab on you. They grab it, and there's going to be some kind of explosion that's either going to go well or poorly. And so
sometimes both.
Yes, and I think initially when we went down there, Billy was obviously on top of the world and all this stuff, and I think it came across, and I don't want to speak for Chris, but I will. I think it came across a moment as, well, this guy's too busy for us. We're going to be so full of it. He's got so much going on. So when he finally came over to us during lunch, it was almost like a little too late, my friend. Oh. But then on their own, they did become friends. in the natural recourse of
Yes,
time.
without your interference.
Yes, Barry and I trying to force this match.
That was when Billy said he was a Teddy Roosevelt fan. That did it for me.
See?
Billy.
And back in the early days, I was there, my first time there, courtesy of Steve and Dennis Bartok and Bartok's girlfriend, Kim. At the time, I got to be a part of Trauma Pictures because they needed someone, they needed a last-minute replacement to be Tromy the nuclear rodent, or Tromy the squirrel.
The squirrel. Tromy the nuclear squirrel.
And they also needed someone to be the Toxic Avenger.
I know where this is going.
Oh, you know where this is going, Christopher? Yes. So
I know where this is going.
I had to do like a screen test to be.
It's fine because I started as a Vatican Commission composer working on the John Paul. Now where were we going with this?
And Chris, because of his musculature, was the Toxic Avenger, but it was a really good gig. We were on the beach. I was there in a like 200-pound like silver painted suit and a rodent head, and interacting with various people, and they were this lovely family, little kids. Thank you.
Yeah, Steve, I have a photo of all three of them. Hang on, but I can't find it. Please tell me. Hang on, Steve. Right here we go. Again, please. Steve.
I'm feeling the same. Hello, America. How are you?
No, show the photo.
Put up the picture.
Show the photo.
I'd vote for him.
Oh, show the photo again. Right. There we go. Where is it?
I don't see nothing.
So cute. Mike, you what?
So
I guess those were the days before CGI.
Yeah.
Before CGI.
I think Chris and I were on the beach in our respective outfits, and there was this lovely family, actually, maybe with a couple of kids and a mother, and it was hot. So, like, I'm waving, and at a certain point, it's so freaking hot, I take off my head. And the kids are like, ah! And I'm like, freaking out.
You know that you are more frightening than Tromy the nuclear squirrel. You should say something.
I was. But Chris,
Did Lloyd let you take off your head? Did he fire you for taking off your head?
Roy, that's his name.
Lloyd.
We went to Tijuana. Chris and I, we crossed the border in our.
My first scene in that Toxic Avenger, I had to take a leak on a fence. That was my first scene.
Yeah, but it was a delightful time. But ever since then, I've been going back, courtesy of Steve and Dennis and Kim. That first time, it was delightful.
And I got to say this about Michael Paris, who's a gem of a guy. God bless you. My favorite memorable gift that I ever got from Comic-Con is from dear Mike when he blessed me out of left field with the soundtrack to the Omega Man.
Wow.
One of my most treasured soundtracks and items I have.
Wait, Chris, tell everyone another treasured memory from Comic-Con. Back in the days when they used to show older movies, a very diverse library of cinema at Comic-Con. You and Mike were watching what movie and what happened?
Everyone here remembers M.
Peter Lorre playing directed film from a German film, 1931, about a very daring film for the time, or even for today if it came out, about a child murderer loose in Berlin, and how the police are not doing their job getting it, so the underworld decides this character is even too disgusting for them, and they will catch this child murderer. And it's what made Peter Lorre a movie star.
So we're watching the film, and it got a late start, and 10 to whatever, the next hour, they shut the cameras off. And now this beautiful, benevolent, kind, lovely, non-speaking guy, whom I've known for years, stands up, turns to the cinematographer, the booth, and says, "Put the movie back on!" I mean, it was stentorian. It was loud. And I don't want to touch this guy, And I didn't know it was really loud, in Italian New York. I wouldn't touch this guy. You were in the front lines with me, buddy. Ever since that moment, man.
And didn't they come out and explain why they were
back on? They put it back on.
They put it back on.
And they were turning it off. This is how brilliant the convention thinkers were. The schedule had gotten behind and they wanted to catch up. So they just figured they'd end a movie that everyone was sitting and watching 10 minutes before it was over.
Well done, Mike.
Peter Lorre, who's Romanian at the time, spoke no English. Yeah, and he's talking. I think, he's talking. He's in English. Yeah, he's talking, but he's memorizing all these. It's an incredible.
Well, it's in German with subtitles.
But the last 10 minutes is all Lori.
Oh, it's all Lori.
That was Jeff telling me and trying to get me to stop, talking to the Comic-Con person who was trying to shuffle us out of the room so the next panel could come in. I'm like, the schedule says it's until 10 a.m. The panel is until 10 a.m. And just like, come on.
Now, speaking of engaging people, staff at the Comic-Con, Soloff has a funny story, don't you, about the pandemic? There was some young chap that was putting up thousands and thousands of posters for the film Pandemic or whatever, right? Quarantine. Yes. So, Mike, if you could tell that story, it
was great. I just love screwing with people, and I love calling. And I love calling it when I'm screwing with people. So we're walking out of the movie theater, and all of a sudden I see this guy, and he's putting up.
No, wrong.
Yeah,
the two girls are putting them up. He's supervising.
You want to tell it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mike goes like this. Watch this. And this is really great because I've known Mike since high school, and he rarely announces his actions. He usually just does them.
I'll vouch for that.
And they're putting up literally 100, 150 mini posters for quarantine. So Mike goes over and he stares just like. And so finally, the guy, the assistant manager, who's flush with power, goes up and says, "Sir, can I help you?" And he's like, "Yeah. Is this for that movie Quarantine?" And the guy literally face palms, literally, not figuratively. Mike turns to me, and goes, "Well, my job here is done."
Well, Mike is the interesting, because we were always being sent. I met Mike at a Comic-Con, I think, in San Diego, and he had the distinction of being the only fan I knew who paid his own way there, because everybody else I knew was going on their company dime. Somebody was paying to send them there. They had a job to do. He was there with a hand truck full of comics and knew exactly what he was going to be doing. And, we would meet up for meals and things, and Jeff introduced me, and we'd be like, "Mike, because we're staying in places like the Marriott and the Gas Lamp and all these wonderful hotels, and Mike's up by the bus station. And Mike's like, "How's your hotel?" He's like, "It's great as long as you don't walk through the chalk outlines on the floor."
I stayed at a place called the Crack House, which was what it was like. Every year,
it was spelled Kraque. It was very nice,
and it was right above the at the Greyhound bus station.
Yeah. I remember that.
I like, "Mike, how are you?" And he goes, "I sort of hurt my shoulder pushing the dresser back out of the way of the door."
Well, for those of you out there that don't know, Comic-Con, there's 125,000 attendees and probably another 50,000 exhibitors, guests, industry people, Comic-Con staff. So we literally
a couple of fans make it in
downtown San Diego. So the rooms are hugely expensive. Even the ones you get when you get the exhibitor rates, it's
like $300 a night, $500 a night.
Yeah, $400 or $500 a night.
My room at the Crack House, $67.
He gets a room and he survived.
My sainted elder, fragile brother Mike, you stayed with Mike Soloff one night, didn't you?
I did. It was a delightful experience. How many times that night? Nowhere else to go. It was.
Did you have to donate the pint of blood too?
Well, I had no place to stay. Steve was asking people, "Hey, Billy, can you put Mike up?" No, asking everybody. And then finally, Michael Soloff, out of the goodness of his heart, said, "Yes, Mike Peros, I will put you up for the evening. God bless you, Mike Soloff." That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, did you wear shoes?
Huh?
Shoeless Rico Suave has done me that favor as well at times when I've needed a room.
Mark, can you explain this photo?
Wait, Oh, okay.
In a word, no.
Anyone explain it to me?
I honestly don't remember what was happening. We both had quite a few drinks to drink, I think. But
I remember everybody was picking on me because I wasn't wearing shoes. And Mike was the only one who was nice enough to comfort me.
I think he's trying to smother you and murder you.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, I've got a question. Are you being serious that shirt was later?
Oh yeah, it was gone by the end of the night. I never saw it again. It didn't make it to the end of the convention.
Well, you didn't pay for that shirt, so I had to.
Oh, come on, Tucci, bring it on. I support everything you do. Mostly.
Oh well, we're sorry that your Return of the Warriors is a little late. What level did you get for that?
I got one with my with everything on it.
Oh, with everything. That one. Oh, that
one. Fries came with it.
My goodness.
I would buy a book that came with French fries.
You have the picture of me in the bed, strapped to the bed.
I do not.
Oh,
that's like the all-time greatest convention photo. Dude.
JC or Billy, you got to have that photo where he was strapped to the bed.
I think you've actually had it on your Facebook page recently. You ought to find that.
Find it, Soloff, and Facebook.
I'm looking.
Well, if you do a Google search, it turns up strapped to bed, but it's not what you're looking for.
We had a question here. Let me go to.
Hey, there was a question about Stargate that I would like to. I'd like to bring up.
Get up to that. Hang on a second.
Well, there's someone's addressing like arrows.
I found it. Okay, here's a couple of shots from
Mike, hang on. Let us email it to Billy.
Okay.
Email it to Billy. All right. Brian Blevins is asking if we're talking about the Stargate comics. No. That's Heronberg. That's not the one. We're talking to Blevins.
Well, she was asking Brian. Heronberg was asking.
Heronberg was asking Brian. And yes, we actually comics were initially called Season 6. Until, like MGM lost their freaking mind and changed it because everybody was going to get confused that they were TV episodes.
That was the legitimate comment that we got from MGM Consumer Products. They're like, we're concerned that people will think this is an actual season of the TV show. And Jeff's there, like, but you can hold it in your hand.
That wasn't the question. The actual question was for Brian about Home Studios, and I got to tell you, Doctor, I got no idea what you're talking about because Boom had the license before American Mythology, and they chose not to produce anything under it. So I don't quite know unless there's an announcement that came out during Comic-Con, which truthfully very well could be the case. I got nothing.
And while there has been, I'll just add very quickly that there has been some cryptic tweets over the last year or two. There was a web series called Stargate Origins that came out 2 years ago, I think.
No, there wasn't.
And it was
I absolutely deny it.
Yeah, it wasn't good. But it
was very not good.
MGM was attempting to find out if there are enough fans to do another series. And so at any rate, the creator of the series, Brad Wright, has apparently been in talks with them trying to figure out if there's any way to go forward with a new TV show. But he just says we're still talking. That's like the latest update. So I don't know if there's going to be more comics. I don't know if there's going to be more Stargate on TV. The novels are continuing to be produced by a wonderful company out of the UK. So I highly recommend checking those out. But we'd like to do more, but we don't know which publisher will be brave/foolish enough to get into a deal with MGM over that. And that's for another time. The details are
Billy, I have a question.
I won't go too deep into that either, but I'll just say that I've worked with a lot of different licensors, and I mean dozens. And Mark and I together have heard from licensors. We've nailed characters and dialogue and all this kind of stuff like that. it wasn't exactly the experience we had with Stargate.
Well, the worst. I will add, the worst part
really hurt it.
The worst part was writing a page. The script is approved. The pencils are approved. The inks are approved, and then they change their mind. That's difficult to stay on schedule.
Well,
anyway,
there is a lot of exciting work that everybody on here has done.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good stuff coming down the pike, specifically for quite a number of people here. And I want to talk a little bit about that. Billy, leading with Billy, who has facilitated this. Billy, I'm so excited to have worked on my second graphic novel and to finally work with Billy Tucci. For Billy Tucci.
Yes.
And it was one of the most pleasurable employee situations I've ever had, where we just
we're partners.
God,
I would like.
Will you tell
I'd actually
everybody
like to offer a toast to Billy. Sorry, Steve, to interrupt, but Billy, just a quick toast to Billy for being 25, 30 years in this business and never stopping.
26 years veteran.
There you go.
So, Billy, will you tell everybody here and tell everybody, all of the millions who are watching right now, will you tell everybody where is She Return of the Warrior in terms of it being out and in people's hands?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
And bolts update.
I'm glad you asked, because
that's great, Billy. Hey, I just
declare that right now.
Nice.
That here we are. She Return of the Warrior live on Indiegogo. As of a little while ago, I'll just refresh it. I'm not sure, but here we are. This is our Indiegogo campaign, which is in demand. Will be ending soon. Why will it be ending soon? Well, I'll tell you. Because the books are printed. Yeah, we're 754. So the books have been printed. We're going to be. Deborah is going to start taking a lot of the perks off because they're already printed. We printed to order. Again, you can only get all of this stuff only on Indiegogo. The plan is for next year. I've been talking to Steve Jeppy about bringing She over to and JC Vaughn. Is that we'll be breaking them down into individual issues when we have a bunch. But to get the She Return of the Warrior, you can only get it here on Indiegogo. And right now, I'm so happy to say that the hardcover has been printed. The soft covers have all been printed. Basically everything's been printed. The hoodies and T-shirts that we have, they're all printed. I don't even know if they're up there still, unless Debbie was able to take it down, because my son did graduate high school today. Finally, they allowed them to graduate. Yes,
Congratulations.
my beautiful boy. And so
I'm like, I'm having dinner.
Deborah cried, and so here's what we have: our T-shirts, our hoodies. Everything has been manufactured. I even have right here, if I may, if anybody wants to go to, if you go to Indiegogo, you can. There's a great Mike Renzini cover, beautiful cover by Connie Valentina.
I saw Mike comment that he's watching.
Yes, the great Renzini is in the audience. So, oh, look at this. Wait a minute.
Oh, here we go. Hello there.
And Brian, in the comments, I am totally down with Clifton Well Save the Duck Stick, by the way.
Yes. Hey, buddy. They grow up so fast. Christopher, they grow up so fast. I was like this today.
The Acorn, congratulations. High school. Wow. He's 5 years old, so he's going to be the next Billy Tucci.
God
There
bless.
you go.
Yeah, tell him to be an engineer or something. How about that? Yeah. But
you look like you're whispering in Billy's ear when you did that.
I know. I have to say that all of our black and white editions have all been bagged and boarded. We started packing them into the way we package our books is we have a stretch goal pack, which includes the Amazing Spider-Man number 300 Black Line Edition homage comic, which is She, the Way the Warrior #1. The amazing colors by the great Barry Orkin.
Can you put yourself in the center so we can see it better?
Everybody
would love that.
If you guys don't mind that,
Go ahead. Please do it. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So here's everyone gets one of these copies for free. They get 10 trading cards. They get a sticker. They get a patch. What else they get? There's a lot of stretch goals. But here's our Return of the Warrior limited edition only, exclusively to the people with who got the stretch goals, the physical backing. And here's look at that, Barry. There's Barry's beautiful inks my ink over my pencils and inks. Boy, what a time, huh, Barry?
Wow, look at that.
What a fun time. And this comic's 26 years old, and it still kind of holds up. You know, I think it holds up masterfully. This is very 90s of us to actually turn the book like that.
I love that.
You know, I actually, if you guys don't mind, I mean, look at this. Look at Barry's
That was colored in Hoboken, New Jersey.
Yes.
Right.
Look at that. Look at this.
Not in a computer, right? Not
all
by hand. And I think Billy had. I think I was coloring actually photocopies, right? Or
yes, they were. Yeah, I copied. I went to Kinko's. I copied them on cardstock or cardstock paper. No, Bristol. I cut out Bristol board and I said, you have to print it on this. And they said, okay. Hey, Steven, what about this? Can you see this? Look at that.
Oh, I like it.
Do we return to this?
Yep.
Believe we do in Return of the
Warrior. We did a lot of that with Return of the Warrior. You know what? One of the cool things I didn't think Billy was going to be accepting of my ideas. I figure, here's a guy who's lived with a character for 25, 26 years. He's not gonna. I mean, who am I going to come along? I think he appreciated an outsider's look, and one of the things I did was went back to Way of the Warrior and tried to have things that had continuity, but also so that Return of the Warrior could be read by someone who's never read any of the other books. And then it would all you could start with Return of the Warrior and get what went on. And it was just a great, it came out dark and fun and twisted and, but emotional, I think. And JC, I mean, you've been on top of this book. What are your thoughts on?
Yeah, I think what you said is just really accurate. I can't wait for people to see this thing because, you know, the greatest thing as an editor that I can say with enough on my plate and, you know, most of the time I'd rather be writing my own stuff. The best thing I can say is I didn't have to jack with anything. All I really did was try to make sure that we really were in the spirit of the original story, and you know, any continuity stuff that had happened since then. And I think I had like 3 or 4 mentions of that, and then maybe contributed a few ideas to the story a little bit. But the really thing was how you guys would work on something. Again, the story conferences were super exciting. And what you just mentioned, and I know this from the first time I wrote She, is that Billy is very accepting. As long as what you bring is in the spirit of the character, he's very open to it. And I think that one of the great things about this is that with the artists, the artists particularly that Billy has been working with on this, I think really good chance of doing a lot more She. Which is really exciting.
Oh, Billy, you got to play this. Set this up for us.
Nice. I wanted to get this when Caliendo was bringing. When Mike Harris was bringing up. When Mike was bringing up 1994. Wow. And then we'll get to She. But I'm gonna mute myself, and if you guys could self-mute as well. I don't know if we have to. But let's play. It's 3 minutes long, but this is really a great time capsule of San Diego Comic-Con 26 years ago. This was our first Comic-Con, and you will see Debbie on there, my wife now, and Francisca Polito, and we'll jump on that. I wanted to queue it up. I didn't know it was going to pop up, and I apologize, but we'll get back to it. But let's run it while we're at it.
Go ahead.
My darling wife, the long-suffering Deborah. So hang on, here we go. But what an amazing moment in time.
And thank you quickly to Brian for that comment. It's awesome. Thank you.
Oh, is it comments? I didn't see that. Okay, let me play it right here. We go.
It was a great stream. That's all he says. Having a good time.
This is great, Billy.
Guys.
Volume, Billy.
Hit that volume, buddy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Margaret Radford in for Denise Shibata. As Move Over Superman, it no longer takes a
superhero to knock down the enemy. We visited the San Diego Comic Convention today and found that more and more comic heroes have brawn, brains, and breasts. The comic convention always draws a crowd. People can't wait to get their hands on Superman, Spider-Man, and she. She? Her name means death in Japanese, and she's hot.
But she's not a bimbo. She has intelligence, she has depth, she does not have the balloon boobs and the overly curvaceous body. She's realistic.
Some people might dispute that, but the fact is, readers love her. And a growing number of fit and mighty don't mess with me powerhouses.
Oh yeah, I like tougher women, you know. I'm not explaining, like more independent type women.
The independence of them, because they don't need a man to bring them through everything.
Lady Death certainly doesn't need a man to help her solve problems. In one obvious way, she stands out from the others.
Yeah, very well endowed. Very much so.
We hear everything from does Lady Death's back hurt, and all sorts of other rude things. But once they read the story, they realize that she's very cool and she's more than a breast or two breasts or just one big huge one.
The stories are very well written and they give them a brain and things that weren't there 20 years ago. But they still the sex is there because sex sells.
But their creators, nearly all men, deny practicing a sex sells strategy.
She does show skin, but I think tastefully. I mean, I'm going to keep the comic book tasteful.
Personally, and that there's nothing more beautiful in the whole world than the female form.
Wonder Woman has kept her form for some 50-some years, but some things never change. Teen boys are the primary readers of comic books, and many don't really like girls.
I think that there is a little bit more acceptance for female heroes than there was, but still it's not an equivalent balance. I think it's reflective of our readership and sometimes of our creative pool, still being primarily male.
Then again, Superman never had a swimsuit issue, and Lady Death does. The San Diego Comic Convention runs through Sunday at the San Diego Convention Center.
So and they really don't like girls.
Wow.
Brains, brawn, and breasts.
Yeah. But they don't like girls. I had no idea. Billy, is it true?
I wanted her to talk about how cheap the hotel rooms were back then.
They never had Mary Beth Ryan. No teenagers in their junior high. That's why.
How much were the hotels back then?
They just were the normal rates, as I recall.
Does that? You
I mean, Mike, what do we say? The J Street Inn, $64 a night or something? I mean,
I thought it was that much. I'll tell you. I think Tomer picked up the tab for the hotel. I think that was about it. But like
I was actually in a luxury hotel that was under $200 a night.
Yeah, we were at the Marriott, so we always luck out and get the Marriott.
How nice of you, Billy.
I sent you a couple of pictures. Did you find them in Messenger?
Yes, I did. I got some private chat going on with you. Why not? Sure.
I got to say, the Marriott, particularly one year where Mark was in the other, and we were killing time between things for work. I was going to the window every 15 minutes and leaning out of the window yelling, "I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore." And then alternately, I do that like twice an hour. And then alternately, I was yelling like the Martian commander from Mars Attacks, like, and so finally, after about 15 minutes of me doing this every 15 minutes, Mark finally says, "Why are you doing that?" And I'm like, "Because it's your room."
One year I went to visit Jeff and he told me which room number he was in. And I went into the elevator and I hit the floor number for that one and it didn't work. And I couldn't figure out why. So I hit the one below it and that one worked. And I got off on like the 16th floor and then walked around and walked up the stairs to the 17th floor. And I opened up the door and all the walls are torn down and the rooms are completely destroyed and gutted. Oh, that was 1 year.
The room was so small.
That was one of the cheaper rooms.
Yeah, that was the discount room, right? Well, that was the year, I think that was in the Grand Hyatt, Mike, and you were in a different tower than Jeff's room was in.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you went took a lot of photos.
Yeah, I looked around for like the longest time, and it took me like a half an hour of wandering room to room going, what the hell is going on here? And I'm calling him, and I said, are you sure this is the right room? And then I made sure to take a lot of pictures in the destroyed room.
Hey, it was free though, right?
How did you have a COVID-19 mask in that picture? How did you know?
PPE mask.
So, here's the story. Soloff went to a hotel, and they were upgrading the hotel, and they were renovating it. And he literally went in there and stayed in one of the bedrooms that was being worked on, so he didn't have to pay for the show.
But isn't that not the moron? If you're upgrading a hotel, why do you invite Mike Soloff?
Mike, seriously, there's a lot of great Mike Soloff stories from San Diego, and it's really hard on what my favorite is. He was superb at Mark Haynes mentioned meeting, having a box full of comics and knowing where each of these people was going to be and for how long and all that. And he was a great photographer for our Scoop email newsletter. Phenomenal. And then he would do something to remind you that he's still Mike. He would say he would leave chocolate beer in his luggage.
Yeah.
And then move hotels and be surprised at the outcome. He literally had to have all of his clothes cleaned because chocolate beer burst all over them, and that's where he got the name Beer Stain.
Billy, let's talk about you.
We are live, aren't we?
You have now a forum here. Mike Soloff, for better or for worse, has often been seen behind the counter at your Crusade Comics aisle cap booth. Everyone knows it very well. Let's talk
yes,
a little
indeed,
bit
Herrenberg.
Let's talk a little bit about the pros and cons. Get it all out about Mike Soloff behind the representing Tucci, representing Crusade.
All right, let me load them up.
Two of the pictures that I sent you.
I got him. Give me a second to load them up. I'm not Niall Scala, so I can.
Mike
Well, Billy is loading us up.
The only booth volunteer that comes with a non-disclosure agreement.
Well, Billy's loading this up. I also want to say he's also done it for Zombie Proof, Steve.
Yeah.
And amazing tales to tell.
Well, here's the thing, man. I uploaded one twice. Hang on, let me.
When he wants to be, he is remarkably normal.
And then, but then you
remarkably normal. Let me tell you something, because I want to talk about she. 063. I want to talk about, because we started a dialogue about she comics.
Yeah.
Stephen Peros and with our editor, our esteemed editor, JC Vaughn here, is that what I think is great is that when you came on board, and Jeff and I had a big discussion before it, and remember I had called you, Stephen, about kind of stuck with this story. How do I bring this in? And then we just I think we were doing exactly the same thing we're doing right now. And I'm having a cigar because we're coming on the 2-hour mark, and usually 2 hours of dinner we retire to the veranda.
I know, alas, I'm in my mother's home. I can't light up a cigar.
And yeah, as well you shouldn't. But I'm in my home, so
I love it.
And my son,
you should ask your
my son graduated from high school today. He was finally allowed to graduate. So
that's great. Congratulations.
So bring him on. Bring him on.
Where is he?
He's at his friend's graduation party.
Cool.
He's 17. He's not going to hang out with the old man on a Saturday night. Thank you so much. So anyway,
you offered him a cigar, Billy.
What?
You should have offered him a cigar. He would have stuck around with you.
Tomorrow he's having his little family party, so he'll have a cigar tomorrow.
All right.
And Debbie,
Billy and I spoke at length about where he was so far, because I might be able to smoke a cigar outside actually.
Yeah, you got great internet.
So Billy and I spoke quite a bit about the story, and I kept giving him ideas. I was coming to it as a as a screenwriter, a TV writer, the idea, just using classic 3-act story structure to talk him through, talking to him about the history of the character and the new characters he was introducing. And we just kept making the story, the origins of Billy's story, kind of come alive and take interesting left turns throughout, and bring back characters who the fans loved, but also come at it from a way that anyone could pick up She Return of the Warrior and not have to have read every other book in order to understand it. And Billy loved the ideas. Next thing he called me, or maybe he was on the same call, and he said,
"Yeah, do you want to write this with me?
You want to write this with me?"
I'm like, "This is fantastic. We were having so much fun." And what I loved is that, Steve, that you came in with a completely new perspective. You came in as someone that's known me. I mean, you've had you have your copies of She. You've been a great supporter of mine, and I'm coming in from the past. And now, for those of you out there, they may not know that our comic book has progressed with time. Anna Ishikawa has aged in real time from 25 years ago. So Anna's now in her mid-40s, or we made it 20 years, not 25, but Anna's now in her mid-40s. She's a single mother raising her daughter. Her warrior days are far behind her, and then it all comes back when we find out that the villain of our comics, her main antagonist, Masahiro Arashi, is now suffering from dementia and has escaped from a New York mental institution, which is I don't think we could say that anymore, right?
No, we said it. We say it. I forget which one.
We say a mental institution, isn't it? Something like it's a
psychiatric center.
Yeah, psychiatric center. And he's regressed back to being Masahiro Arashi that he was 25 years ago. And Barry and I were scratching out, pages we didn't have 2 nickels to rub against, with each other. And that's not too weird.
That sounds.
Yeah. So anyway, and
as your editor,
what I loved about Steve coming in is that Steve then almost is like, so I'm the past, if you will. Steve is the present, and together we've created the future. Because we've laid out things, and I've run ideas by him, and I think you too, Jeff. I hope I did. If I didn't, forgive me. Yeah, I did. Something I've thought about for the past 15 years, and it's canon changing for She. And it was something I thought about, because I thought the story worked a lot better, especially after my adventures in Hollywood, Stephen. Talk to these people, and these people would fly me out, Joe Kuhr. I don't know if you had these experiences. Fly me out first class on TWA. I was in the bubble of a 747. It was like right out of Mad Men. There was a bar up there hanging out with Gwen Stefani. Oh my! It was unreal.
I have definitely not had that experience. I'm an animation writer.
So they do, and then they love the story. What's the old adage, Mark? We love it. We want it. We love it. Now change everything. And I would come back in a rage at Steve's house, and Steve would feed me drink. And we'd sit outside in the backyard, and I would just be, and Steve's like, "Hey man, that's the way it is." He's just, Oh, look at that!
Nice, very nice.
It's probably a better sign when you, and a sign of trust, when you can kind of hash things out, as opposed to, if you're just agreeing with everything. If the writer and the artist are agreeing with absolutely everything, that's probably not a good sign. It's probably better to be kind of hashing things out, but there's like a balancing act, and I thought Steve and I had a pretty good balance.
Barry, we can make it before we get into Stoker and Wells, and I'm going to show some images. But Steve's mean.
Oh yeah. Did you just meet Steve?
Does he dismiss you? He's like, nobody wants to.
I lived in LA.
Because I'm like, Steve, how do they get there? And now I'm coming in. I make comics, and I'm coming to a screenwriter who I'm thinking has to have a reason for everything. He's like, it's a fun comic book. Who cares about if he got there? Next page. You're gonna waste 2 pages on how she gets there, and he literally like berates you.
Well, yeah, Steve will definitely fight for his own particular instincts and his on on
Well,
certain
right,
things.
because that's the thing. If you can convince me against me, then I'll say, okay, you're right. You know, if you can't, if I can't, if my best fight on my position, you know, can't be knocked down, then I go, all right, you know, it's one way or the other. So yeah, no, but by the same token, I mean, working with you as an artist as well, you a lot of the time I was just trying to give you the freedom because you know, if anybody. One of the things I learned writing a graphic novel was, oh, this is a lot like directing a movie. You bring good people in and you let them do their best work, and so you guide them, but you also don't forget that you hired an artist. Don't strap him in.
Right.
You know, let him. So there are a lot of pages where I just wanted you.
There was a lot of times when I would come up with something, I'd be sitting there just in the middle of drawing it, you know, maybe breaking it down, the first draft of it, knowing that, okay, Steve may or may not like this, you know, I may have to redraw this, but you know, that's part of the process. Go in, you know,
Jeff,
lay it all out there and don't worry
We've
about it.
never had an artist say that.
Really?
I think I just fell in love with Barry Orkin.
I don't know. Barry's voice was kind of
speaking, and now the scotch and the wine.
Barry's voice was shaky when he was saying that. It felt a little
No, not at all.
reluctant.
Well,
I will say
Felt a
this:
little like he
it does
felt he
help.
had to. What do you really feel, Barry?
Well, it helps that you know when you know somebody for so long.
Yes.
I think we need some music here. We should fly it in right now.
Oh, we will. Yeah.
Well, in the pre-show, now again, this is Stoker Wells, Order of the Golden Dawn. Beautiful cover by Barry Orkin. You know, written by Stephen Peros and with Barry here. And then Barry submitted this art in the pre-show, which I'm like, oh my God, that's great, Barry. And then Peros said, what the hell is that? When did you do that? You're not gonna share it with me first, with the writer first? Fucking mean, Steve.
My favorite thing along those lines was when I was writing Shiakai, which was the first issue of She that I wrote.
Way back in the 20th century.
Yeah, it was. Billy was starting late, and he
Not
said,
me.
"Yeah, you were starting late on Shiakai," and he said he didn't have time to write the plot ahead of time. He was just going to wing it. And so I told him, I said, screw that. I'll have you 5 pages by Monday, and I'll stay ahead of you. And that's how I got to write it. And so I get this call, like about 12 pages later. I get this call, and he goes, "I don't do 9-panel pages." and my favorite thing is,
I love this story.
I have no idea, based on my track record, which was non-existent as a comic book writer at that point. I have no idea how I had the gumption to say to the creator and owner of the character, "You do now."
Jeff, were we roommates when you did that?
What?
Okay.
If we were already roommates, I was over a lot because we were working on Galactica.
Yeah.
Now,
I might have been a little bit before that, but it was right around then.
Now, Jeff, you have a similar story with Lefty to your right, interestingly enough, about working with an artist and apparently someone didn't do 6-panel pages, right?
Well, this is great. This is why Mark is now in love with Barry, because in all seriousness, we were when we started doing Battlestar Galactica.
I at least have a huge crush on him.
Yeah, when we were doing Battlestar Galactica, I lived just up the hill from Mark's apartment, and so Jim Kuhr, who was our writer, would go home to his family after his job at Diamond, and that was it. I'd go over to Mark's house after dinner, and we'd work on the comic, which meant trying to conform Jim's script actually received.
Right.
And it was about 2:00 in the morning, maybe about 1:45, and I'm laying on the floor.
He's rewriting the script a page ahead of me.
Yeah, trying to work a page ahead of him.
Because I'm lettering the book at this point.
Mark's lettering it, doing all the effects and everything like that, and he just says, "Which one of these 4 panels is panel 6?"
Yeah, it was like,
which I thought was like the greatest editorial question ever.
and I was not even drinking heavily at that point either. Jeff, that's the thing, Billy, you were talking about where Jeff stayed a page or two ahead, and that's kind of Jeff in a encapsulated. He's always a page or two ahead of everybody else.
Well, now I'm terrified because Jeff and I are working on a book that Steven will be editing for our November release.
Oh, nice.
Comic. But we have Heroinberg asks or states, Steven Peros, is Aleister Crowley depicted in Order of the Golden Dawn comic?
It's interesting. People have asked me that in 1890, what is it, Barry, 93, when the story takes place. Yeah. Crowley was 11, so he would not have been involved yet with Order of the Golden Dawn, sadly. But
very interestingly, if you are interested in some storylines involving Aleister Crowley, the very briefly seen Strange Angel on CBS All Access, he's heavily involved in that story. But anyway, back to the better, more accurate, and engaging Stoker and Wells.
Stephen, there's a question here from Brian Blevins about the sequel to Stoker and Wells.
Stoker and Wells and She.
I'll pop it up. Thank you, Caliendo.
Welcome. I'm not sure exactly what it means. Save the Duck Stick, written by Stephen Peros.
Yeah.
I like it.
Save the Duck Stick.
It's actually it's not just Stoker and Wells save the duck stick. It's Stoker and Wells and She save the.
Well, I will say that what's happening next with Stoker and Wells. Thank you for your question, Brian. What's happening?
Very interesting that you bring that up. So let me.
Is twofold. In preparation, part of what this COVID-19 did is our book came out in October. We got some tremendous reviews from the Comics Press, LA Weekly, The Beat, Comics Beat, all sorts of places gave us some really great reviews. And we were about to embark on conventions. We were about to embark on store signings. And then a little thing called COVID hit in March, and that derailed a lot. So this was to be, our first San Diego appearance. So Billy has actually been very instrumental. He said, now that you have the book has been distributed to Kickstarter people based on the certain reward levels on Kickstarter and the certain exclusives that you created for the Kickstarter audience. And you're selling it on Amazon, you're selling it on Comixology. But why don't you create, there are Indiegogo fans who are just fans of Indiegogo. They like to buy just from Indiegogo. Why don't you create a whole campaign? And I said, well, they really buy something that's already out. He says, if you create exclusives for them, yes. And so we have a pre-campaign page up.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up right now. If you give me a second.
Yeah, and in mid-August we are going to launch an Indiegogo page for it. Obviously, we're not raising money for it. The book is 100% ready and will ship as soon as it's concluded. So it's not, you're not funding it, but rather it's almost operating as a storefront. Everything, I'll tell you what, one of the perks is every single copy will be signed. That comes from there. We're going to create all new.
Give me a second.
Yeah, and in mid-August we are going to launch an Indiegogo page for it. Obviously, we're not raising money for it. The book is 100% ready and will ship as soon as we.
Did everybody hear that?
It's almost operating as a storefront. Everything.
I apologize. Hang on, I apologize.
Single copy will be signed. That comes from.
I apologize, Stephen.
All new.
August, we are
going to launch Indiegogo page for. Obviously, we're not
got their computer on.
Somebody have YouTube on, and
someone's got YouTube on. It's not me. Who's got their YouTube on, Mike Peros?
Not me. I don't have YouTube on. What do you think? I watch myself twice. You think I'm that vain?
Somebody had it on.
Terrible. It's off now.
Terrible. Peros, it's amateurish.
I've actually had enough to drink that I thought that was the first time.
Hey, Stephen, how about an idea for a perk that the person who donates the most money to the cause gets invited to the dinner next year?
I'm all for that.
That's a good idea.
I think
That's
I think it's a capital idea.
God bless Joe Kuhr for offering to pick up the tab.
Yes, thank you, Joe. So everyone out there, so
yes,
let's grow up. That right now that you guys can go on and to sign up, a free sign card. Everyone gets it if you're on the pre-signing before the launch. So it's very easy. It is Indiegogo, /projects /Stoker and Wells Order of the Golden Dawn. Maybe Heroinberg or Dr. Blevins. One of you guys could pop that bad boy up. But Steve, would you like to play the video?
Sure. This was created by Con TV for us. They're big fans of it. They created a little 15-second a piece for us to advertise on Con TV, which is Con comes from the Comic-Con. So yeah, will that pop up for you?
Video, everybody should mute their mic.
I just want to hang on.
Yeah.
Just want to pause our Greek music. All right, so you guys would mute yourselves, please, and we're going to play the video. Let's see if it works. Fantastic.
Just a little 15-minute spot, but I'll tell you.
Sorry. Oh, let's play.
Now, if you'll scroll down, Billy, okay. You'll have to stop that. Yeah, there you go. Now scroll down. Keep going there. And I'm just very, very proud because we worked really hard. Our PR department worked really hard to get the media, to the industry, to read us. And we got some wonderful write-ups. These are not cherry-picked quotes. These reviews: LA Weekly, Dark Media, The Beat, First Comics News, Indie Comics, and there's at least 3 or 4 others that just didn't make the cut for size. But we've gotten tremendous, and I'm very, very happy about that as the newcomer. Thank you very much, Brian, for popping that up for us.
Blevins. Yeah. Now, here's something interesting, and it's so awkward that we have one of our guests is Christopher Caliendo. So we're looking at Stoker and Wells, A Visual Symphony by Christopher Caliendo. Is there an actual soundtrack, a score? If you better than a soundtrack, it's a score.
Chris,
please.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
I remember you wanting some promotional material, so I said, "Listen, let me do a video promo." So we had an initial video promo, Steve, that ran, and I scored it, and I fell in love with the themes. And then we had it screened, a promo at the Egyptian Theater, and
may I jump in for 1 second, Christopher? I want to thank Christopher here publicly. He's been a huge supporter of Stoker and Wells. He's been a lifelong friend of Barry and mine. And when I was doing this, I said, Chris, I really need that sort of that promotional video. That's not what's on here because it was very Kickstarter specific. It was me on camera talking about our fundraising goals, which is not really apropos for this Indiegogo campaign. But separate from that, he said, I've been so inspired because this is certainly right up Chris's alley. Chris is a voracious reader of science fiction and fantasy. He could teach a course right now for 4 years in any fine university that teaches science fiction literature and fantasy literature. So he loved the whole concept of this book, loved Barry's work and mine. And after doing this, helping us with the promotional video that we used on our Kickstarter campaign, he said, I'm so inspired by the visuals. I think Chris is a wonderful film composer, TV composer. He scored the 2 films that I directed, as well as stuff for Sony and Fox and CBS. And so he created a score for the film, and then he has become very proficient in video editing. Something he's just become very absorbed in because, as I've said earlier on, Chris is a Renaissance man, and he created this beautiful video for us. We don't have to watch the whole 5 minutes, but his music is so glorious. I'd love to hear just a little bit of it. It would really, really, really nice.
Where is that? Can you
back on our screen? It's right on our screen.
All right, let's go back.
before we do that, can I just ask a quick question? Because I'm the music guy here, I think. I'm very
well,
interested.
not really.
Sorry. This is it here, Billy.
No, I just was wondering how you go about doing that. And I mean, do you play everything just on a keyboard and then assign different instruments to it? Or do you write the entire score out, or how do you do it?
You know, right now, if I'm working digitally with virtual libraries, I work right from my head into the computer. I fortunately have perfect pitch, so I can hear it and fully orchestrate it and just write it. But what really helps me is, you know, film. If you're writing for theater and you're looking at a stage, that's a different type of composition. When you have film or dance, it lessens the abstract nature of instrumental music, and therefore there's a lot already provided by the film. There's rhythm, there's color, there's registration, for me texture, so it comes quickly. I just see and hear, and it really helps with artwork like Barry, whom I've watched since a little guy grow into this fantastic artful master. But I hear color, I hear sound, and I just write what's in my head right away. And you know, listen, when I was given the score to rescore Sam Peckinpah's Major Dundee for Sony, a lot of people don't know, you know, I had to go to screening room 2 and sit with a bunch of suits and look at a screen of the old version, grainy, unrestored. And after the film ended, I had no idea what the story was. It was incogent, and I had a hard time even wanting to do it. And I got the ubiquitous question, how much is it going to cost me? Can you do it in 25 days? How many minutes of music? And you're stuck there, and you have to answer. So I threw out some arbitrary numbers, but literally 25 days later. So to answer your question, you generally don't have the time in Hollywood. You have to learn your craft and write quickly. And fortunately, you know, I've been working on it, so I can write real quick. But again, it's easier when you've got great material. And Barry's work, not to patronize my great friend, but I'll laud you to death, Barry. It was just so enjoyable, and the story's great. And Stephen called me and said, "Stoker Wells, you mean, you know, we grew up with Dracula and the Time Machine, and you know, I was just a joy. It came so quickly, and I really hope some of these things take off, because I like same thing with Billy. You've got the vocabulary, authentic Japanese, you know, history of musics. With Stoker Wells, you've got a completely different vocabulary. So you have to be. I'm a purist, so you approach these things like Jerry Goldsmith scores movies. It's a chamber orchestra. It's a vocabulary you're looking for, a color that becomes an enormous, wonderful experience. If you're listening to a CD soundtrack, you want to listen from A to Z and see the movie come alive with the music. So a long-winded answer, but such an enjoyable process.
Oh, absolutely. Billy, can we play a little bit of it?
Yep. I just wanted to. We're so small. I just thought that with Christopher was explaining things that we should see. But here we go, gentlemen. Please mute your mics and tell me.
How do I do that?
Right at the bottom of your screen there, buddy.
It's 5 minutes. So we're not going to be able to play the whole thing.
No, just a little bit of it.
Yep. Fantastic, Barry. Exceptional. Exceptional. Color palette's phenomenal too.
Now, is this all done on synthesizer, or was this done on with a real chamber orchestra?
All done on synths, all virtual libraries.
Look at that.
That's the Order of the Golden Dawn right there. Yeah.
The Time Machine.
Silas Embleton, a madman, presents his demonstration of a time machine.
What's happening here? What's happening?
The
time machine now.
A little time machine
the
disappeared.
little time machine, the little prototype, is in fact traveling through time. But only Wells has his eyes on it. All others are reacting to the atmospheric changes that have happened as a result of time travel. Only Wells witnessed it disappear. So he does not doubt that what he just witnessed was in fact time travel. They follow the man home. They follow them home, and Wells is insistent on breaking into the man's home to see what he claims to be a full-size time machine.
Who has built this time machine?
Silas Embleton, the villain. Thanks for reading the book.
Oh, yes.
Oh, the French.
Yes, the French. Now, of course, that is a young H.G. Wells. You could tell the difference between H.G. in the front and then Bram Stoker, the creator of Dracula.
This is probably the glorious image we're about to see is Barry's beautiful depiction, this one-page spread of time travel, which we're about to see in Chris's work here.
Chris played this music for us, Steve and I, in his studio there, and it was just fantastic to hear it.
This is my favorite page.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have to submit this to the Eisners. What happens, Peros, when next year at next year's Eisners you have 2 or 3 comics?
I know.
What was
we
great?
submitted to this year's Eisners and Bupkis.
Really?
Yeah. Well, who are we? Billy?
What was really great about that time travel page was everything that Steve had written into the script, and we were talking over and over about how it should be described. And he says, "I'm just going to give it to Barry and see what happens."
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I said, no, I don't want to tell Barry what the page looks like. I'm just going to tell Barry, look at this. I literally copied and pasted the section where I described time travel in the screenplay, and I said, I just want to see what Barry comes back with. And that's what Barry came back with. And Barry, did we have a single? I think I had a note about the numbers and the dates and things. Other than that, I didn't have a single note about the image.
That was one of those times where I said, "Oh, I'm just going to wing it. I think I have an idea for how to do it."
Look at these Morlocks.
I know.
By the way,
terrifying. Can you see this in a movie? How terrifying they'd be. I don't know. I didn't do that. Oh, I guess that's it.
No.
It's buffering. Sorry. Yeah, we'll play it because this is great. Keep talking over it, please.
Yeah. This is Stoker has. There's a lot of this has a lot of historical accuracy. Giant Crab notwithstanding. In terms of a lot of this 48-hour adventure has ties into childhood trauma, real childhood trauma of both Stoker and Wells, and how it comes into play in the adventure that they share.
Now, who is this?
This is the inspiration for Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Wow.
That page was one of my favorite too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, beautiful. Christopher.
Woo! Well done. Look at this. Herrenberg gets it. It's good to have an educated man in the audience. 2 things. Blevins came in. Oh, we got Leg Kick. Hello, Leg Kick. Blevins says, I need to write a reviewer for this. Blevins do or not?
Maybe a little Ouzo happening there.
Is he drinking?
No, but Dr. Blevins was talking on our last show. So crazy. We were just talking about how great a soundtrack adds to the story. And we discussed the Prince of Egypt soundtrack. It's you guys. Prince of Egypt is a beautiful film. If you guys are familiar with that, you guys watch that. I mean, it's
You know, I saw when it came out, and I remember not necessarily being memorable, but I know in time there's a huge cult of people who love the Prince of Egypt. So much so that I'm interested to revisit it because a lot of people are big fans of that.
Yeah, you know, because I said
calling my
I remember
people a
seeing
cult?
If
that makes comics.
If the what fits wear it, what can I say? If the Torah fits,
you know what's another great soundtrack, Casey Vaughn, if I may.
You may.
Oh, I love
Jerry Goldsmith.
Oh.
One day.
Nice guy. Here. Well, this is an older version. Which one is this? The
48
edition. We're now coming on the but I love this cover. It's Sook's cover, right?
Oh,
Ryan Sook.
Yeah.
Look at this.
In all honesty,
That's gorgeous.
I have been able to commission some really phenomenal covers, and Ryan had a number of things going on, and I had a number of things going on, and it was really getting down to the wire on that. And I had asked him, I said, I don't see how you can incorporate all 5 of the original movies in that, but get as many as you could. Let's aim for 4. And when it came in and had all 5 on it, and it's
a beautiful cover. Whoa!
Oh, sorry.
At the museum,
Do you guys prefer
Overstreet covers. I had a whole wall of the Overstreet.
This is better.
Do we prefer this, or do we like?
I like this better.
This is better.
This is better. I'm sorry. I popped myself off to do that, but I like that. And speaking of another great
Good for you,
cover,
Billy.
Barry Orkin's Demon Gun.
Barry Orkin's Demon Gun with
And
Barry
logo. Did the logo too.
Yeah,
and I did the Crusade logo too.
Yep. I mean, look at this. Oh, and you're black and white. You guys have to. You and Gary have to do a colored version of this and launch it as an Indiegogo.
I don't know why not to do that.
Okay.
So true. So true.
All right.
You know, one of the things about that Ryan Sook cover is I was actually a Planet of the Apes fan, comic book fan, and he just nailed everything I love about Planet of the Apes in one cover, and it was just really cool.
How'd you like the Marvel magazine, JC?
Honestly, that was a gateway drug to me for Marvel magazines. I think number 5 was my first issue, so I came in part of the way through most of the way through the adaptation of the original movie. But what I fell in love with was the original material, particularly the Mike Ploog illustrated stuff. But Doug Mensch, almost everything that Doug Mensch wrote for Planet of the Apes magazine was just awesome.
Now Millendorf, if I may, real quick, Caliendo. Millendorf, Barry, and Steven. We've been friends since 7th grade. We did not know each other in 6th grade. But the big Halloween costume when we were in 5th grade was the Ben Cooper Planet of the Apes. Any of you guys an ape? We were all apes at Phelps Lane Elementary School.
In high school, I was an ape.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah. One of our greatest days. We had already moved to Texas, and I was back.
Some would argue you still are.
So I was an ape. I was a gorilla.
Apes don't wear shoes.
I never got dressed up as Planet of the Apes or anything.
No, I think I was great. What I did do, Steve, do you remember when I dressed up with the Don Post, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde makeup, and I went to school like that? I think it was in 7th grade.
Oh,
it was
glory.
great. And then I terrorized the neighborhood a few nights later and had the police after me, and I was running through backyards and through the woods, and the cops, because I was banging on people's windows. I took my mother's big kitchen knife. I don't know what she had. I had like a cloak, and I had the great Don Post, prosthetics that you make the latex and everything. You scoop it all up, and they called the cops that there was some crazy old man running around with a knife. And I remember running and hopping over the fence. My dog bit me. And I was in the backyard, and my dog bit me. And I run in the house, and I'm all freaking out. And my mother's like, "What the hell are you doing?" I went to the back door, and I got in, and I'm like, "What?" And she goes, "Look at yourself." And I'm all dirty. And I look, and my nose, because of the sweat, my nose literally came apart, and it was hanging down.
Hey guys, can I interrupt for 1 second? And I want to get a group shot of us. So if everybody can just give me a smile, just so that we can have a picture. Okay.
Hang on, we're all going to do it.
Let me get a light here. Hold on.
And then Caliendo, I got to bring something up to you.
Okay.
So.
Oh, where's Steve go?
Steve had a makeup kit.
There we go.
Yeah, I had a makeup kit, one of the Dick Smith ones.
Yeah,
oh, great. Everybody had
Steve had
it
had a homemade one.
Oh yeah.
It had a couple. Remember, there was 3 of them you could be.
Okay,
guys, say Mickey. 1, 2, 3.
Mickey.
Mickey.
There we go.
Hey, take one. Take my glass.
What are we doing? One more?
Take another one. Yeah, I'll take my glass.
Okay. Oh, wait. Put my cigar down here for a second. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Mickey.
All right. So, Christopher,
thanks, guys.
I had the honor of joining some of these fellows for the New York City premiere re-release of Major Dundee.
Oh,
Remember
wow.
that?
I didn't know you were there.
Yes, it's 1995 all over again, I guess. 1994. I didn't know you were there. I was there, and I'm curious, how is your beautiful sister Suzanne doing? Because oh my God.
I spoke to her this morning. She's doing fine. She's in Brooklyn, working double jobs and making ends meet with making cookies in a day and working at night.
Tell her I still love her, and I'll always have a thing for her.
Okay, she's a big fan of yours. She's a big fan of yours.
Not too crap. Oh yeah, she's a big fan. Wait till I start calling her every day. No, she's stunning. I dig her.
No, the family's good in general, Billy. Thanks for asking. Dad turned 90 years old, no medication. He's walking.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Newsflash. What is this?
Tom Wepler.
Tom Wepler. Hey. The Invisible Man.
There we go. God bless you.
Tom Wepler.
Good to see you, buddy.
The great
Tom
Irish.
Wepler is another chap from the old neighborhood.
He's great. He's any man who sat beside me while I watched Life Force in 1980. What is that? 83? 80? No, 86. Tom, correct me if I. But yes, we saw it. I think 2 different times on 2 different screens. I can't count how many movies Tom and I watched together. World According to Garp, another movie that was incredibly.
You gave Jimmy Kirkikis The World According to Garp for English class, and his review. And I remember what you said. I remember what you told. Whatever he did the review, and I rolled my eyes, and you said it's a masterpiece of American. Of American literature or something like that. A masterpiece of American literature.
The book, John Irving's book.
Yeah, the book. Yeah, not the film, the book.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you didn't write that. He's like, yes, Steve told me to say that.
And our dear old friend Greg Little had the best critique ever I think I've ever heard. I don't know what he was talking about, a movie or whatever. No, actually, I do. I think it may have been Videodrome.
Oh,
giving a review of it. Said,
I bought my first VCR to get Videodrome.
Perfect.
Said, it was a poor manifestation of an obscure concept.
He was wrong, by the way.
Well, yeah, but you have to admire that quote. Yeah.
No, it is. Yeah, he was.
Mark, give me a second, Mark.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yourselves.
It was I just sent Billy an image I took at the Star Trek Las Vegas convention last year when we were talking about Planet of the Apes. I just sent it over, and maybe he'll be able to pull it up here if he is able to download it and share it with everyone.
No, hang on. Let me.
It was just one of the really clever costumes that were there. This is not a huge cosplay convention, and but hopefully he'll get it there in a second. It's kind of funny.
Trek.
Yeah. And IDW did their crossover between Star Trek and Planet of the Apes, and I think this cosplay was based on that. So hopefully Billy will be able to pull it up here in a second.
I will, and then I definitely.
It would really just kind of crack me up because the guy was walking around. Anybody who had a communicator pin, he was like just walking up, just like poking it and everything. Great. So
they were apes, Ape Trek. They literally were.
Yeah.
Ape. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Is it the guy in the transporter room? Okay. All right, give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
I want to say one thing.
I sent you a picture also of the three of us cropped. So everybody, if you want to share that, I'll send it to everybody if they'd like.
That's all I want to say. Listen, J.C. Vaughn, I know who I am, but how
All right.
Who are you?
If you're going to do that, I got to tell you about a convention that Mark and I went to.
You may well call it upside down since you occupy its lowest level.
The show did not come to pick up the celebrity guests. And we were at a convention in Fort Washington, PA.
She was to be the new Eve with a hot and eager participation.
And Linda Harrison needed a ride to the convention.
Nova.
And
Jane.
Linda Harrison needed a ride to the convention at this convention because the shuttle didn't show up. So
and Jeff said, okay.
And Mark had his car there, so we gave her a ride to the convention. She got out, and I looked at Mark and said, "And all the kids will learn to talk."
I know. It's like, so meanwhile, I'm like with Jeff. I'm like, I have Linda Harrison in my car.
Guess where I am.
Got to the ATM festival with Jill Goodacre.
Well, that was also the weekend that the late Richard Hatch, God rest his soul, spilled an entire 16-ounce prune juice on the floor of my car and cost
your leased car.
I think this panel kind of proves the 23rd scroll. Beware the beast man. For he is the harbinger of death. Shun him. Drive him back into the forest, or he will make a desert of his home and yours.
Listen to that orangutan. He knows what he's talking about.
All right, let's just get out all of our Planet of the Apes.
I love how
It's a toy. It floats in the air.
All right, hang on. Here we go. Here, it's coming up, Mark.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, okay. Brian, thank you.
Give me a second.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Dr. Zayas, this is inexcusable.
Dr. Zayas.
Wrong one. Dang it. That was the wrong one.
What about the future?
Okay.
I may just have saved it for him. What will he find out there, Doctor?
From chimpan A to chimpanzee.
So I was at con.
I thank you to Tom
Howdy, Dr.
inspiring that last passage.
Dr. Zayas.
I was at a con. It was one of the worst. It was pretty much for the most part dead, real boring. And I'm walking around and I come across this.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Let's go. But Mark's it's far superior. So we've got to go with that one. Hang on.
That is a beautiful mask, though.
That's great.
Yeah.
And wearing shoes.
I'm sorry, Mark.
There was a guy 2 years ago, running around, the gas lamp district in a great apes makeup. I got a picture with him. He was really great.
I'll tell you, some of the cosplayers out there are just. I mean, the talent is amazing. I mean, it really is just off the charts. There we go.
Oh, that's outstanding.
That guy was a riot all weekend. He was great.
That's outstanding.
And here's my variant cover for Stoker and Wells.
There we go. Beautiful. I have the mini print of that actually, which I'm happy to have.
Well, thank you. All right.
Eloy never looked that good.
And Heroenberg, of course, has to hit with the Dr. Zayas.
Yes.
I actually sing that when
That's
we
from
have our Greek dinner.
Simpsons. It's from the Simpsons musical version.
Yeah.
Which
Dr.
It might be my, I don't know, like, you talk Marilyn Monroe, you talk, Hedy Lamarr, great classic, Raquel Welch, Gene
Lamar.
But, Linda Harrison's up there for me, for sure. And we got to meet her. And she was a sweetheart, too. And she didn't ride in our car or anything. But
Ape Trek.
Well, this is my favorite, one of my favorite Planet of the Apes images.
Paros, look, Paros, hang on. Inexcusable. Wait, hang on, Mark. Hang on, Mark. Hang on, Mark. Because I know.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's great.
Hang on, Mark.
Oh, Silverman.
So there's just like a whole. Yeah, there's like a whole series of these pictures.
Is that Venice? Where is that?
That is that's down by close to the LAX. Actually, that's Randy's Donuts, I think. On
That's wow.
yeah.
What was that picture taken for?
Thank
That was, it's a series of pictures that were taken around the release of the movie.
Oh my god!
And there's just like a whole series of them. Like this one here, which is great.
Wow, Paris, that is great. That's Dr. I mean, that's Colonel Ursus, right? Steve?
Yeah, he's not talking about the one with Paris.
Oh,
He's
look
talking
at
about the other one.
Eyes on me.
No.
Wow.
That's great.
Look at Steve's eyes. They're so lifelike.
Not that lifelike.
Have you guys seen the clip where Paul Williams came in full makeup to Johnny Carson's show?
That's great. That's the best. That's the best.
This is the half-ape child removed from.
Hang on. Wow. Oh man! Is that what he said?
Yeah, exactly what that is.
Stop talking.
All right, last Planet of the Apes image, which is my absolute favorite promo image.
Oh, very nice. Oh, jeez, that's good.
Very nice.
One more. Here's mine.
Yes. Okay.
Hang on, Christopher. Hang on, Chris.
This is
Christopher Caliendo, yes.
Love it.
Very good.
Who drew that?
Near mint condition.
Is that Earl Norham
Who's the artist, Chris?
or Bob Larkin? Maybe.
I'm looking right now. Artist. This Mike Esposito, Mike Klug, of course.
Oh my God!
But the covers.
George Teska.
The covers.
That's
I
great.
think the covers are Earl Norham.
Okay.
They're painted though, right?
It might be on page 1. It might be on page 1 on the credits.
That's a painted cover, right?
Yeah, I think it was Earl Norham or Bob Larkin.
And Christopher, I have to say, it is good to see you wearing sleeves.
Thank you.
You don't wear sleeves in Mary's restaurant. You wear sleeves in your own study. I'll drink to that.
For this notable, group of people. I want to ask.
Millendorf's like, I didn't give a shit about any of this stuff.
I want to ask Mark Haynes. You did 24, right, Mark? Did you work?
Jeff and I did. Yeah, Jeff and I did.
On that?
With Agent Soloff, right? Wasn't Agent Soloff in that one?
No.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Mark, I'll pay you
What?
later.
Excuse me. That's Rico Suave to you.
Well, so,
Now, I was
Airman
forced,
Soloff was also killed in Stargate Atlantis.
I was forced to write in Arabic in my Iraq War comic graffiti that says Agent Soloff lives.
You had to write that in
The key element was forced to.
Yeah.
And I really did. If you look at Roll Hard, you look at the comic Roll Hard, you'll see the Iraqi sniper, and he's set up to shoot some coalition troops. And right behind it is Agent Soloff lives in Arabic.
I want to hear what Christopher. What was your question about 24?
If you work with Mark on it,
yeah,
you did. Okay, it was just a great job.
I will be honest here with everybody who's watching this thread that literally every job I've had writing comics I owe to Jeff. I mean, I've literally not gotten any job without him being involved. So here's to my friend Jeff.
Mark, you're not putting ice in that single malt, are you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Good man.
Good man.
And you got a nice plug from Herwin Berg here.
Hang on. Yeah, because you would have been banned. Where's Herrenberg? Where's the great Herrenberg?
Right up for the mailing list for the upcoming IG campaign. Tell us about that.
Wait. Let me find that. Wait.
While you're looking, I just clicked into the comments and I saw Tom's comment that says the only good swipe is a swipe left. Buddy. Yeah.
Is this the one you're talking about, Chris?
Yeah, I wanted if you guys could talk about that.
Yeah, if everyone can go to Stoker and Wells, you go to Indiegogo, you just search Stoker and Wells. I think Herrenberg did put, Herrenberg obviously put the link in here.
Thank you so much.
Sign up, you're going to get an autographed card, right, Peros?
Yeah, absolutely. Every single that's just for signing up, and then we will launch. We'll launch in August, and if you give your email address, obviously we will alert you because quantities will be limited. And so we want to make sure that everybody who's interested finds out about it. We'll have very perks that we did not have on Kickstarter, that you certainly cannot get by ordering it on Amazon or Comixology. So it's going to be very specific and exclusive to Indiegogo people. And I thank Billy for encouraging me because he's become very in touch with the Indiegogo comic book and graphic novel community. So thank you, Billy, for encouraging Barry and I to join this community and to put the book out there for them. So I'm looking forward to launching that in August. The date is TBD.
Awesome. I appreciate.
I will say this is a precursor to in the fall, Barry and I launching an official crowdfunding for book number 2, Stoker and Wells, The Ashes of Revenge.
I'll tell you, Billy. Just all the work that you have done, and that Jeff's told me a lot about it. As far as the crowdfunding for comic books goes, I think it's amazing. I mean, it's just the because the fans want what they want, and it's like if you're providing that, it's being able to go direct. I think it's just amazing. I love it.
Well, Mark, this is the thing, and what is so glorious about crowdfunding. If you go to Indiegogo or you go Kickstarter, or in certain cases like ours, it looks like we're going to be doing both again because we've gotten a lot of the Kickstarter backers. I've been very vocal about my support for Indiegogo because I think they're far more creator friendly. I think they're more engaged to the creators. They're
Why do you think that is? Why is there a distinction between Indiegogo and Kickstarter backers?
I have my ideas. I do. I think.
Let me say this right. Let me say this, Billy. Interrupt. There's no upside to us speculating on what the difference is.
Okay.
We just need to recognize that there is a difference between the two customers. And as a business person, why would you cut a revenue stream?
Absolutely.
Right. That's fair enough.
Yeah. And but just so we'll see. Deborah's very adamant about doing both. I'm like, well, you're the one who does all the work. But
I just like to say I'm very glad to have somebody like Debbie on my side.
Yeah, well, we have 1,000 backers.
Here.
Backers from Kickstarter. Why would we not give them? Why would we not?
Exactly. And we know. Listen, we know that there's a certain percentage of the backers that are agnostic about whether they want one platform or the other. We also know for a fact that there's some that are dogmatically, I'm not going to this one, I'm not going to that one.
Right.
We want to sell to both of them. Why wouldn't we? It just makes no sense not to.
Yeah.
And so Billy's campaign for She the Return of the Warrior was incredible. I mean, Billy, what's your total on that for combined?
Right now, She Return of the Warrior, we're over, I think, $186,000 or $187,000.
Oh, congratulations! That's amazing.
With both our Kickstarter and our Indiegogo. The thing is that Kickstarter raised. The campaign on Kickstarter was only 21 days, and we raised $70,478. We then launched Indiegogo simultaneously. Indiegogo, though, the difference between the two is that Indiegogo, you can go into demand mode. So Indiegogo campaign was 21 days as well. Now we're in we've been in demand, and in demand is almost like a store. It helps you continue the campaign. And we're just maybe $1,000 shy.
I thought it was She.
No, it's shy. No, we're $1,000. We're $1,000 she of doubling. Thank you. Of doubling our totals on Indiegogo just through the in-demand mode. So I am a huge fan, a huge proponent of that of Indiegogo. But again, I love Kickstarter. I love our Kickstarter backers. Again, I have my own
Explain what the in-demand mode is. Explain what that is.
In-demand mode is almost like a store. So while you're campaign, you raise your initial funds for your campaign, and then the comic goes in. It's called in-demand. It's a separate mode that allows your campaign to still remain live while you're producing it, while you're illustrating, while you're printing it, the whole thing. What's so cool about She Return of the Warrior, gentlemen, is that yesterday I finished page 7 of She. Of She Haikyō. I finished illustrating, penciling page 7 of She Haikyō, and we have 40 days to go. So our goal, Stephen and JC, our goal for She Haikyō is to have that whole book done or within 5, maybe 10 pages tops complete before we launch. And then
wait, it's 42 pages. Is it 42? 44 pages.
42 pages right now we're at, but if we need to go a little bit more, why not? You know? So if we have right now, according to my algorithm, we'll have 35 pages colored and inked. And
I want to thank Billy, by the way, because look, Billy is the creator of this character, She, and we obviously have a co-writing credit on Return of the Warrior, and he so appreciated the work I did on Return of the Warrior that he said to me, "Why don't you just take the sole writing credit on Haikyō and we'll hash out the treatment together. We'll chat through what the general idea of the story is." But then why don't you just write it and take the sole credit? And I appreciate that, Billy, because I'm.
Well, that's a testament to your talent, but and that's really that is the primary motivation. But on the other hand, it's a luxury for me because it's speed. Let's get these books out. Let's do 4 48-page graphic novels every year. That's my goal with Crusade Comics. Now I love that. Like
hire someone else to help you out with all the fulfillment stuff.
That's exactly it. I can hire someone to come in and run our convention.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Rico Suave.
We work side by side with Deborah on customer service. So, but the only way for me to do that is not to put out a comic every 9 months, but to put it out every 2 months. And the thing but I love like Ethan Van Sciver is doing with Cider Frog is he's following the European model. The European model is that you do a beautiful 48-page prestige format book a year, one a year. But you're penciling that. But Ethan's, he's writing it, he's penciling it, he's inking. There's so much work. If I can alleviate that, have Gardinio do my finishes, have
Billy found an extraordinary artist. I have to say, extraordinary inker who has taken Billy's pencils
and way better than me.
Yes.
but he's the cat's meow. Let's leave it at that. Or the cat's meow.
Wow.
And speaking of the cat's meow,
nice segue.
If I may.
Quick shout out while you're queuing that Heroinberg, who's got your current stats at 186,000 as of tonight.
186,000. Right. So we're wow. Hot damn. All right, thank you. Well, let's play this because I'm a huge fan of this film.
I love this movie.
Lots of fun stories. I had the honor of attending the premiere for this too, and then we all went to go see Hofstra University, the local college, not the local college, a really good college on Long Island where we grew up, and they did an amazing stage performance of it. Right?
To this day, physically impressive.
I saw it in California.
And I love seeing stage on that level is because it's not Broadway, but you saw just how they were the innovations and the talent of how these stage managers and set designers were able to turn the stage into this ship and the exteriors and the engine rooms and all the various things and the dock and
they did a beautiful 2-level set. It was, to this day, like I said, it's the most impressive production of the stage play available at SamuelFrench.com.
I'd say so. Let's play, ladies and gentlemen. This is the film that our friend Stephen Penrose wrote, directed by the great Peter Bogdanovich, starring the beautiful Kirsten Dunst, the amazing Edward Herrmann, who left us far too soon, And I guess an okay performance by Eddie Izzard as Charlie Chaplin.
I think you also got to mention the chauffeur. The chauffeur was outstanding.
And the chauffeur in the film, and I think his line was "Yes, mum." What was your?
No, just ma'am. Just ma'am.
Was it
I
yes,
think.
ma'am or mum?
I think ma'am.
Oh, was okay. Well, let's play the Catch Me Out, and we could talk over this if you'd like, because that helps.
I will. I'm happy to. Yes. This is all in Greece. All this stuff is Greece.
Mr. Hurst, you have a second to talk.
I have 2.5 minutes.
The most
I'm
powerful
driving that
media
car.
mogul in America.
There's a lot of money in movies, WR. Mine.
The most famous movie actor in the world.
Mr. Chaplin, the true honor to meet you, sir.
Failure is a character builder, right, Charlie?
I don't know, Tom. You tell me. You're in love with me, aren't you?
Not as much as you are with you, Charlie.
All the
And the
interiors
rising
were
star
shot in
who
former
stole
West
their
Berlin.
hearts.
I love you so
All the exteriors in Greece.
Can I be frank with you, WR? I could keep an eye on her for you.
What makes you think she needs to be watched?
Ooh.
Together for a luxurious weekend cruise
You've heard about us.
that would end in murder.
Nothing can happen this weekend.
So what are you doing next weekend? There have been whispers, Mary.
There's nothing going on between me and Charlie. Have you slept with him? No. Have you?
Oh my God!
There's some things even you can't control. Like what?
Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me.
You just said everyone knows. Who's everyone?
Well, everyone on this boat, for example.
Thank you, Tom. I'll handle this matter.
Jennifer Tilly did a great job in this movie.
Oh!
What the hell is going on here?
I swear I heard a shot.
Now, by God, I'm going to make sure that none of this gets in the paper. I'm asking you to join me in an oath of silence that you do not know what happened aboard this boat.
I think this is going to be a most enjoyable boat ride. Yeah, the cat's meow.
Well done.
Fantastic.
Well done.
I'll tell you a couple of things that trailer calls up. There's when they were all sitting around the dining room table, it's very clear in one of the shots of Joanna Lumley, who plays Eleanor Glynn, who is of course absolutely fabulous. That there's she's sitting in a beautiful high back chair, wooden chair with an emblem that says WRH, and it's in a circle. Well, those chairs were from some prop company in Berlin, and those emblems were on Velcro, and you could pull them off because they put them on. And what was actually under that circle was a swastika.
Whoa!
They got all these chairs that either were from Nazi Germany, or they were constructed for some movie set in Nazi Germany. But given that it's Berlin, I'm thinking they're actually chairs from Nazi Germany. And they put these little round emblems that said WRH over it, William Randolph Hearst. So yeah, we had and I so wanted that gun, because my whole thing writing this movie was I really want the smoking gun. In the research, you want the smoking gun. You keep looking, and I would, in interviews, I would say, well, in all my research, I never found the smoking gun, but there was a lot of smoke everywhere I looked. There was a lot of smoke in the room, as if someone just left with the smoking gun. So when they actually created a gun that said WRH carved on it, and there's a shot of it in the trailer, I remember going up to the producers saying, "Can I have the gun when the shoot is over?" And they made up some bullshit story about, well, it's Lionsgate and they may want to do an auction for charity and blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't know who the hell ever got that gun, but I never got it. So
the same guy that got Adolf Hitler's personal photo albums.
I got to say, it's one of my favorite movies, and I think that the coolest things about it is, out of a proverbial all-star cast, Bogdanovich got an all-star performance.
Yeah.
And wasn't Kirsten like 18 years old or something?
Yeah, Kirsten was Marion was saying she was 23 at the time. She was actually 27. Kirsten was 18. She'd just come off of Bring It On. Here's a movie that had been going through 3 or 4 different producers for about 10 years. And the yes or no of whether or not this movie was going to get made hinged on an 18-year-old saying yes or no. And we just come off of Bring It On, and she wasn't on our list. It was people at that time who were in their late 20s, early 30s, like Cameron Diaz. Drew Barrymore had said she was going to do it, and then she couldn't because she was going to do some Penny Marshall film about baseball. I forget what it was called. And and so we didn't have a Marion. And so Tom Ortenberg, who was the head of who was one of the heads of Lionsgate at the time, was on the phone with Kirsten's agent. And she'd not done Spider-Man yet, and so she had done Bring It On, made her, and she wanted to be thought of as an adult, and so they offered it a part. She said yes. It was this window of time, this weird window, which is the months leading up to Christmas. Basically, they say if you don't have a movie by October or November, you're not going to. So it's a good time to try to grab somebody. So we were able to get her, and she, to her credit, she went through she on her own hired a movement coach, a voice coach, but she wanted to come across as an adult, and so I think she pulled it off great. She did a great job. I remember going out to some clubs in Berlin with her and Eddie and some other cast members. And that's when we realized she actually was 18 because she didn't quite keep it together, and there was a lot of drinking and vomiting involved.
Oh, you got that poor girl drunk.
But she's really wonderful in the movie. She's a very mature, sophisticated actress. Her and Eddie were both about saying less. They actually wanted less lines than more lines. It was a big exposure for me, the directing. I got to work alongside Peter the whole movie. And there were some actors like her and Eddie who just wanted to kind of tailor the roles to what they thought their strengths were. There were actors like Eddie Izzard and Jennifer Tilly were just total workmen. They were like, "This is the script. I will do the script." And it was just really. And then there were actors who were more insecure than others, who needed more coddling. And it was just amazing to be able to be exposed to that and help Peter kind of be his person to go to their rooms at night with the new page. Can you break it to them about the new pages that we have to do? Because we lost 3 shooting days because it was terrible storms. Anything you saw with the sky was shot in Greece. And there were terrible storms when we were shooting that. We lost 3-4 shooting days on a very tight schedule that had to end December 23rd. Why? Because everyone had to fly away for Christmas. So there was no coming back after the holidays. So we lost 3.5 days, and I was told I had to cut 15 pages from the script. And Peter, and I told Peter I cut 10 pages. I don't know if I cut any more. He says, "You don't have to cut any more fucking pages. 10 pages. That's it. I'll shoot the fucking picture. I don't need you don't cut 5 more pages." And so I didn't. I stopped at 10, and Peter shot the whole thing, and on time, on schedule. I think it was 60 at the time, and he did an amazing job. It was like some 4 or 5 page scene with Kirsten, with Chaplin and Marion in their stateroom with that starts with her coming in with bad news, ends with them in bed. He shot it all in one continuous Steadicam move. He knocked off 5 pages, in an afternoon. So
and she's 18 years old.
Yeah,
that was one of the things I really loved about it after the fact was how Eddie supported Stoker and Wells.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Now, Stephen.
Let me tell this story.
Probably deserved it, but it's crazy that there were whispers that Chaplin was involved in the murder of Thomas Ince. Now, for those out there, can you tell the people that may not be familiar with the story of the Oneida?
Well, I want to piggyback on what JC just said because this Pop XP started as crowdfunding comics, and I just want to quickly say that that we did this on a Kickstarter, and I did a lot of research on Kickstarter, and they said there's only so much you're going to raise on social media because a lot of people don't, even though they click like to all of your posts, their psychology isn't to actually purchase things on social media, and a lot of the studies are that where you get your money is direct contact, one-on-one with people. So every night I spend 45 minutes or so, on my computer just sending individual emails to people, and I knock off a few, and it was copy and paste and then personalized. And one of them was to Eddie, and it was an email. I had not been in touch with Eddie for a number of years. Eddie Izzard, who plays Chaplin, and I wrote, I wrote to him, and I went to bed. And then whenever you do that, that 30 days is you're just so obsessed. If you open your eyes for a second at 5:30 a.m., you grab your phone, you look to see if you got any more money, and And I remember looking, and I just saw that Eddie Izzard contributed $6,000 to our campaign, and it was just I blew my mind. It blew my mind. There's a guy I hadn't been in touch with in quite a while, and he saw my email, some email address he probably gives to everybody. You know, he's got 4 million Twitter followers, and I just emailed him back. I said, Eddie, this is incredible. Thank you so much. And he said, oh, mate, it just sounds great. I hope it works out for you. You know, and then I didn't hear from him again. And then as we got like 5 days before I get this email out of the blue, oh man, are you going to make it? It would be really crap if you didn't make it. Unfortunately, we did. But
did he put it over the top or no?
What's that?
Did he put it over the top?
No, he did. He did because he wanted to help it. We were about halfway there. And he put in $6,000. I think our initial thing was like 21 grand, Barry. I think it was something like that.
Yeah, Joe Kuhr put you over the top.
Oh, come on.
Over the top.
Everybody, I would dare say everybody here contributed in a way, and I thank you all very, very, very much for that.
And they get a boost at the very end. Like, it seems like everybody waits to the last minute.
Yeah. Yes. So you get people who wait towards the end to help fill in the gaps and so forth, and that's what happened for us. We got one person who was waiting in the wings who kind of filled in the gap. So as far as Billy, what you were asking about, you know,
this is interesting. I'm sorry, but why would Thomas Ince deserve this? You know, I met Carrie Elways. I palled around with him in South Carolina. And I put him on the phone with you. Remember, I called him.
I know.
And he's like, oh, my friend, and what a sweetheart. But
and then COVID kind of we were gonna hook up in Malibu, and then COVID happened, and anyway.
Can you give the story of the events that happened? Was it August 1924 or something like that?
November 1924. You know, the thing is that, you know, Hearst had more power. You know, people don't the kind of power Hearst had. People can't have today. This is before the internet. This is before television. You know, he controlled newspapers, one and sometimes two newspapers in major cities across the U.S. He got presidents. No question. The prior presidential election, he totally influenced, and so no one wanted to pick on William Randolph Hearst at this time, and so any rumors that there might have
the name.
And there were no paparazzi. The word hadn't even been invented. There were no paparazzi at the dock and at San Pedro Harbor when everyone got on board. There's an old joke that if as many people who were rumored to be on board the Oneida had actually been on the Oneida, the ship would have sunk. So there's no consistent list of who was on board. Eleanor Glynn said we were all sworn to secrecy. Everybody's autobiography tells a totally different story. Chaplin says he wasn't even on board the boat, yet all the people in his life. I've spoken to Chaplin historians who've spoken to Chaplin producers, Chaplin's cinematographer, who all said, oh, he was on board. And so, you know, Chaplin in his autobiography, who was so legitimately and rightfully egocentric, said, you know, I think he thought that people would glean everything about him from his autobiography. He actually said something to the effects of, around this time, Thomas Ince died and was rumored to have been on board his yacht. I know this to be untrue because I visited him at his sickbed 2 weeks before he died, which I think is code, because there was no sickbed 2 weeks before he died. Even the official version said he was stricken ill on the boat and died like 2 days later. So the notion that Chaplin says I was there because of something, I know this to be true because of something that didn't happen, makes me think he was kind of sending a veiled code that it did happen. That's just my theory.
Very interesting.
But
we're gonna have you on with Charlie's London, and we're gonna do a whole Chaplin show.
I'd love to. That'd be great.
Really explore. So can you tell the people out there that are watching, what happened on what do you believe happened on the ship? What the yacht? What's the story? What What I
believe after examining the evidence, look.
What inspired you to tell the story?
In the end, you're writing historical fiction because right now, whenever after the film, I would meet people who would say, "Oh man, that was so true. You so nailed it," or I'd meet people who say, "That's not really what happened." And my feeling is, I don't know how anyone, because I've seen the evidence, I don't know how anyone can conclusively say they know for sure what happened, including me, which is why I couch it all in Eleanor Glynn's voiceover which said this is the whisper told most often, because that's what it is. Because there will never be. That's why this continues to this day. This rumor, this mystery of what happened to Thomas Ince. People like historians who love pieces of paper, they'll point to some piece of paper that said, "I examined the body and there were no bullet wounds," and they'll fail to mention.
It's covered extensively in Hollywood Babylon.
Yes. Well, but the people who say I've looked at some report that says there was no bullet wounds, they'll fail to mention that piece of paper was written by a Hearst employee.
Right.
Or they'll point to Eleanor, the Mrs. Ince, who'll say, my husband died at home, and I had to wrestle with that when I was writing the script. And why would a wife say that happened? And that's why my favorite scene is this monologue that Hearst gives on the phone to Mrs. Ince, which is if he called his wife and said, "Your husband's on board with his mistress who tried to break up with him and he shot himself, and I'm going to help you cover this up." Well, of course she's going to say till the end of time that there was no murder on board that yacht. That's a total lie. So suicide, even if she was told that her husband committed suicide, which if I had to start to think like William Randolph Hearst, what would Hearst, who's a spin maker, say? Which is he wouldn't tell Mrs. Ince, "I shot your husband. Now please shut your mouth." Why would he say that? He would obviously say your husband tried to kill himself.
I remember in the early 90s, I was managing writers, and I took on your project. It was not called The Cat's Meow at that time. It was called
Everybody Charleston.
Everybody Charleston. And we sent it to a few studios and producers, and we got back some reader reports that, we really weren't supposed to have our hands on, but we got them anyway. And I remember one of the readers, it was as if they had done their own research. They were planning to write their own version of this because they argued with you. They knew they thought they knew all the details.
Right.
Do you remember that?
I think I do, Joseph Kuhr.
Yes.
He
didn't. You were never there on this day. You wasn't there. You couldn't have done that.
I think we lost Mr. Vaughn.
No, people when they ask me this question, they want me to say I know for sure that the version of events in my movie what happened, but I don't, and that's why it's historical fiction. That's why it's framed with Eleanor's thing, because I don't know how anyone can conclusively say one thing or another happened. Hearst spun it so well. There was no paparazzi at the deck. No one wanted to touch it. The San Diego district
no one was gonna challenge him.
No,
either.
and the San Diego district attorney was told to investigate. They didn't do an investigation. They did a pre-investigation and said, since there's been talk of liquor on this boat, it'll have to be investigated by the LA district attorney. It's not our jurisdiction. And the LA district attorney politely declined. So no one wanted to touch it. Hearst was too powerful. They're like, who's Thomas Ince next to William Randolph Hearst and all the presidents who've been elected thanks to him? Will pass. And that's exactly what happened. That's why it endorsed it. But I will say that it is an official story that Frank Barham, who is Barham Boulevard in Los Angeles, is named after, who is a member of Hearst's employee who's on board the ship. His daughter.
That was played by our friend Joe, wasn't it? The actor, was his name Joe?
I don't know who we're talking about.
No, who played him? Who played him in the film?
I'm afraid to say I don't know.
Oh,
I'm blanking on the name. But you're thinking of Joe Willicombe, the character.
Yes.
Joe Willicombe. That's Ronan Viebert who plays Joe Willicombe. There's a LA Magazine article from the 1980s where Frank Barham's daughter was a journalism major, and she wrote an article for LA Magazine saying how, hey, Mom and Dad, and they were alive at the time. He said, hey, Mom and Dad, I thought, I'm writing an art. I've been asked I'm doing something for my journalism class, and I thought I'd write about how what happened on board the boat because Hollywood Babylon has this weird story. So I thought I'd clear it up. And she said, the daughter of someone who was on the boat, a Hearst employee, he forbid her to do it.
Wow.
And you said you will not do this. So again, the same thing. The smell of smoke wherever you look. You can't find the smoking gun, but there's just smoke everywhere you look on the story. That something not official is what happened on board that boat.
You wrote a great line to that with Eleanor's in Eleanor's narrative. Where that they had to keep moving. It was the Roaring 20s.
Yeah.
Right? They had to keep moving. You couldn't stop. It was literally, you summed up the 1920s before the crash.
Yeah, at the end of the movie.
What was it? I don't know if you remember.
It's your voiceover at the end. He said, that she's talking about a dream that she had, and she said, I had a dream that we're all back on the Oneida dancing the Charleston, and it's so much fun that none of us that we all keep that, and we look in the mirror and we see that we look like a fool, but none of us can stop, because if we stopped, we'd have nothing. Yeah. And then that's how the movie ends. And I remember getting paranoid about that line at the end, and I was talking to Bogdanovich on the set. I said, Peter, when you do the voiceover, I thought, I don't know, it's very judgmental, and I'm getting a little resistant to having that line. Maybe he said, if we stopped, what would we have? And Peter said, no, it's got to be if we stopped, we'd have nothing. This is from a guy who's been in the trenches of like total success and bankruptcy, total critical accolades, and total critical destruction. So he was the final arbiter of that last line, and I just went with it, and I said that was my original line. I'll stick with it. So yeah,
probably the line why we took the movie.
Can you let Jeff back in?
What's that?
Can you let Jeff back in? He dropped out for a second.
No. Oh no!
I apologize right now. I fuck you. I'm sorry.
Hey, JC Vaughn.
I actually had to go down and throw a circuit in the box.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, Mark. First of all, Haynes, I am really cutting. I'm really digging the cut of your jib. You are drinking. Mark is drinking Ouzo, Scotch, and Mambo Daphne or red wine, and he's just going. And he's like, as we're talking, look at this. Mark is just sitting there, and he's now. My teeth are black after almost 2 bottles of wine.
I just like to make an observation. I was talking to Mark before the show, and he was drinking hand sanitizer.
Great immune. That COVID, Jude.
That was only because they reported today that they're recalling it because it's too much alcohol.
Mark lives only literally like a 10-minute, 5-minute walk. A 5-minute walk from me in Los Angeles, and I brought Mark into our little LA online cigar group, which wasn't online because you actually were involved before COVID when we would meet at State Social House. And part of why I brought Mark on is that it's a bunch of guys who know each other, and if there's a lull in the conversation, I know Mark's going to say something, and that's and he's doing the same tonight, which is why I wanted to make sure he was in, because He can fill in those dead spaces, and I provide a lot of them. So I just wanted to make sure.
I do my best for the segues, actually. To be fair, what you were talking about as far as how much I've had to drink, I haven't tried to stand up recently. This can all go south really quickly.
Now, speaking of historic, I look at him. There he goes again. Salute. Everybody, salute. We're doing Greek Cuisine.
What am I going to do? Close this bottle of wine up? No.
Right. Now, going from historical fiction,
Tom Webler is still with us.
Yes. To go to historical fiction to historical fact, if I may, Michael Peros.
Yes.
You are writing You are writing biographies.
I am.
And you've, of course, the critically acclaimed "Heal with a Heart" about Dan Duryea.
Books,
and now you have the Ferrar.
Jose Ferrer, yes.
Jose Ferrer. Thinking of Rob Ferrar, who went to school.
Coming out in September, but it's available for pre-order on Amazon right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll tell you a couple of quick things. So with Jose Ferrer, first of all, I appreciate all the questions about Jose Ferrer on the comment feed. So
somebody could find that. Maybe Heroinberg. I'm sorry, give me a second, Mike. Heroinberg, if somebody could, or Tom, someone could find Mike's link on Amazon.
Yes. Well, let me tell you a little bit about the book. First of all, Jose Ferrer had a 50-year career, but the thing with Dan Duryea, played a bad guy on screen, nice guy in real life. Jose Ferrer let's just say it had an up and down life. Classic rise and fall structure. Married 5 times.
Whoa.
His first wife, Uta Hagen, Paul Robeson, and Uta Hagen got involved in a little bit of a love triangle.
Oh, really? Paul Robeson was like a giant of a man, though, wasn't he?
A big man. And Robeson was the gift that kept on giving because he was let's say, communist leaning. And in 1951, Jose Ferrer ran afoul of HUAC, partly because of his friendship with Paul Robeson.
Oh, so he was complicit with this man shagging his wife?
He was not complicit at all. He was a little bit unhappy.
Oh.
But you know, Jose, he was fooling around too. So it wasn't as if Jose was a saint through all this. And
Dr. Blevins.
He married Rosemary Clooney
twice.
Twice. Well, you know, they divorced, and then they thought better of it, got back together, and then bingo bango was done. So, and then finally he got married.
Mike, just to interject, my connection as a uber Star Trek fan.
Yes.
Connection to the Duryea legacy is his son Peter.
Peter Duryea, yes.
He was the first helmsman of the Enterprise.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Very
wow, look at you pulling that. Yeah.
So, Mike made inroads in both of these books to the families of Duryea, families of Ferrer. You know,
Duryea's surviving son Richard, who has since passed on, and his daughters and son through Rosemary Clooney. So I spoke to all of them. They were all delightful. So we got a lot of good stuff. Quick story. I'll give you a quick story concerning Carl Reiner, who recently passed away. Carl Reiner directed Jose Ferrer into Laughing, but Jose Ferrer was going to do doing a pilot directed by Carl Reiner called Good Heavens in the late 1970s or early 80s, and Jose Ferrer was supposed to play a heavenly dispatcher. And Reiner was writing and directing, and they did the pilot. They showed it to CBS. Ferrer didn't go to the screening, and CBS was not happy with Ferrer. They thought he wasn't particularly charming, and they really wanted to dump Ferrer, which they did, and have Reiner play the Heavenly Dispatcher. So Reiner goes to Ferrer, and he's kind of like, what am I going to say? And he says to Jose Ferrer, you know, Jose, overall they liked it, but you know, they thought you need to be a little bit more charming. And Ferrer says, well, that's as fucking charming as I can get.
I gotta mute him.
But then he says, you know, you should play the part. And Reiner said, thank God, because
you were gonna play the part anyway.
Yeah, I was this close to telling he was canned. So. You know.
Now, why Jose Ferrer? And also, why Dan Duryea? Why did you choose these subject matters to tell their biographies?
Quickly, in a nutshell, one, because I liked both of them, but also because there had been no book written about either of them yet. So there had been no biography about Duryea and no biography about Jose Ferrer. And yeah. So,
what's your next biography?
I'm kind of torn. I'm trying to figure it out.
Can't talk about it.
Mike Soloff?
To me.
Mike Soloff.
Is the book finished?
It could be.
It'll be called Shoeless.
The white pants and socks. And
I think Sonny Tuff's tale. I believe it's going to be.
I suggested to my brother Mike that he should do Jack Palance. There is no definitive biography on Jack Palance, and I feel it will sell in a major way.
Yes. Sure. My brother Steve did suggest that. So if I do Jack, I will thank Steve profusely. Personally and privately, but not give him any credit on.
What about Jack Palance Light, who is probably one of the toughest men ever to work in Hollywood, William Smith?
Oh, no shit,
Oh,
right?
man. So William
I
Smith.
love that.
William Smith. What's the guy speak? Like 7 languages?
Yeah, he's brilliant. Yeah.
And totally
the Rockford Files pilot.
Pilot. Yep.
Yeah, very interesting.
And he was a Russian general in Red Dawn.
Well, and he's just barely alive.
That son of a bitch. What are you talking about? He's not just barely alive. He's 90 years
I think
old.
that's Steve
He's
Austin.
just fry champ.
Little known fact about Jack
Who
Palance.
could forget him as Falconetti in Rich Man, Poor Man, in Darker Than Amber, duking it out with Rod Taylor.
Any Which Way You Can with Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So what do you think?
I will tell you.
Let me write that down.
Mike?
I will tell you that I actually purchased Blu-ray editions of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century starring Gil Gerard, and the episode that starred William Smith as the guest star. Okay, that series doesn't hold up, but William Smith does. So I will play it.
Now, Tom Wepler is suggesting you should write a book on John Saxon.
Great job.
Oh, shit, yeah. Yes. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, John Saxon.
I actually,
No, he's not dead.
I had
He
John.
passed away today. Yes, he did.
Wait, John Saxon died today?
Yes, he did.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
Are you confusing him with Regis Philbin?
Regis Philbin died today, too.
Yeah.
He died killing Regis Philbin.
Wait, hold on. Christopher Caliendo had John Saxon over as a dinner guest.
Yeah.
No
I
way,
bought
really? Oh, that's great.
At my at Cedar Lake, I had him over for dinner. I think with HM Wine and Paula.
Wow. Yeah. Was your sister Suzanne there?
1983. 1983. You're right.
He was the word I would describe.
You know what?
John was.
John Saxon.
Oh, to John Saxon.
Yep.
BB, do you have a drink, BB?
Jeff, J.C. Vaughn, John
gotta
Saxon,
ask Michael
Planet
Fuller.
Earth.
Well, let's
Larry's drinking apple juice because he's got a son who's watching too closely.
Son watching me.
Let's make a left turn here when we're talking about these wonderful actors and going back to Jack Palance. Is it Jack Palance? Jack Palance.
Palance?
I thought it was Jack Palance, but
I heard it was Palance. Anyway, what if Tim Burton decided not to, when he did Batman 1989?
That Gene Collins, Joe?
Jack Palance not only played Dracula, it is Gene Colan, but before Jack Palance played Dracula, Gene Colan based his Dracula on Jack Palance.
I know that.
That's amazing.
Hold that closer, Joe.
Joe, hold that up. Yeah.
Is that an original, Joe?
That is.
Oh, wow.
Oh, beautiful, man.
That's great. That's great.
I'm a huge Colin fan.
Now, you know what I would, something I remember when Burton did Batman 1989 and how, the whole industry, we all went apey over it. The film, in my opinion, does not hold up at all.
My number one guy.
I would agree.
What if Tim Burton or a better director decided not to do Batman 1989, but cast Jack Palance and do The Dark Knight Returns in 1989?
Holy shit.
Wow. I'm there.
Can you imagine how great? I mean, remember how tough he was in the film as whatever Jeff.
My number one guy.
Imagine Jack Palance as Bruce Wayne in The Dark Knight Returns.
The talk at the time was Clint Eastwood.
How about his performance as Dracula? I mean, I think his is one of the best.
I would prefer Palance to Clint Eastwood as a
Clint
Dark
Eastwood?
Knight.
Would you?
I would personally. I just
Jekyll and Hyde. Jack Palance, A Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Hyde.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. Oh, it's wonderful. Wonderful.
Again, Millendorf's like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
I was an intern on Batman in '89.
Really?
That was my first connection with the franchise. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, how did this come about? Do tell.
I was at NYU and I had a friend who was interning for Michael Uslan and Ben Melniker, and his internship was ending, and I'd never even heard of this company, Bat Film Productions. And I interviewed and I got it. So for 6 months, twice a week, I went up to their offices and I got to read scripts and give comments and saw some beautiful artwork. Yeah.
Oh, the
and
artwork you saw was Anton First.
Anton
right?
First was I didn't meet Anton First. but yeah, it
Amazing
was
production, Well, I think I don't know. That's just I love him as an actor, and even William Smith. Being how brilliant William Smith is as a human being, would William Smith have been a better Bruce Wayne in The Dark Knight Returns than Jack Palance, circa 1989?
No.
No. Who said that?
Wait, 1989. I'm sorry, 1989. No. I mean,
well, William Smith.
I stand behind Jack Palance, but no.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Sorry, Mike.
No, William Smith would have been great. He would have been fine. So hard to tell. Sorry,
Fine. You sound like my wife. Fine. It's fine. And when they say it's fine, it's not fine.
Yeah. Have any of you guys ever mistaken fine for being truly fine?
Or Larry Fine. I'm sorry.
This is why.
Only when convenient.
What do you guys think about Keaton making a comeback and playing such a pivotal role in the new all sorts of Batman?
What's he gonna play?
He's gonna play.
He's gonna play old Bruce in Batman Beyond. They're saying.
I didn't know that.
And he's gonna play like the Nick Fury character and have little bits and pieces, is what I heard.
Yeah.
He's a great actor.
Yeah.
Terrific actor.
Yeah.
Why not? I say why not?
Michael Solo, let me ask you a question, Mike.
Sure.
You know who I think also would have been a great Bruce Wayne? Oh, sorry.
Do you know if Al Pacino ever played a character named Rico Suave?
I don't know. I think he did.
Have you guys been watching? Have you guys watched Hunters on Netflix?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I really.
Have you, Jeff? No?
Yes.
You like it or no?
Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, I love it. Have you seen it, Peros?
Okay.
Peros
Okay.
Have you guys seen it?
I haven't seen it yet. No.
I watched it.
I watched the first episode. I was not charmed.
What? Really?
I watched the first episode and I was not charmed.
I watched the whole thing and I was not charmed.
What are we talking about?
How many episodes?
Hunters on Amazon.
I watched the entire thing, and I think they took an incredible concept and did not execute it anywhere close to what it could have been.
John Wooden, the great UCLA basketball coach, they said after a particularly bad loss, they said, "Coach, what did you think about your team's execution tonight?" And he said, "I'm in favor of it." And that has a lot to do with how I felt about that series.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. There's a lot of people.
I'm taking off. All right.
I'll just say I think there was a lot of great moments in that show.
Wait, Mike. Who's your next book going to be on?
Fondue to my very elder brother Mike Peros.
Yes.
Who is?
Yes, I also got to go because I have to get up very
early. All right.
3 hours and 31 minutes. I mean,
Dan Derrier and Jose Ferrer. Dan Derrier in paperback in the fall. Jose Ferrer hardcover. They're both great books, if I say so myself. So, and Billy, Steve, thanks for Niall, and great to see all you guys. I'll see you next year at the con.
What?
Amen, brother.
You can't leave. All the plants are going to die.
Me too. Bye, Soloff.
See ya.
My favorite Soloff, not his brother, but Soloff gets a special goodbye.
You're my favorite Soloff.
Thank you.
Let Barry have his due. Go ahead, Barry.
I'm taking off also because I have to get up very early in the morning to go to Russian church. So I'm going to sue all you.
Wait a minute.
No.
And my wife was just threatening me that I got to go to mass tomorrow. What time's your mass? 10 o'clock.
The mass is at 8. They let us in at 8:45. But
Is
it's
that
in
early,
Nassau.
Joe Kuhr? Is that early, Joe Kuhr?
I've never seen that.
All right, BB. We love you, buddy. I get it. Wait. And in Barry's defense, if I may, I think Barry got the wink. From this, and
There you go. There you go. There it is. Barry, it's been many years, but I encourage you to do the same.
I'll think about it.
Barry, whenever
run off camera.
Barry, you can't leave. All the plants
Oh,
are going
yes,
to
I
die.
Barry,
All right,
whenever the COVID nonsense clears up, man, let's get together.
Of course, yes.
Well, listen to you, my friend.
Well, Barry, we got hockey coming up. Playoffs.
Yes.
Let's talk.
That's right.
Rest your right hand because you'll be drawing again this fall.
Very good. Excellent. Talk soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Barcelona. So. There it is. And then there were 7. Or
Yeah.
So
turning into a real
look, Steve is doing his
show, isn't it?
Steve is doing an impression of the monolith from 2001. Really good.
Okay. So before everybody here was professional, those of us who are professional at this, we're all fans.
Yeah.
What would you have purchased for yourself this year had you been at the convention?
What a cool question.
Excellent question.
It's a great question. I can tell you the answer.
Repeat that one more time. I've had a lot to fucking drink.
If the convention was in San Diego, what would you have purchased for yourself this year?
I'll tell you what, I would have tracked down an artist named Gordon Purcell and purchased pages that he drew for our Stargate Atlantis comic that Jeff and I wrote.
Nice.
Because he is, like Barry, is just a fantastic artist at kind of interpreting, and this is specifically kind of in the realm of licensed comics, like really kind of nailing the visual, likenesses and the visual aspect of these shows and
sets and designs. Absolutely. We got to know him as a Star Trek artist and was a big fan of his stuff there. But yeah, I can tell you that this is a good discussion Mark and I have had a bunch of times, and he definitely would do exactly what he just said.
Now, I don't know what the legalities of this are, but when an artist draws a page and you've written the page, do you have any ownership in it, or do you get a percentage of pages? Does the artist own all the pages? How does that work?
Okay, that's a great question. Normally speaking, now creator owner deals can be totally different, and that's up to the individual creators and whatever arrangements they make. There have been various instances over the years where the writers got something, but in all seriousness, it should go to the writers. There's some breakdown between penciler and inker that has been instituted where you're doing a Marvel or DC book and the inker gets a certain number of pages and the penciler gets a certain number of pages. But these days, they're probably working on separate layers and they get their own pages. Generally speaking, the writer's not entitled to any of them. I've been fortunate, Mark's been fortunate, that we've had people gift us pages from books that we worked on. And
I'd quickly interject, Steve Peros would like to get back in.
No. Once again, no. Oh man.
My battery out on the veranda finally gave out.
So Joseph,
using
my answer to yours is really fun for me because what I would be buying is the 50th anniversary edition of the Overstreet Comic Book Price Guide.
Don't you have a desk made out of those?
I probably a bookcase certainly, and it's basically I run a book that I started reading with number 8.
I think which one was number 8? I might have started with
it. It was the billboard cover, Torchy, and some of the other.
That was my first one too.
Yeah.
Wow. No, Overstreet Price Guide number 8. You guys have been buying it that long?
Yeah.
42 years?
Yeah, sure.
How much? Now Jeff did a facsimile edition of
number
the
1
Price Guide.
Great idea, by the way.
50 years ago. And how much was, let's say, Action Comics?
Action Comics number 1, top of the guide. The very top of the guide was Action Comics number 1 in 1970. It was $300, and people thought Bob was too high.
Oh my God! Now, what was that? The highest book was five.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was the top, that was the
It
very top. That was the very top of the guide. The next book down was Detective Comics 27, first appearance of Batman. That was $275. There were about 10 books tied at $100, and that was like number
Amazing
like
Fantasy.
10 through 20 were like that. It really is very interesting. Of course, Superman 1, Batman 1, Fantastic Four 1, Amazing Fantasy 15, Spider-Man 1. These were all popular books. Showcase 4, all that kind of stuff like that. But literally, it topped out at $300 at the highest grade.
What is it now?
Billy,
Yes.
Brian Blevins is demanding that Stephen Millendorf speak.
Yes, and
speak.
Well, he can answer my question. You weren't here for that question. I was asking what everybody would have bought had they been at the actual convention this year.
I really don't know. I've walked through the exhibit hall every year that I've gone, and I still have actually not bought anything. So
That's why you
I don't know what I would have bought.
I will tell you. Let me interject. I will add actually to answer this question specifically, which I didn't really answer before. In addition to looking at original art, there was a guy there 2 years ago who had a huge collection of kind of undistributed movie posters of like really low budget films. And I have actually, I will go dig it up here. Actually, it is a poster of a film called Van Nuys Boulevard, which is, it's really just, it's like an American Graffiti knockoff movie.
Is this the guy in like aisle 400? That's where I got my Cassandra Crossing, Amityville 2, The Possession. I got great stuff from that guy.
Is that when you get the Grease 2 prototype with Debbie?
Yes. Grease 2 for Deborah Steffens Tucci.
Oh my God! This guy was selling these posters for like $5 each, and I'd be like, here, just take all my money, take it. I'm just gonna grab a stack. I don't care what's in it.
Christopher, I think I got you Rocky 4. I think I got you the press book from Rocky 4 from that. I think I remember buying a whole bunch of stuff for you guys.
Yeah.
It's beautiful stuff.
When we finish our round robin of what we would get, I think we should do a round robin of what is our favorite moment at Comic-Con.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to end the show too, because we're coming on 4 hours. It's great, because this is what we've been doing anyway.
Has it really been 4 hours?
Yeah. When I try to answer the question, it has been 3 years. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Poster.
That's gorgeous.
But it has been almost 3 years since I've even had comics kind of on my mind other than Billy's. I haven't bought a single comic. I haven't been in a comic book store in 3 years. I really once Jeppy's kind of did its thing. Really dropped out in a roundabout way. I don't remember it happening. It just kind of has happened.
Well, let's go back like 3-4 years ago. How many signed comic books did you own?
I owned almost 20,000 comics.
What? Signed comics.
Signed by the artists and the writers. Bill knows, I would go to Comic-Con. I would be the only guy silly enough to travel from Pittsburgh to San Diego with 2 long boxes full of stuff to get signed. That was back before they decided to charge for every autograph.
Well, tell the story of Walter Koenig or Koenig, right? Is it Koenig? Is it Koenig? I think it's Koenig.
Koenig.
Yeah.
That's someone else who Christopher Caliendo has had over for dinner more than once.
What? Really?
And scored his movies.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Never mind. And I'll go to my other story. Well, no. I have heard that he is the most lovely guy in the world. I really have. 100%. Everybody that I talked to has said that. That was not my one-time experience with him, unfortunately.
Holland Ellison introduced me to Walter Koenig.
I was at a comic book convention, and I had my Babylon 5 comic with me. and I was walking past him, and he saw that I had a Bester, the one issue that was devoted to the Psychor. And I was like, great. And because I was getting various people to sign them, but not him. I don't remember why. But he saw that I had them in line. I think Mia was there for help me.
Ferlin.
Yes, Ferlin was there, and I was getting her to sign some of the stuff. And he saw that I was carrying it and said, "Would you like me to sign that for you?" And I was like, "Heck, yeah, hi. Nice to meet you finally. That would be great. Would you mind signing?" He signs it, and then he looks at me and he goes, "That'll be $20."
No.
And I was like,
he was kidding. He was kidding, right?
No. And then he's like, he wouldn't give it back until I paid him for the comic, and I had to go back to Billy's.
Took his comic, and Soloff comes to our booth, and he's sitting there like this, and we're like, Debbie's like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Can I borrow $20?" What? And he just tells his soul story that I'm waiting online for another thing, and Walter Koenig, and she's like, "Who?" And he's like, "Check out from Star Trek," and she's like, "Who?" And he's like, he asked me to sign my book. He said, "Do you want me to sign that for you?" And Mike's like, "Yeah, sure." He gives it to him, signs it, and goes, "That's $20." I was like, "Well, what?" And Debbie's like, "Who the fuck is Chekhov from Star Trek? What are you talking? This guy has your book. You should go get your damn book back from him. Did he steal your book?" And Saul's like, no, he's a major star and all this stuff. And it's like, well, why does he need $20
So Billy gave me $20. I went back, got my comic, came back to Billy and said, "Guess what just happened?" And he goes like, "What?" I said, "I got a lap dance from Walter Koenig." $20. It was like, "Oh, okay, thank you."
You know that he has the largest button collection.
He does. I interviewed him about the pinbacks.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Yeah, he talked about
on your shirt.
He talked, pinback buttons, like political buttons, only character stuff. He and his brother, I think, were going into supermarkets and cutting open the boxes of Pep cereal to get the Pep pins, which are highly collectible. And the supermarket guy caught him and threatened to hang him on a meat hook.
And this is like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Why didn't I think of that?
So,
Jeff, is this true?
It's what he told me.
No, Herrenberg said.
Herrenberg is correct.
He's a bit of a prankster, Koenig. He really is. He's purposely a prank.
Can I tell you a story though, Bill, to answer your question about my best moment? It wasn't at Comic-Con, but it was in all my years of going to cons, my most amazing moment. And it's similar to that. We were at Orlando Con, me and you, and I was helping you out. And
I'm in Orlando right now.
Oh, hola. And they had
forcing his recently hospitalized mother to make food for him.
And
such a
that would be you, Jeff. Literally, you hear that, Jeff?
Actually, let me look something up here. Go back and I'll finish the story in just a second because I want to get something to show you.
All right,
leave it hanging. Christopher, why don't you share your memories of Walter Koenig?
Yes,
please.
Now that we're here,
I heard great things about him. Maybe I caught him on a bad day.
Knowing Walter, I would say he did that on purpose as a prank to test you. He will walk into. We've gone out for dinner, restaurants, lunches, and he just likes to pull pranks on people. I'm so surprised he was serious. But Walter, Harlan Ellison introduced me to Walter. Walter had a movie, he needed Scora, and we met at Harlan's house, and that's how we started getting to know each other. And Harlan warned me about Walter, saying that, he's got a kind of a personality that, he's like a curmudgeon. So just don't go on his wrong side because, he may backfire on you. I never had that experience with Walter. We've always had a very, I've gone to his house many times. His wife, we're live. I really can't say that.
Oh, sure you can.
Sure you can.
And he's doing ours with his wife. Oh wait, I can't tell that one.
It's 10 o'clock in Los Angeles, and there's less people watching than there are right now on this panel.
Yeah. And here's the thing: it's on YouTube. It's not like anybody will see this.
Which I have to point out,
I'll be right back.
because of the lateness of the hour, I will point out that the key to successful panels at Comic-Con, in terms of repeating it, is to take a picture of the audience at the end of your panel, because chances are they're there for the next one.
By the way, is this going to live on after this evening on YouTube?
Yes, I believe it is.
I was going to the last ship panel at Comic-Con, and the one before it, what's the one that's been the longest show?
T-Wolf.
No, close though. But because I got there early, and who came on but Kansas live to perform one show. They performed one song live, and it was great. It was amazing. I loved it.
They performed one song because the Comic-Con volunteers 10 minutes.
Thank God we have Michael Peros there.
Yeah.
You know, I think I have so many
4 hours. Fuck. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got so many great Comic-Con stories and people that I've met and things that I love and hanging out with friends and this kind of stuff. But in all seriousness, I don't know a bigger Babylon 5 fan than Mike.
Yeah.
And I'm a pretty big fan, but he is devoted. He gets all the script books. He gets, every iteration of the thing he gets. And Mike screwing with Straczynski is absolutely my single favorite Comic-Con thing ever.
It's
where
epic.
He waits through, and it's sort of like a series of events rather than one. He waits through the line year after year to get up to the microphone to ask a question, and he asks the same question.
It's one that I know makes him angry. It was about the video game that at one point Straczynski's talking and he goes, I am 2 weeks away from releasing this thing. So every year from that point on, and then it all fell apart. Never came out, nothing. And then every year I'd come up and go, last year you said you were 2 weeks away. How close are you this week? How close are you this time to releasing this video? And he would get angry at me. It was great.
Go ahead. Hang on, let me just finish this one thing and I'm done. The best part was Mike waits through an autograph line for Straczynski, a long line. He gets up to him and asks him for a sketch.
Yeah. And he's like, I'm a writer, damn it, not an artist.
And he's got this great photo that he takes with Straczynski. And Mike's looking straight at the audience, and Straczynski's not like this, just looking out to the side, totally uninterested. It is absolutely great because it's just this bizarre combination of Mike just loves this guy's work and is screwing with him.
I just want to point out that Billy Tucci is gone, so we can take the wheel and we can just go anywhere we want right now. We can just
if only we can control the video.
One thing about Straczynski,
I will tell you this, the first time I met Mike Soloff at Comic-Con, he was wearing a T-shirt with a bullseye on it. Something about Brian Michael Bendis on it.
Why did no one take him up on that bullseye?
Well, something because
good. Oh, wait, I meant this was back when in the early years.
Yeah. Well, Mike was a well-known letter writer, or legendary letter writer.
Yeah, but Ann Landers doesn't count.
No, at the peak of his powers, with literally powers of letter writing, when his was the greatest letter thing in all of comics, I would write him the strangest stuff. And it was so funny, and I didn't know it because I was like, I wrote him so many letters and heard nothing. And then all of a sudden, issue 9 of Powers, he collected all my letters together. And
it was called the All Stalker Letter Column.
Yeah.
Right before, I get this. I get home from work at Overstreet, and I get this message: "Hey JC, it's Bendis. Give me a call." And so I call him, And he goes, you know this guy Mike Zoloff? And I said, yeah, sure. And he says, he's not really crazy, is he? And I said, well, yeah, good crazy, but no, he's a great guy. And he goes, okay, well, it doesn't matter anyway because the issue's already gone to press. And I said, what do you mean? And he says, you'll see.
And he prefaced the entire letter column with, I'm putting all these together and I'm printing them just in case I disappear. If something happens to me, you know who it was. And here
we do need to
and that's why Michael Soloff is in Mexico right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. we do okay, guys, we do need to acknowledge the dear Brian Blevins, who just pointed out in the comments he has been here for the entire 3 hours and 53 minutes. So good for you, Brian. I appreciate you.
How about this, guys?
Thank you, Doctor.
How about this? Should we bring the great Brian Blevins into the stream?
That would be cool.
Why not?
Why not? Blevins, get your camera ready. You're coming in live.
Hold on. Blevins' wish is that we also bring Tom Wepler into the stream. Is that even
Tom
we have a date?
Hang on.
A double date. We'll be 10 strong again.
Christopher and I grew up with Tom Wepler and his brother John.
And I like, Tom, I love your comment. How funny is it that Harlan Ellison warned anyone about someone else?
You know, literally my first conversation with Harlan was this. A good friend of ours, Scott Braden, transferred him from he was downstairs at Diamond. I was upstairs at the gallery. And he transferred him cold. And I see Scott's name light up, so I pick up the phone. Only Scott just doesn't say he's transferring anybody, he just hangs up. And he says, Jeff on, Harlan Ellison. And of course I'm like, hi, Harlan. And he goes, hey, I've got a question for you. And I said, okay. He says, hang on. Susan, do you see that? The UPS man, he's parked.
I love this story.
But he's coming to this house. Jeff, I'll call you back. That was my whole first conversation with Harlan.
I have got dozens of Harlan Ellison stories.
I just want to add that the one of the people who's watching is a fellow named Tom Wepler who a year older than me. I met at where Billy and I grew up, North Babylon, in our public school system. We met in doing the summer theater and also local plays, and he was the first person I went to conventions with in junior high school. We used to take the train from Long Island. We'd get on the Long Island Railroad. We'd go right into Penn Station. Right above Penn Station was the Penta Hotel. Then recalled the Statler. Then recalled a whole bunch of different things. And we would go to the conventions up there back in junior high. Sometimes we were strapped for money. So one of us would go in. We'd get hand stamped, which was just like a little ink. And then we'd have a collection of magic markers of various colors. So we'd see what the hand stamp was, and we'd recreate it on everyone else's hand. And so this were only one person paid to go in, and then the rest of us would go in with the forged hand stamp. So I'm thrilled that Tom is watching, and that Brian Blevins, a total stranger to Tom Wepler, is insisting that Tom Wepler be brought in to this event because
this fellowship.
Yes.
This round table. We are knights. And speaking of Blevins.
Hey, where is he? Hey, Blevins.
God, dude, this is so awesome. You guys have no idea. Like Billy also knows how like crazy of a fanboy I am. But also if anybody knew me, they know that I'm a huge animated fanboy. And Joseph, it's so amazing. Amazing.
Ask away, Blevins. I know you have a lot of questions for Joe, so ask away, buddy.
Dude, I just want to say, I mean, I'm serious when I say this. Like I've seen all the animated stuff, all the DC animated stuff, which has been far superior to all the Marvel stuff. But I kid you not what I said in the chat. Like Strange New World, by far one of the greatest Batman animated. I mean, I'm talking about in all the variations, one of the greatest Batman animated stories told next to, no offense, Almost Got Him. But I think
I'll take that. I'll take that. Thank you.
Amazing.
I was.
And then my best friend Steven, like Steve, me and Steve Millendorf, we go back to the day, man.
Back to the day.
Back to the day. We're like best friends.
It was Steven and Blevins investigations.
Yeah, we were celebrating his birthday in December, and it was just it was awesome. It was awesome. Fatima was there. God, it was good times. Good times.
We needed this guy in the first place.
Two people had to leave for me to come in. That's all I'm saying.
You were all set to go, but then Solofs decided to show up.
You know,
God, man, dude, Soloff is amazing too.
Well,
everything that you're saying is just making my brain explode.
It's making it go pop. Your brain is popping.
Man,
popping.
And yeah, dude, go ahead.
Blevins, this is a great honor because Perros puts together this, like I said, this fellowship, this dinner.
Dude, I saw it.
Saturday night in, I guess, the jewel of San Diego, let's call it. And nice, Mark. And we go to Maria's amazing restaurant, the Athens Market Taverna. Take it over. Now that Barry's not here, I'm going to post that picture again because why not? where things like this do.
Look at that.
And Blevins,
Paris' mind is like, how solid is this thing?
Hell or high water, brother. You have to get to San Diego Comic-Con next year, Blevins.
Man, it's gonna happen. I mean, I'm retired. I can do whatever I want. So
yeah, man,
it's definitely gonna happen. But man, Mark and JC,
you're new. The new person has to buy the dinner.
Dude, I don't care. I'll pay for it. I'll send the money right now.
Hey, Brian, they tricked me with that one the first time I was there. I'll wait you off. I'll be like, no,
I don't care. I'd probably be so blown away by all the people at the table. I probably would just pay the tab and not even know it.
Brian, have you been down to Comic-Con?
No, I went to Wizards World Los Angeles one time, and then I go to Dragon Con like every year. And I heard
the show though.
Yeah, I heard the Star Trek story. I have an incredible Robert Picardo story.
Nice.
Like I was in line waiting to get a signature from Robert Picardo,
who played Ned Mucklebones in Legend, starring Tom Cruise,
and the holographic doctor on Star Trek.
The holographic doctor. Yeah,
and Coach Cutlip on the Wonder Years.
It was.
Right. Wait a minute, and the Howling. I want to give you a piece of my mind. And he pulls a bullet out of his head.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah,
I did not know that. Actually,
that's Robert Picardo in The Howling. He's
also had dinner over at Caliendo's house.
Yeah. There is no one who hasn't had dinner at Caliendo's, and if you haven't,
I haven't. Chris,
You're invited. I only know Italian.
Nice. But I was in line, and it was him, and it was the guy who played Neelix, and it was Nichelle Nichols, right? Like, and I waited in this line literally for like 45 minutes, and I got up there, and he's got all his pictures down, all his pictures down on the table for you to buy a picture, and they're like $25 a piece, and you get a signature. And I'm looking, and he goes, he's like, man, you haven't made your selection for your picture yet? And I was like, well, I was in line. I couldn't see around people. It's like, well, everyone else knows what pictures they want. And then the guy who's playing Neil,
was he teasing you, or?
No, not at all. Him and the guy who played Neelix said that I was rude and I needed to apologize to all the people in line. What? And I'm just like, what? I was like, well, dude, I just walked away and I didn't get anything signed, and I vowed to this day he will rue the day that he did that to Blevins.
Another Italian Caliendo. Look at that. Another Gindaloo.
I mean, it was so crazy. I can't believe he did that to me. Like man, I was so psyched too. I was so excited to go meet him. I mean, it was
now
crazy.
You're excited to go toe to toe with Robert Picardo.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like he played Chakotay or something.
Billy, has Tom Wepler really declined your invitation?
He has declined, which means he's not just declined me. He's declined Mary.
Oh,
as Gregory Peck said in The Boys from Brazil, you declined me, you declined Hitler, you declined the Aryan race.
I thought he was one of the crew. That's the only reason why I said, hey, you got room for him.
Now, please, everyone out there, for internet's sake and the trolls, Stephen was reciting a line from a film.
From a motion picture of The Boys from Brazil.
Has never been a member of the Nazi Party in Brazil.
This is based on a motion picture called released in 1978 adapted from a novel by Ira Levin, directed by Frank.
Are you doing the Laurence Olivier again?
And The Boys from Brazil. Yes.
Are you doing the Laurence Olivier again? Are you doing it?
What's that?
Are you doing the Laurence Olivier again?
No, well, you just ruined our legal get out of what just happened. So thanks a lot, Steve. So thanks a lot, Mark.
Even back when I was in college, I had a teacher who invited me to his house because he wanted to show me something, which should have been my clue. Okay, but he said,
"Oh my God, you got to hear this. This is a terrifying story."
It is, and he was a really cool guy in class and everything. Very strange. Always wore 18th century period clothing. Went to his house. We got along because we just linked up on music and things. And he goes, "Hey, you want to come upstairs? I want to show you something." So I'm like, "Sure, what the hell?" So went upstairs. He opens the door to this room. I walk in.
Look, I was on my way to the restroom and I heard that. That's never an invitation you should accept.
That's what they call in that's what they call in the business a red flag.
So he opens the door to this room. I step inside, and the first thing I see is about a 20 by 20 Nazi flag on the wall. And I look around, and in display,
there are people like this in this country.
And I look at it, and he has display cases full of entire Nazi SS outfits and things. And I turn to him and I go, Are you kidding me? I'm like, "Do you know I'm Jewish?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just thought you'd think this was cool." And I was like, "It really is cool, but it's so scary too." And he was like pen pals with who was the architect guy?
Spear?
Yes, yeah. Albert Speer.
Pen pals with him, and he wasn't a Nazi at all.
Of course not.
It was
no.
But it was fascinating because I've met so many, especially with the Jeppy job, so many collectors, but I'd never met a Nazi paraphernalia collector. But it was stunning to see this stuff in person that close and not be in a museum for that.
And he's one of your college professors.
One of my college professors.
No, there you go with the educational system.
Well, no, but it is interesting because I've met people who are sincerely humanist, liberal, very open to and protective of all rights. Who there is distinction between the art of something and the pop culture value of something as opposed to the belief in something. And so I know someone who used to love to collect all of that crazy because it was so absurd is why he collected it. All that crazy, absurd, racist stuff from the early 20th century, advertising art of products and things, Sambo this and that, whatever. But he made a clear distinction between he just was fascinated by the artwork versus he wasn't subscribing to that point of view. He just was fascinated by the artwork.
What was that film? Remember the John Cusack, Max?
Yeah.
Max he's a World War I veteran who lost his arm. He's a Jewish man, and he meets a young Adolf Hitler who wanted to be a fine artist doing landscape paintings and things like that. He was never going to make it, but he had this vision of this abstract political vision of how to get people to follow him. And it's a really interesting look at art and how Hitler rose to power with designing all those uniforms and all that, the propaganda and everything like that. And right when Max is about to meet him to show him this stuff to set up a gallery opening for him. Max is walking out, and Max is walking out of Hitler's one of his early Nazi meetings. You know what I mean? Like when they started to build up in the after the Depression, early 1920, in the late 20s, and he ends up getting killed by Nazi thugs. And if he hadn't, he would have met Adolf and maybe saved 20, 30 million people, because he would have been able to have his outlet for his propaganda stuff would have been to his art. It's a really interesting film.
Well, you know, Billy, it's interesting you bring up that film. I'll tell you why, Billy Tucci. Because in 2002, Lionsgate was not the power and the force they are today, and they released a few films with a lot. The first time they released films on lots of screens in 2002, they released my film, The Cat's Meow, and they released Max. And come awards time, Lionsgate was close to bankrupt, but then they actually obviously picked up since then. But at the time, so they actually could only get behind one film for awards season.
I didn't mean to wound you.
Oh, you're wounding, Billy.
Oh my gosh!
Billy.
So instead of backing Cat's Meow, which got the highest per screen average of any film that came out the weekend it came out, got great reviews in Variety, New York Times, LA Times. They decided they would put all their weight on Max, falling for that old adage that, well, if you do anything that sports that the Jewish community will be interested in, of course we'll get award nominations, which is just just a very cynical way to go about things. So they did not at all get behind us in terms of award season, Golden Globes, Oscars, all that stuff. Even though Kirsten got amazing reviews, Ed Herman got amazing reviews, and so forth, and they got behind Max, and of course you remember how many Oscar nominations Max got that year?
17.
None.
Did you say 8?
So thank you, Billy. Thank you for ruining what was otherwise an enjoyable 4-hour experience.
I'm going to try to save this evening right now, because I have a friend of yours from back in the day in Long Island, New York, from North Babylon, for all working class hard hat lunch pail kids, who couldn't afford to live in Babylon. Mr. Tom Webb.
Hey, hello. I just came here to express my appreciation for a little-known 2002 Lionsgate film called Max. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, but I just watched it again. It's really incredible.
That's your fourth time. That's your fourth time watching it, isn't it?
Fourth time today. It's
Tom,
really just amazing.
Tom, I should have noticed something, because as I started talking about Max, Steven's eyes started going like this.
like Herbert Lom.
That's exactly who I was thinking of, the Herbert Lom.
And I'm like, what the hell's wrong with him?
Ouzo.
Pink Panther.
Tom, it's good to see you, sir. It's great to
Help
see
me
you.
find my nose.
Cheers
Tom,
to
these
you.
are the chaps. These are the lads.
I see. So this is what I've been missing all these years.
Yeah,
Cheers to everybody.
Cheers.
Tom, I haven't seen you.
I'm right here.
I haven't seen you since
You're gonna fit right in.
were at Steven's wedding after the wrap of Cat's Meow.
Yes, that was a fine event. That was a lot of fun.
That was a good time.
Tom has been waiting.
And by the way, Steven, if I may,
Tom has been waiting all this time for the invite, Billy. You just sent it.
Not only can Mama Tessie Peros cook.
What?
Love you.
What do we got?
She looked beautiful that night. And the funny thing is, Steven's mother and your father said this. You remember when your dad met Debbie, when you guys came over? My wife looks like a young Tessie Peros. Like her daughter.
We had a great time coming over to your place.
Yeah, we did.
My dad had the best time. You served us venison. You had actually shot and killed that fine buck. That steer,
arrow.
And you made us a delicious. Your wife, I should say.
I was hanging out with you.
You killed the animal, but your wife cooked it, and it was my dad had the best time. He had the best time.
And Chris, I held it as its blood dripped, as its life ebbed.
Did you stare at its eyes and watch the light? Did you watch the
No,
light
I did
leave
that
its
once. I
eyes?
did that once, and it was, and I walked up on it. It was sad. I felt like it was in powder.
I will tell you, Billy, that I thought about you for a while. For the last few years, I was working from February last year, 2019. Prior to that, for about 5 years, I worked for the head office of Zurich Insurance in Switzerland. So I'd end up going over there, for 2 weeks, 2 or 3 times a year to Switzerland.
Yeah, Jeff and I go there a couple of times a year.
Oh my gosh! And venison is all over the menu, like in every restaurant. So I was just like, I actually thought about you with the hunting post that you put up.
Tom, wait, I want to jump in. Tom, what are the earliest creation conventions we went to? Like, what years are we talking about?
Oh my God!
Well, you guys went to the Penta Hotel. Remember?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania 6.
I went to the Penta for.
Is it the 80s? Are we talking about? Wait, right? It's going to be the 80s, right?
That hotel had a different name every convention we went to.
Statler,
changing
Penta.
hands.
Yeah, Statler, Penta.
But the carpet remained the same. There's a stinky carpet.
It's still the same carpet.
Tom, you're exactly right about that.
Wait. Tom and I were in like junior high, and our parents allowed us to stay overnight at my grandmother's place.
Very
my
sweet
grandmother
lady.
still lived alone somewhere. I don't even know. Was it Brooklyn, Queens, somewhere? So we could. go 2
We
days
eventually
to the
got there,
convention.
but I don't remember where it was.
We stayed. We went to the convention 2 days in a row in junior high.
Yeah, we get to go 2 days. 2 days. That was like the big week. Goodness, Saturday and Sunday, and then we found out Sunday was just a dud.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing.
But I got good deals. That's where I learned very early. Hold out on stuff that you think no one else wants but you. And on Sunday you'll get a great deal on that thing that no one else wants but you.
Well, Steve and Jeff, I took Debbie to a Phil Suling show at the Penta Hotel in 1989 when we were in college. 88. And I walked in there with her. And if you guys know my wife, she was always wearing pumps. She was always all dolled up. And I brought her in there, and she was the only girl in the entire convention.
Rosina, San Diego in '94, same deal.
Yeah, I mean, she had to get up. She gets up early because she's going to go out, and she looks. And my wife looked exactly the same as she did on Saturday and on Friday and Thursday. I mean, she was always, always made up, always dolled up. And she lasted, Jeff, I told you the story. Did she last 15 minutes, if that, 10? and she's walking in there, Tom, I bring her in there, and she might have had little heel boots on. I'm sure she did, probably high heel boots. And she's walking, and she is just getting bounced around. And then I don't know what, because she wouldn't tell me. And she's like, I got to go. And I'm like, no. It's like, I gotta go. And we walk. I remember like she sort of just left, and I'm chasing her out into the lobby where the elevators are to go down to like her sanctuary. She's just trying to get out of there. And I get in the elevator and we're arguing. And then she's like, just let me go. And she walks out. And I'm like, are you breaking up with me?
no worse breakup than to be broken up with in the Penta.
And she goes, no, I'm like, you're breaking up with me. We're arguing in the lobby of the Penta. Just like, no, I'll see you. I'll see you later. Just come by. I'll see you. I just gotta get out of here.
No, I look at it this way. My
I'm like, I guess she's breaking up with me. All right, so I go upstairs. Mike Zeck's upstairs signing Punisher comics.
I look at it this way. My two exes early in my relationships knew I went to Comic-Con, and they said, "Oh, I want to go with you." I said, "Yeah, come," because I knew what was going to happen, and exactly what I thought would happen. They would go, and they'd go, "Yeah, this is fun for you. I don't need to go next year." And I was like, "Great!" And so it worked perfectly both times. They went once, and they never went again.
San Diego '94, right outside. I stopped Rosina and I said, "Sweetie, I gotta ask you a question." And she says, "What?" And I said, "Do you know what it means to be Queen of the Geeks?"
and I explained the whole thing to her, and she says, "Oh, you're exaggerating." 10 minutes later, Stan Lee is telling her the origin of Spider-Man.
Like, should I play that video again? I mean, we're 4 hours in. Should I play? Tom, did you see the video of my wife back in 1994 at San Diego Comic-Con when NBC News covered them?
I'm always game for more Deb. Go ahead and hit it.
All right. It's amazing of how the world has changed since then. Hang on, let me find it. There it is. I just want to cue it up first. Hang on. Let me forgive me. Talk amongst yourselves.
Blah, blah, blah.
Joe Kuhr, my favorite moment at Comic-Con was meeting James Warren.
I met James.
Was meeting James. Okay, yeah, that would have been big. I didn't meet James.
Yeah,
Warren.
watching Bradbury speak, going to 2 Fari Ackerman panels, and the last Fari Ackerman panel I remember was when it was no longer in vogue. Like, that was not what Comic-Con was about. It was already big on all the movies and so forth. Fari was in a smaller panel and a smaller room, and it was just great. It was just great. Well, here we go.
You and I had lunch with Ray Harryhausen and Bradbury.
What?
We did? I don't remember that.
We'll play this first and we'll get back to it. So this is the San Diego Comic-Con, guys, for those watching. 1994. And what a difference a quarter century makes. And you just got to listen.
From KNSD, Tanisha Mata, Roland Smith,
Tanisha
and
Amata,
Joe Lucero Weather. KNSD first news at 4.
That's when they could open a new show. Look at that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Margaret Radford, in for Denise Yamada. Move over Superman, it no longer takes a male superhero to knock down the enemy. We visited the San Diego Comic Convention today and found that more and more comic heroes have brawn, brains, and breath. The comic convention always draws a crowd. People can't wait to get their hands on Superman, Spider-Man, and she.
Right.
Her name means death in Japanese, and she's hot.
But she's not a bimbo. She has intelligence, she has depth, she does not have the balloon boobs and the overly curvaceous body. She's realistic.
Some people might dispute that, but the fact is, readers love her. And a growing number of fit and mighty don't mess with me powerhouses.
Oh yeah, I like tougher women, you know. I'm not explaining, like more independent type women.
The independence of them, because they don't need a man to bring them through everything. So.
Lady Death certainly doesn't need a man to help her solve problems. In one obvious way, she stands out from the others.
Yeah, very well endowed. Very much so.
She's talking about you, Billy.
Thank you, bro. Because Lady Death's back hurts, and all sorts of other rude things. But once they read the story, they realize that she's very cool and she's more than a breast or 2 breasts or just one big huge one.
The stories are very well written, and they give them a brain and things that weren't there 20 years ago. But they still the sex is there because sex sells.
But their creators, nearly all men, deny practicing a sex sells strategy.
I don't even know what she does show skin, but I think tastefully. I mean, I'm going to keep the comic book tasteful.
Personally, and that there's nothing more beautiful in the whole world than the female form.
Wonder Woman has kept her form for some 50-some years, but some things never change. Teen boys are the primary readers of comic books, and many don't really like girls.
I think that there is a little bit more acceptance for female heroes than there was, but still it's not an equivalent balance. I think it's reflective of our readership and sometimes of our creative pool, still being primarily male.
Then again, Superman never had a swimsuit issue, and Lady Death does.
Facts.
The San Diego Comic Convention runs through Sunday at the San Diego Convention Center.
So I had to. I know I showed it before, but holy shit, right?
That's fantastic.
Watch the language.
26 years ago.
And the funny thing is like DC Comics still plays that same fucking music at their booth all weekend, all week long.
So I'd just like to make an observation that our show here has gone long enough now that I think we could get a deal on Netflix.
Talking comics?
No,
Talking
just
round
us.
table?
Just us.
Oh,
we,
just
need,
us.
we need a few more subplots, but we're there.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer the question I asked.
Oh, yes. Joe.
This first of all, this wasn't at Comic-Con, but it was at a related event. I had been collecting autographs from the Adam West Batman show for a long time in one particular issue of Cinema Fantastique magazine, but I had never met Burt Ward. He was just never at the conventions when I was there. And I had everybody else. One day, I am at an event. He is there. I get in line. We chat. He finds out that I've been writing some Batman. And I don't know if you know, he raises Great Danes and he sells a line of dog food.
Right.
I'm friends with his wife on
Okay,
Facebook.
then you know.
Yeah.
And he had a meeting coming up with the head of the network that I was working for at the time. So we started chatting. It was very friendly. And I asked him at that point, I was in LA. My wife was stuck here in Chicago. And I knew that Burt Ward had been her childhood TV crush, like Yvonne Craig had been mine.
Oh,
and,
little Batgirl action.
Yeah. And I asked him if he wouldn't mind talking to my wife on the phone. And he said, was she going to know who I am? I said, oh, she'll know. And I called her and I did not tell her who I said, somebody's here who'd like to talk to you. And he took the phone and he said, hi, this is Burt Ward. Do you know who I am? And she said, Robin from Batman? And
wow. A match.
And he told her that between himself and me, she had great taste in men.
Wow.
Nice.
Rico Suave.
Yeah.
Bert's a wingman in every sense. Every sense.
Now, if I may, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Then the only other thing I would say is that for me, that was the most fun. But I'm having a lot of fun now with the kids going there, sort of trying to see everything through their eyes.
Sure.
They go in costumes. We have some original characters that they dress up as, but they also dress as some of their favorite characters. Now, this was not at the convention. This was at the Hollywood Museum. Well, if you can
hang on, Joseph. Hang on, Joseph. Hang on, brother. Hang on.
Oh, nice.
Old?
You got? What are you trying to blow that up?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's trying to determine which one to click on because there's like 3 of them.
I see. That is my son as Robin, my daughter as Batman.
That's awesome.
I was there for that. I was there.
You were there, Stephen. That's right. That's right.
The Batmobile is behind you.
That was the Batmobile.
Awesome.
So I'm having fun on that level, just sort of watching it all happen again. But they have all different shows and things. They like to watch some of the stuff I watched, but now I get to watch all sorts of new stuff with them.
That's
And
great.
then as far as it is fun. As far as stuff I was going to buy, if I could get more pages from that issue of Tomb of Dracula, that first comic I ever bought, I would like to get the whole issue one day if possible.
Crazy.
You should put it out there. You should talk to Nick Kotratis, our fellow Greek night dinner guy. He'll get it for you. If you're serious, he'll get him.
I'd just like to say 2 things. One, Nick is a great source for that too. And Mike, your mic is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Mike. That's why I kept doing
Now, here's the thing.
Now, why did you want to let on about
that? Video is that we had made a she poster that year, and Barry and I were there at the show, and of course the Peroses were there, and Caliendo was there, but he blew me off. He didn't want to be friends with me. But I had made a specific poster, which is behind me. If I move my camera. There's number 1 of those posters. Okay, so that right there, that's the poster from San Diego. I made a poster specifically and made her. Now she doesn't. I brought up Audrey Hepburn earlier. She has more of a dancer's body. She doesn't have like big boobs or anything like that. But I did make for that poster. It was 1994. Haynes, give me a break, right? Haynes. No, but so I did kind of give her a little oomph, little Ursula Andress, if you will, a little Raquel Welch. But I put 1,000 and friggin' posters at that show. But so here's Debbie talking about she, as she knows it, on the cover with the like.
Billy, how tall is that?
There did seem to be a disconnect between the description and what we were seeing. Yeah.
No, that poster, I don't know. Man, it's probably that's close.
Poster size like 27 by 40.
I bought that. I bought that from you. I haven't.
You didn't buy it. I would have given it to you. You wouldn't have bought it.
I bought everything from you. I bought everything.
Well, you do.
I bought that from you at your booth.
And then my second thing is what I would buy, if I may. And then I'll I've been waiting for years to try to find a really cool, as Steven knows, my favorite monsters, though. I wouldn't.
We're the Black Lagoon.
I think we're the monsters. I want a really cool Creature from the Black Lagoon shirt. And I'm all.
I have one. There's an excellent famous
Harold knows where to get that.
No, I know. Or Basil Gogos, Creature from the Black Lagoon, or the Wolfman, as Lon Chaney Wolfman. But the thing is, aside from Sunday, but then I roll in really late because I'm hungover for nights like this. Is that I'm $7,000 in the red before I even walk into that thing with our booth and the airfare and everything like that. So I have the Polish Litvak there cracking the whip. You know what I mean? So I got to work. So I'm there working.
Okay, who do you mean?
My fellows, I'm putting this out next year. If someone happens to see a really cool Creature from the Black Lagoon or Lon Chaney Wolfman shirt, bring one by to your old pal Bill Tucci. Peros is asleep?
No.
Or
Sleeping.
Meanwhile, Peros, you've got to do the chapter.
Oh,
nice.
Oh, nice.
What? What is that?
Famous monsters, very cool. Is that a
That's Basil Gogos, my friend.
Wait, that's the shirt I want. What?
No.
Now you got to buy me that. I don't
Billy,
care.
there's this thing called it's on the internet nowadays. It's called Google.
Yeah, Billy,
Google?
Google. All kinds of things.
Hey, Joe, can I finally answer your question? Because I started it before and didn't get a chance.
Yes.
Of my greatest moment in all my years of doing this. We were at Orlando Con with Billy, and two of the guys from Babylon 5 were there. Stephen First and, blanking on his name. Oh, Peter Jurassic.
I'm big fans.
Yes, they were wonderful. And I have a book of Babylon 5 quotations. And I walked up to them, and I've had almost the entire cast sign them, but I hadn't had them. And I walked up, and I showed it to them, and I said, would you guys mind signing this? And they open it up, and they go to their section, which has the quotes from them. And they were like, in character for the next half an hour, they read all their sections.
Sick.
Stuff. Awesome. Half an hour, and they would laugh, and then they would tell stories about the shooting. And it was like, and Peter goes, I haven't seen or even read this stuff since we did it, and the writing was so brilliant. And then he goes, I hate asking you this, but I'm having dinner with Steven tonight. Can we borrow this book because we're just so much fun going through this? I said, sure, absolutely. I was kind of like, everybody signed it. But they took the book. Next morning I came back. First thing in the morning, they were there. They gave me the book. They said, thank you so much. We just had the greatest time last night sitting around dinner, looking through this book, remembering about the great times that we had. And they did beautiful signatures in the book. And just to see these guys in character that was the key thing, just in character, reading the greatest lines from the entire show was wonderful. So
That's awesome.
Now, you see, Joe Kuhr, this is why I should have been a movie star. Because I would have invited Soloff to come to dinner with us.
That's why I'm a hanger-on with you, Bill.
I totally would. Now, Joe Kuhr, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Let's just say let's just say Blade Runner is your favorite film of all time. Let's just say.
All right.
And you have an original
one sheet
Blade Runner poster. First release poster, theatrical poster. Peros.
Okay. Two-sided,
Let's
right?
say you have that. Let's just say you have that. And you have everyone in the cast has signed that poster, including Harrison Ford, save one. And let's just say that this particular actor was doing a comic book convention signing 3 hours away from where you live.
Try like 6.5, 7.
No.
I'm getting the feeling this is not a hypothetical situation.
No, this is not a completely hypothetical
situation entirely. Let's just say 4 hours.
And say someone calls you. Let's say
one of your friends calls you. And one of your friends who may or may not be a 26-year veteran of the comic book industry and knows people and says, get in your fucking car and come here, drive 3 hours, and you'll have your white whale done, and then you could stay with us. It's going to cost you gas with your little Mazda Miata, which probably gets 900 miles per gallon. Joseph Kuhr, would you go on a Sunday morning or Saturday night? Would you drive 3 hours to go to stay with your friends and then to go and to meet this person, introduced you by a fellow guest of the con, because we're all pals when we do that? Or would you put it down and say no, and now 6 years later, you still do not have that person to sign it, and that person is not very healthy, by the way.
Well, is my name Michael Soloff?
It's hypothetical. It's hypothetical.
All right. Hypothetically speaking, if it was Michael Soloff.
If my name was Michael Soloff, the answer would be no. I wouldn't do it. If I was anybody else, yeah, I might.
Now, which actor was the Great White Whale? Which was the person?
William Sadler.
Which hypothetical actor?
You know how easy it is to get William Sadler's autograph? You could show up on his front lawn and get his autograph.
Not William Sadler's. William Sanderson, you said, right? Is that who?
William Sanderson.
William Sadler's.
What's the difference? What's the difference? Anyway,
Probably about 7 or 8 inches in height, but yeah.
At least, no, yeah, he's like our height. He's like Joe. He's like small like us. He's little and a really nice guy. And I'm like, he's right fucking here. He's right there, and no one is there.
I'm 7 hours away driving.
The circle would have been complete.
Blevins would have been complete. But Blevins, to rub salt in the wound, Peros, listen to this. This is the same show. It was dead on Sunday at Weckler Remembers from the Creations Con and the Phil Suling shows. Rutger Hauer was signing.
Oh, shut the
riding a bicycle around the convention, stopping at every single booth, taking pictures with everybody because it was like Sunday and it was dead. And it was in New York City, and Mike Soloff would not drive 3 hours.
No.
You mean Rutger Hauer from Sobibor?
Rutger Hauer from
Blind Fury?
I had his
Blind Fury. That's what I was thinking. Blind Fury.
Sobibor? What's up?
Wilhelm? Christopher needs to say goodnight.
Maestro Caliendo needs to speak.
I just want to say thank you for having me. This was terrific. Oh. You know, my son is 5 years old. I got to put him in the shower and get him ready for bed. But
it's 1 o'clock in the morning. He's staying up.
And I'm so happy that Mark and Jake, I got a chance to talk with you guys and really love your work too. So real You know,
Awesome.
blessings, you know.
Awesome.
Tommy, say hi to John for me. You know.
I will, Maestro. It's so I'm so glad to get the chance to actually say hello to you and see you. You know, blessings upon you and your family. Good to see you.
Thank you,
Have a
Tom.
good night.
I gotta tell you, Tom,
Caliendo,
great radio voice, buddy.
Great voice.
Well, thank you. A lot of good that does me in my current line, but yeah.
Caliendo, we will talk later on this week.
Yeah.
And give my love to your sister.
Billy, should we take as co-host? Should we take this opportunity to maybe wrap this up? Shall we do that?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Joe Kuhr, congratulations, my fellow Emmy nominated guy, man.
You never commented on that.
Oh, look at that, Kuhr. What is that?
That's awesome.
That is a new NECA action figure they're putting out. They're finally putting out an on-model King Kong.
That's beautiful.
Cool. Can I show you guys something real quick?
Hey, Christian,
real quick. Can I show you something real quick?
Yeah.
As long as it's not, Rico's professor, that's you can show us.
They just finally announced like the Kong Godzilla, battle movie that they're getting ready to come out with, which is going to be awesome.
Did they show a trailer today?
They showed the poster.
Poster's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, look at that. Are we ready?
Michael's so up mask.
Now,
FBI mask.
It's that
CIA.
Look at that.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh,
no.
Nice. Randy Bowen.
That's awesome.
Wow.
God, you got Bowen, you got Claiborne Moore. Dude, you got everything, Billy.
Heck yes.
I'm gonna.
I just love this. I'm not doing
He's got everything but a T-shirt.
now. It's all dusty. I gotta dust it off.
I see that.
Dude, that's an amazing shirt, Billy.
Heck yes.
You know what the original line of the movie was, Billy?
No, I do not, because I know isn't King Kong your favorite film?
No, yes. The original line was, "It was Tucci killed the beast."
Oh, snap.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
If any of you are Star Wars fans, my friend wrote this book about his time as the publicist for George Lucas, Lucasfilm, director of fan relations. Just came out. I got it. Very excited to read it. I think any Star Wars fan would enjoy it.
I just saw your friend an anecdote from him talking about Charles Lippincott, who passed away. Oh, it was the Comic-Con souvenir book. That I was looking through. Right, he's got a little blurb in there.
Well, guys, I gotta tell you, we as Jeff had mentioned it out of jest about a Netflix show, but I think we've got something really cool here. I think maybe once a month, or I know everyone's busy, but maybe once a month we get together and we start talking about what's going on in pop culture, the new film memories. Maybe go for an hour or so. It's just a bunch of ordinary people that are
extraordinary people, Billy Tucci. Extraordinary people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, but I think we could do this. Have a little round table and start talking about things that are happening during the week. What's coming out, film.
And I absolutely agree, but we're going to have to make the introductions go longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do I have to wear shoes?
I'll never smile, Dad.
I gave everybody nice introductions, JC Tex Vaughn.
What about me? If Rico here.
I have to. I just have to.
Uh-oh.
I just have to.
Oh no.
That you're wearing
a buddy. You look good, bro. You really do.
Is that a D cup?
Oh, he had to go get more.
And for those watching, for the
I promised a neighbor that lives in the building. I actually posted in the comments in the private chat that the security guard came by and said I was laughing too loud. And I'm just like, well, if the guy upstairs screwing his girlfriend was not that loud. I said, you know what? He's like, I didn't complain because it didn't last that long. Anyway.
Well, Steven, if you may, my co-host for the Pop XP San Diego Comic-Con Saturday night Greek dinner fiesta. What's a word for fiesta in Greek?
Fiesta.
What? All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Those Latin languages, the Romance languages.
What's the Greek word for Greek?
Okay.
That's the C cup, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Efkaristopoli.
Efaristo.
Olasto Malakas.
Oh my God.
Hey, Mark, how many bottles have you finished off tonight?
Oh no, I still have. I've only had a very little bit of this one.
For those of you who want to join Mark Haynes and I will have our separate stream.
We'll go, Billy.
Oh my God, Billy.
Oh boy.
Hey Tom, you got to come in, all right? On when we do this again, you have to join us, all right, brother?
I don't know if I have enough liquor in the house. Give me a couple of hours.
Listen, I just want to say, Tom Wepler is such a film fanatic that he used to be a projectionist at some major theaters on Long Island, and
I wanted to be a projectionist. I was just a manager. I wanted that job, but could not get that job.
And Tom was such a fan that he said to himself, "By God, I don't care if I'm putting my job on the line. I am going to pre-screen a big movie and you'll tell me what movie that was, that opens on a Friday. I'm going to bring some friends over and screen it on a Thursday night. That's a non-authorized screening, even if I get fired." P.S. He got fired. That's what a fan Tom Wepler is. What was the movie?
I'm sure you will all agree that it was maybe not worthwhile, but it was a really great movie. It was Darkman. It was Sam Raimi's Darkman. Not to be like that was the I'll out them here. That's fine, man. It was the RKO. Well, then it wasn't an RKO. It was the Cineplex Odeon Fantasy in Rockville Center. We had 5 houses, and one of them was showing Arachnophobia, and nobody showed up for the 9:30 show. So the projectionist said, "Hey, I've already got the print built for Darkman," and all the staff was there to pick up their checks. They were like, "Can we watch Darkman? Can you put it on?" And he said, "You got to talk to Tom." So they came in knocking on my door. Can Jim play it? Can Jim play it? And I told Jim it was fine. And then like 2 weeks later, my boss walks in the door and says, "You remember the time we said no unauthorized pre-screenings for anybody? Yeah. Can I have your keys, please?" And out the door.
Man, was that the one on Sunrise?
That no, the one on Sunrise was the Twin.
Okay.
Run by managed until possibly her demise, or somebody pronounce that for me. By the incomparable Virginia Graham, just an awesome movie theater manager. Didn't care how much her staff stole right from under her nose. Just kids walking out with candy in their jackets.
So where was this one? Is this the one that's
the Fantasy was on Park Avenue, so it was just south of Sunrise.
So the theater's still there. It's just called something else.
The theater is still there. It's still the Fantasy, but it's now run by maybe AMC
I took my nephew. It's the first time I ever got to spring my nephew from school early.
Nice.
And I was on the pickup list because I regularly picked him up from school. So I showed up a little bit early, picked him up, and he comes down. He goes, "We're going to see Star Wars, aren't we?"
I gotta tell you, Darkman has ruined me because every single time I walk past a garbage pail, I look into it, hoping to find a really nice, Edwardian duster jacket that I can just pull out of the garbage and button it up. And
you mean you haven't yet?
Not yet. I still keep looking. Me and Joe.
All right, so it's a duster.
But you got a closet full of other stuff, right?
And a T-shirt,
garter belt,
a creature T-shirt,
garter belt, all kinds of things that Billy wants for Christmas.
Billy's got a lot of wants.
You were talking about Halloween costumes before. I showed up at a Halloween party dressed as Darkman, and no one knew who I was.
Nice.
Absolutely no one.
They're like, it's Hush from Batman. It's Batman.
No.
Long
That
before
would have
Hush.
been cool. No,
I've been about 5, 6, and 7 years ago. I went trick or treating with kids as Kolchak the Night Stalker. No one knew who the fuck I was.
That is truly a failing.
I mean, obviously,
Kolchak.
Obviously, there is a lack of. There's a blatant hole in our educational system if that's the case, Steve.
I know.
I would just like to say, guys, I got to call it a night.
We all do.
And thank you very much for this. It's been great.
I want to know if Joseph ever got Eartha Kitt's signature, because he mentioned everybody else. So
yes, Eartha Kitt, Julie Newmar, and Lee Merriweather.
Was she
fantastic?
I don't know if she's a Romero though. And my Frank Gorshin is not in that book. It was something I got when I was a kid and we were visiting San Francisco, and he just happened to be in the same hotel.
No shit.
And I ran up to him. Hey, nice.
Nice.
There we go.
Oh, Joe, we hung out with Merriweather at the DC party at the con, and she was sitting there with her daughter, and she's my wife. So I'm like, oh my god, that's Catwoman, and she's just sitting there, and I'm like, we're going to the bar. You want a drink? It's like, yeah, I'll take a Zinfandel or something like that. And Debbie's like, you are beautiful. I mean, she's 83 years old, and she is stunning.
Yeah.
Like no work, I mean, stunning. So, and like, so.
It's all that time around Barnaby Jones, man.
Stephen, would you like to take us out, old chum?
Well, listen, we've been doing. I could never have imagined somewhere around 20 years ago. Joe probably correct me. It might be a little less than 20 years ago, but that we've been doing these Greek dinners. Who could have ever predicted a pandemic? I couldn't have. Perhaps Mark Haynes could have, but I could not have. And here we are. That Billy suggested. Why don't we do it online and live? Was a foolish suggestion. As we are nearing the 5-hour mark, it's still a foolish suggestion, and I'm happy he made it. And thank you all for being here. Who knew that Tom Wepler and Brian Blevins would have?
Yeah, very good.
Tom Wepler didn't know.
I'm so thrilled everyone's here.
Worth every minute. Worth every minute of it.
I love how Steve Millendorf just hung out through the whole time.
That's
how we always do. Steve just hangs out. Steve observes everything.
I kept saying,
he'll say something.
I kept saying, will Steve Millendorf please calm down and let other people speak? Just calm down.
It's a real court reporter vibe coming off.
Yeah. Joe, thank you all for being here, Billy. Let's actually seriously talk about having these kind of round tables on some sort of regular basis. Let's figure it out together. And thank you all, gentlemen. It's been a thrill to be here. This is our first pandemic, hopefully our last. Comic-Con dinner, but that doesn't mean we won't still be doing our coast to coast plus Mexico plus Rico Suave evenings such as these.
International webcast.
I look forward to seeing everybody at the actual real San Diego Comic-Con at any time. Anybody wants to crash at my place in LA in the interim, you're always welcome. As I've
Same here. I'm a few blocks away from him, so it's all good.
So
if you get in any more trouble, you might be over there sooner.
If we were at the show right now, we would all be crowded around one of the amazing fire pits by the pool of the Marriott.
That's right. That's right. Billy would be running upstairs, getting some bottle of wine gifted to him by some eager fan, bringing it downstairs for all of us to drink.
Stealing glasses from the gym.
And I'd be saying, plastic cups? Why are we drinking out of plastic?
And the best part is, right, so no one bothers us.
Yeah. That's right.
No one bothers us. And we could stay
It's
all
still alcohol, no matter what you're drinking.
But then I'll go to the gym about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I'll walk outside and everything's clean. It's clean. It's like we were never there, Peros. And like today. So
I know, and with regards to Mike Soloff joining us, I kind of wish we were never there.
Well, my friends, afilamos.
Next year in San Diego.
So, Caliendo.
Caliendo, gentlemen. Peace to you and yours. Have a fine night. Survive. Stay healthy. I just got my COVID test negative, so I'm happy to say I survived 2 international airports and a flight to visit my mom. So I'm still COVID negative. Happy to say.
Nice.
All right. Excellent.
Thank you,
Be safe, fellas.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Peace to you and yours.
It was incredible.
Good night, everybody. I'm gonna close you out, and then I'll play our little thing. So
and I'll see you
It's
backstage.
so nice we had this time to.
Hang on. Let me do this.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us on Pop XP. If you haven't already, make sure to click that subscribe button and also click the bell for notifications when we go live and we upload some awesome new content. Also, don't forget to head on over to Twitter and follow us at the Pop XP and over on Instagram at the Pop XP. Thanks again everyone, and we'll see you soon.
Galinita! My teeth are black from all the wine I drank. Bye.